You are now tuned in to the Cosmic Convos podcast, your number one source for accurate, relevant, and thought-provoking astrological conversations in the podcast nation, the place where stars and minds align.
Peace, you're now tuned into the Cosmic Convos podcast. I'm your humble host, Rahu. And we got the man of the decade, Brother Rahu. How you doing?
Brother, enjoying life, taking it a day at a time, applying what's up in heaven, down below on earth, brother. Not much else. How about yourself?
Hey, just enjoying the changes. Got, daughter's getting bigger. She's growing, enjoying that and, trying to adjust to all the exterior changes happening out here as well. So, no complaints.
Indeed. Yeah, definitely changes. But I'm sure having that beautiful baby girl, man, is always inspiring and gives you that power to keep pushing and go over the top for, little. I always tell men, you're not really a daddy until you have a little girl. So, definitely, I know that's a powerful motivational factor in the right direction.
Indeed. But before we go further, I want to remind you all that this podcast is brought to you by Push It Forward Media Group and Caliprucha Astrology. You can find Push It Forward Media Group at pushitforward.com. You can also find us on Instagram at pushitforward. That's PUSHITFWD. That's spelled that way, both for the Instagram and the website. Also make sure you follow us at Cosmic Convo. That's on Instagram. That's COSMICCONVO. And we're also at Cosmic Convo on Facebook as well. Brother Rahu, how can the people get in touch with you?
Three primary ways. Facebook and IG both. Check them out on both. So you could use the same name on either one of those and get a hold of me. Or you can even hit me up on calipruchaastrology@gmail.com. Either one of those definitely ring my bell.
Indeed. So we're back. We're here. Season 2 finally in full effect. It took a little while, but we were just getting everything together, getting our minds right, and, letting you all, get a little break, because I know, these topics and astrology on its own could be a little heavy, but, we're back now. How you feel about that, Brother Rahu?
Indeed. Again, everyone, appreciate your patience. These podcasts, these shows are definitely, like I said, they're hard hitting, they're heavy, they're deep, and for us to be able to really do them thoroughly and properly, sometimes we have to really kind of decompress and take that information and then really come back with something even better and stronger so that we can get deeper into this knowledge and really explore how this thing works. So again, thank y'all for your patience, and this season 2 is definitely one you want to tune into.
Absolutely. So, to that point, I think we started off at the perfect time, right now. I mean, unless you live on, Pluto somewhere, you probably, somewhere cooped up in your house, keeping your eye on the news. If you're in the United States, you definitely keeping your eyes on the news because you're looking at what all the different reports is coming on and stuff like that. So we got, this kind of global pandemic thing going on. But this episode, we're not going to hit that directly. It's definitely related, but we're not going to hit it directly or whatnot. So, before we get all the way in the topic, I did want to, let everybody know that we got some new things that we're starting this season. Number one, we're going to launch our Patreon, right? And it's going to give you opportunity to be more part of the show and kind of, really show your appreciation for the show, and kind of help us out a little bit as well, help the show out so we can grow the show. We can do different things with it, and take it to new heights and stuff like that. So we'll be releasing the details on that, coming real soon or whatnot. And, also, we're going to, this season is gonna operate a little differently. We kind of met and kind of got a lot of things planned out. But I think you all will really kind of enjoy how we're gonna hit these topics. And then, like I said, with the Patreon, you guys have an opportunity to have some input as well. Brother Wah, how you feel about those changes?
Change is always good, and the changes that we're implementing is to expand the show. It's really to grow the show. It's really to have it to where it's a show at some point that we may bring some of our listeners on and maybe even have conversations down the road. But this is so that we really can expand the topics, expand the comments, expand the dialogue, and really give people what they're looking for in regards to interacting with the knowledge, if you will. So I'm all for the changes, and I look forward to that 25th show when we're going to really talk about the next season.
Indeed. So, getting down to the get down, today's show, we're going to hit, this is one of the shows that we promised you last season. But I just think it's just a perfect time to hit it, and it's relevant to kind of what we're experiencing right now. But it's also a show that just reiterates the importance of knowing what time it is, right? So this is another one of those astrological ages show. And, we're going to talk about our current age, the age that we're in right now, the age of Pisces. And I guess, to start off, the first thing we want to do is, before we do that, Brother Rod, did we, and we had the Age of Aquarius show last season, but did we go into how an age is calculated or how long an age is, or did we give any details about that last season? I don't quite recall right offhand.
We did go into it, but to kind of start off the show with understanding some general principles of astronomy, and all astrology, folks, is astronomy infused into human behavior. That's all it is. It's just how the planets move and work, and how they move and work within the context of human behavior, and how they affect human behavior, right? But nonetheless, the ages themselves are also called eons. You'll hear them refer to that in other maybe genres or other reference points, but they're also called eons. And so each eon or age is approximately 2,160 years.
Yeah.
Now, each one of those ages is based upon or relates to an actual zodiacal sign. So each age being 2,160 years, the age of Pisces is 2,160, the age of Aries, the age of Aquarius, the age of Capricorn, and so forth. Each one is respectively 2,160 years. The way we understand it is that when we multiply the 2,160 years times 12, we come up with a great age, which that is 25,920 years. So the great age is when the all 12 of these zodiac signs by way of precession there has been a complete cycle of that 25,000 year period, and then of course it starts anew again. Well, the way we understand the ages, each age being 2,160 years, and the circle itself is what we're talking about. Zodiac, zo, right, is animal, and diac is circle. So this circle of animals.
Yeah.
A circle is 360 degrees. When we look at the sky, we're taking that 360 degrees and dividing it up into 12 equal portions. I said equal, right? Because there are some astrological systems that don't use equal portions. But for the sake of making everything equal, right, it's, right, 12 signs, right? You're going to take 360 and divide it into 12, and you're going to get 30. So each sign is worth 30 degrees. Well, when you look at the heavens, it takes 72 years for the heavens to precess, meaning to move backwards 1 degree. So if we understand 1 degree is 72 years, right? And we multiply 12, right, times 72, right? When we multiply 72 times 30, you get 2,160. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Right. So each age being 2,160, then we can take that 2,160 years and start looking at it from the perspective of that is the age that we're in, the sign that we're in. This is the energy that is over the globe. This is the energy that is underneath this, the undercurrent of what's going on. So the age of Pisces lasts for 2,160 years. The age prior to it, which is the age of Aries, lasted 2,160 years. And then so forth and so forth and so forth. So just keep in the back of your mind that we're talking about a period of over 2,000 years, right? Give or take.
Yeah.
And so understanding precession, the sky moves backwards as it goes. The way we know that, the way we would know the age, to really demark the age, is on March 21st, right? Every year we look out on the horizon in the sky and see what the constellation is, what sun the constellation is in when the sun is rising March 21st. Every year. So right now, as it rises on March 21st, it's about 6 degrees Pisces.
Yeah.
Right. So we just do simple math, right? We got 72 years, right? I just rounded to 70. 70 times 6 is about 420 some odd years plus before we're actually in the next age. Right? Give or take a few years. So we have about that period of time left. So we're actually at the end of the age, but we're not in the age of Aquarius yet.
Yeah.
We're on the cusp of the cusp. So understanding that, when we talk about the age of Pisces, we also have to talk about the age that precedes it, because that kind of gives us the pretext to what is going to occur in the age. And so the age of Aries is the age prior to the age of Pisces. And I know most people are thinking in their mind, well, Aries is how does it that goes from Aries to Pisces when Pisces starts it off and it goes forward? Remember, again, the ages move backwards through the sign. So it would go from Aries to Pisces to Aquarius to Capricorn to Sag and so forth, going backwards.
And this is one thing I wanted to add. This is, we've touched this before, but the precession is one of the key differences between the sidereal and tropical approaches to astrology.
Absolutely. The sidereal takes into account the movement of the planet, the movement of precession and the movement of the sky, and also it reflects what is actually in the heavens as we speak when we look at planetary placements. So we don't look at necessarily what's on paper, even though we use ephemeris and paper to reflect what is in the sky, we actually use what is actually in the heavens and not something that has been appropriated for another time. But that's a whole other topic. I'm sure at some point we may delve into. Nonetheless, absolutely, brother, this is based on sidereal astrology. That's the only way you can get an age, is by using sidereal astrology.
Yeah.
So, understanding these ages, the age of Aries, right? Aries is the sign of war, of conquering, of subduing, of pioneering, of moving into unknown territories, right? And so the age of Aries is just that, when, if we will, the Western man kind of was released from his tenure in the caves and hills, right? And so you begin to see at this age, during this age, just 2,160 year period, war is all around the globe. And so you see this conquering of peoples, this subduing, this overwhelming force of people that come out of nowhere and seemingly change how things are done, from a very spiritual outlook to one that's a very much more materialistic outlook. But nonetheless, right, we'll do the ages. We'll do one on the age of Aries, which is quite phenomenal as well. Just seeing how that age facilitated so much war, so much conquering.
Yeah.
But to bring us kind of, forward somewhat, we know that between all fire and water signs are what we call Gandanta zones. Between 29 degrees, 29 degrees of any water sign to about 1 degrees of any fire sign, that zone is what we call the Gandanta zone. So that is kind of like the point in which things are really topsy-turvy in that area of the sky, right? In that zone, or when things pass through or kind of affected by that energetic area. And so we know that the age of Pisces began around, right, I'm going to say between 325 to 330 AD. Some people push it to 300. Some people push it a little after, maybe even 360, 370. Remember, we're talking 72 years is 1 degree, right? And if we take 72 times 2 is 144. 144 is that kind of, that little 144 years is kind of like a zone where this is when the shift really happens, right? When the flux changes over from one thing to another. And so we know right around that time, 300 AD, 300-ish, that's when Christianity as a religion began to take birth, began to take root. In order for that to happen, several things kind of took place at that time, one of which is called the Council of Nicaea, which is convened by an individual by the name of Constantine. He's a Roman emperor, or was a Roman emperor at the time. And this Council of Nicaea was generated so that they could come up with a consensus and a streamlined understanding of how they're going to approach this newfound way of life and religion, if you will.
Yeah.
Now, talking about the age of Pisces, since we're now we're out of the age of Aries, we're into right around 300-ish, like I said, AD, and we've moved out of the age of war, right? We're talking about the Roman Empire is beginning to fall at this point, y'all. Right? Well, it needs a reinfusion. In fact, in the area at the time, there was a lot of different factions with regards to the ways that these people kind of did their everyday life. So some of them were pagan, some of them were Christian, some of them I'm sure were agnostic. They had different ways of doing it. But in order to kind of consolidate and make sure that this empire remained in power, right, there had to be a new approach. And this is all simultaneously happening when the ages are switching over from one age to the next. So war is no longer the means, right? And at this time, you're talking Egypt is still a big piece of the breadbasket of Rome. Right?
Yeah.
In ancient times, Egypt was the breadbasket of Rome.
You know, the interesting thing about that is that you know, a lot of people think that that's, you know, Rome was trying to conquer Egypt for its gold and stuff like that, but it was for its agricultural capability.
Oh man, I mean, you could grow anything on the Nile. To this day, you drop a seed on that soil and walk away, and it will take root.
Yeah.
So, you know, being the breadbasket of...
And one more thing, and that's the reason why Italy is known for what it's known for. The pastas, the breads, because it wasn't producing that stuff on its own back in the day.
No, not by a long shot. And so, you know, understanding that at that time, you know, Egypt is still a very big player in the world scene. It's not some backwater little country. This is a serious... I mean, you must understand, the pyramids still looked fairly decent at this time.
Yeah.
I mean, it looked still close to what it would look like had it been in its heyday. So
it had the limestone on it.
Right. Because the limestone was taken off the pyramids to build mosques, folks.
Yep.
So the limestone was still there. We're talking about Cleopatra and all these kind of people are still around at this time. So Egypt is still a very major player in the world scene. And they have a very strong impact on the world of Rome, on the thoughts of Rome, the customs of Rome, all these things. But that's another story. But trust me, Christianity is more than influenced by the spiritual systems of ancient Egypt.
Oh, yeah.
In fact, just as a side note, talking about the Council of Nicaea and talking about some of the things that they did, one of the things the councils did, maybe not at this council, but as they progressed, is to canonize certain books that would be facilitated in what we now call the Bible. And so whatever was not considered canon, obviously, you know, was considered heretic, right? Or, you know, it's heresy if you were to read it. But nonetheless, certain books that weren't included, some of those books, in fact, a cache of them called the Naqsh Hammadi Library was found in ancient Egypt. Now, why would biblical texts or scriptures that weren't included be found in a place like Egypt? You would think it'd be found in the Middle East in some Dead Sea cave somewhere, some cave near the Dead Sea or something like that. And they have some Dead Sea Scrolls too. But these scrolls were found in Egypt.
Yeah.
And so it shows that Egypt was a major player at the time when these religions were being created. Or this religion, rather, was being created. So let's talk about the age, right? Now we can have some pretext and some context. Let's talk about the age itself. Well, the age of Pisces is ruled by Jupiter, right? And Jupiter is the planet of religion, bar none. Right? It is the planet of religion. Well, what is being birthed at this time? The world's so-called first monotheistic religion, right, is being birthed. Well, Jupiter is now taking over on the scene.
Yeah.
Right. No longer is it the conquering. In fact, Constantine said himself, "We will conquer through this sign."
Mm-hmm.
So religion is the new mainstay in the world at this time. It's the new kid on the block, right? The new way of doing things, right? And so Jupiter ruling religion is, you can see that this is the inception of when this world view will change.
Well, and I mean, and another thing, I mean, we mentioned it, but I just wanted to emphasize that, you know, Constantine is considered the first Christian, you know, major world leader at this time, or not just in general, ever, right?
Right.
And the Council of Nicaea is, you know, I mean, that's how you got the books that you have in the Bible and the emphasis of Jesus as well. All comes out of this right here at the beginning of the Age of Pisces.
Yes, sir. I mean, Jupiter, the religion, the religiosity, that as a kind of way of life is taking over, and the momentum of that is far-reaching. Because when we talk about these ages, and we get into how the turning points of these ages, we're going to see how this religion spreads quickly. But moving into it, also talking about Jupiter, we also can talk about expansion, because Jupiter is the planet of expansion and growth.
Yeah.
Right? And so, really just giving some people some raw data to match, because when you look at astrology, it's right brain and it's left brain. Well, the right brain side is, Jupiter, the symbols, and, kind of what the symbology of it is, but the left brain side is to take the data that we see and to see how it correlates with what the symbols are revealing. And we can see that in this particular age, in fact, just thinking about it, folks, I mean, up until the 20th century, there were only 1.5 billion people on the globe at a given time. By 1927, the number jumps to 2 billion. By 1950, the number jumps to 2.5 billion. I know it seems slow, but just keep listening. By 1970, we're looking at 3.7 billion people on the globe. 1980, 4.5. 1990, 5.3. By 2000, we're at 6 billion. 10 years ago, we were at 7. And in 10 years, 5 years from now, we'll be at 8 billion people on the planet. That means within a 100-year period of time, the exponential growth on this planet of people has skyrocketed. That is Jupiter, bar none. Expansion, growth, multiplication, all of those things that Jupiter rules. Right? So not only did we mention religion as a mainstay, well, check, right? Now we got expansion, and we can see the expansion in the world, check, right? So we see this is the age we're talking. Right? Now, keep it in mind, right? Yes, right? Jupiter is ruling, so Christianity is taking root. Really, it's the deal, and we're talking expansion because Christianity didn't just stay in that region; it went everywhere. There's not a place on the globe that Christianity has not touched. So again, expansion through religion, always still focusing back on the points that Pisces is revealing to us about what is going on in the world at this time. So continuing, right, now we're talking about religion, talking about expansion, growth, explosions of population on the planet, right? Getting further into this age, right, we're talking now, the Holy Roman Empire has taken its root on the world. It rules the world. Right? But simultaneous, the Dark Ages ensue. Right? Now, remember, during this time, we have the Crusades, right? All the Crusades were about is religion. Of course, wealth and pillaging, but in the name of religion, yes.
Yeah.
But religion is still the fundamental reasoning behind it.
Yeah.
So again, religious themes. I mean, just repetitiously for thousands of years, we're looking at this as what is going on. Now, I say people say, "What about Africa?" Yes. Well, guess what? What happened in 700 A.D.? Another new religion was born, and it also sought expansion in the region in which it was in, which is the religion we now know is what is called Islam. It wasn't always called Islam. It's called Mohammedanism at one point.
Mm-hmm.
So, but nonetheless, this is another religion that is expanding and spreading and taking over in its name. Same theme, different religion, different, same thing, right? But just underneath a different disguise. So you can see religion as a mainstay of this age. Now moving in and talking about it, because they talk about the Dark Ages, and I know, right, for all intents and purposes, right, because they're saying that Europe was dark and all this kind of stuff, right? I get it, but they also might be kind of hinting to the Moors that came in and civilized them when they were in the Dark Ages.
Yeah.
To give them some of the advancements that they have, because obviously the church was hoarding knowledge. The church is a whore when it comes to knowledge. She hoards it. Don't you think for 1 minute that the Vatican don't got a whole lot of scriptures that they got from someplace they'll never tell you where they get them from.
Yeah. We might find out something though. You know,
oh, you gonna find out something, all right.
Yeah.
Right, be the end of the church, pretty much. But you know what I mean. Like, this is to understand that this is the power that this entity has. What we call the church. I mean, it's the most powerful thing on the planet. But even still, within the construct of this age, we have the Dark Ages, and then we have an Enlightenment so-called period. Well, Jupiter is also enlightenment. In fact, Pisces is the sign of enlightenment.
Yeah.
So you see how these themes keep running over and over. They keep presenting themselves over and over and over and over and over, right? Because this is the age, this is the time, this is the pulse of the planet. This is what's going on. This is what's being this is the divine plan at work, if you will.
Yeah.
Now, moving in and talking about Jupiter, well, you know, in fact, kind of segueing from Jupiter, Pisces is also a water sign. And so water, right, it doesn't deal with logic. It doesn't deal with reality. It deals with irrationality, emotions, sentimentality, illusions, dreams, right? When you're underwater, you know, your range of sight is limited.
Yeah.
So now, understanding when they say the Dark Ages, when you look into water itself is clear. You can't pick up water and it's blue.
No.
But when you look into the water, because the depth of the water, because the water obscures things, right? Then we can talk about the darkness that comes with, right, water. In fact, even in Chinese, right, thinking and TCM and Taoist thinking, water is also associated with ignorance, with youthfulness.
Yep. 29 hexagram.
There it is, exactly. So you're understanding that water universally is a symbol where you're not seeing properly. You're feeling, not seeing. And if you notice around, people don't operate, I mean, we're beginning to, because the age's powers are waning and there's a switching at hand. But still, most folks are still very sentimental when it comes to Jesus and Christianity and their belief systems. Science and the things that are advancing and the uncovering of the truths that have been hidden, obscured by water, obscured by religion, hidden by the powers that be. Yes, those things are bubbling up to the surface now.
Indeed. I mean, and to that point, you know, I don't know about you, but I mean, it is, you know, like a little while ago, I was just kind of thinking about it, and it's kind of odd how pretty much every major culture across the globe has a hard time recovering their ancient traditions, right? Like everybody, even the one, like for black people, it makes sense, right? We were displaced, you know, brought to a whole nother, you know, totally cut from, so you can, there's some logic to that. But I'm talking about cultures that's essentially been in the same place for thousands of years. They don't even remember everything like that. So it's like we've gone through like this massive, you know, brainwash amnesia episode during this period of time.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. And the thing is that, you know, water is also memory, but the thing is that it's not Pisces doesn't facilitate that kind of energy where it's readily there. It's Pisces is vacuous. It's expansive. It's endless, right? And so, being that endless type of thing, when you have that type of energy overlaid, it creates kind of a mental fog, a mental sleep, because in fact, the 12th sign is connected to the 12th house, and the 12th house is sleep.
Yeah.
Right. It's being, and if you think about it, and especially from the black, I mean, we can say it from the black man's perspective, it's like we've been asleep for 2,000 years, it seems.
Yeah.
And we're waking up, and when you wake up, you crusty eye, you gotta brush your teeth, man, get you some water. It takes a while to acclimate to reality.
Yeah.
Right? But nonetheless, right? And great point, man, because that's exactly what we're experiencing, is just that amnesia type feeling where, what happened? Where are we? How did we get here? Right? And in fact, in India, there's one of the avatars of Vishnu was called Krishna. They have a city that's supposed to be connected to Krishna called Dwarpa. Well, Dwarpa was recorded. Well, they mentioned it in a book called the Mahabharata, which is a book about an ancient war that happened in India. But in there, the city named Dwarpa is supposedly, it disappeared. Well, they found the city, right? It literally is. It's a real city, and so it existed about 5,000 A.D. 5,000 before the Common Era. So we're talking quite old. But again, you would think that the people in India would still have that knowledge and access to it because it's right there off the coast. But the water covered it and obscured it, and it erased it from their memory. That's exactly what happened. And so, recovering that memory, uncovering those secrets, right? That's all Pisces stuff. But even talking about the sign, the symbol of Pisces, which are two fish swimming in opposite directions, well, kind of coinkadinkle that the sign for Christianity is what?
The fish.
The fish.
Even got a radio station.
See what I'm saying? Like, you just can't get any, like the symbol itself. The symbol was there before Christianity got here.
Yeah.
So, right, now we have an age that is even the religion, the theme of the sign and the religion they coincide. That just, you can't get any better. I mean, I know people say the Pope's hat looks like a fish. I've heard that before. I don't know if that necessarily is what was the intended idea, but it does look like a fish.
A little bit.
A little bit.
Might be a stretch.
Right, little twist and turn.
Yeah.
But it sure isn't far-fetched that they took place of the Comitian ideology and thought processes, especially by the way of their garb and their religiosity and their rituals and their religious approach.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So you see what I mean? Like, it's right hand and sing, but nonetheless, talking about that symbol, seeing the symbol in connection to the religion itself, shows you that clearly that this is the age that is at hand. And within the construct of this, we're also talking about some serious stuff happening at this time, folks. We're talking about the Inquisitions, Protestantism, like I said, the Crusades. There's a lot going on, and all this is centered around religion. Everything that we've mentioned. Now, talking about kind of how we navigate this time period and understand, what's unfolding, what's happening. Well, we mentioned in last season something called nakshatras. And nakshatras are the way we kind of delineate the signs and kind of separate the energies within each sign one from another. So not all Piscean energy runs the same. Not all Aryan energy runs the same. They have some different vectors within that energy construct. And so Pisces has 3 primary energy zones called nakshatras. One is called Ravati, the other is Uttara Bhadrapada, and the other is Purva Bhadrapada. And so those 3, right, are broken down, and each one of those is 13 degrees 20 minutes. 13 degrees 20 minutes of each one yields about 960 years for each cycle, or for each nakshatra.
Yeah.
So we can talk about like different zones or different activities within the age of Pisces. If that makes sense.
Indeed.
Right. So understanding this thing starts off with Ravati, right? And Ravati is ruled by the planet Mercury. So this is a portion of Pisces that is going to be mercurial in nature. When we say mercurial, meaning that Mercury is going to have influence on Piscean type themes. So remember we said it's ruled by Jupiter. So now we're talking about from 330 AD to 1250 AD, right? And to give you the quick math, right? From 330 AD to 1250 AD is 960 years. When we take 72 years for, right, 72 years for 1 degree, and we know there's 13.33 because we're rounding it up, 13 degrees 20 minutes equals right around 13.33. Multiply that as 72, that's how you get your 960 years per nakshatra. So from the year of 330 to right around 1250, we're talking about spreading the message of Christianity, globalizing the religion, increasingly refining and also proselytizing the message of Jesus Christ, right? From 330 to 1250. This is, and you can look in history and they will show you that they ran over Europe with this knowledge. This was the time that they were setting up shop within the different little small, what you would call peoples, Germanic peoples, Saxons and all these different, they were setting up the religion as the main reason and the main way of doing things. So from that period of time, proselytizing, and then we talk and we make a drastic turn right around 1250 AD. Well, guess what? In history, right, this is when the Inquisitions begin.
Yeah.
And the Inquisitions is another twist, right, within the religious context. So we said that Ravati, which is from 330 AD to 1250 AD, which is ruled by Mercury or co-ruled by Mercury. Now we're in the Uttara Bhadrapada phase or nakshatra of Pisces from 1250 AD to 2250 AD. So we're still in that Uttara Bhadrapada phase. And this portion of Pisces is ruled by Saturn.
Yeah.
So Saturn deals with morbidity, right? Fearfulness, brutality, cruelty, harshness, insensitivity, right? All the things that could come out. First of all, with the jump off with the Inquisitions, which really started right between from 1184 to right around 1250. That's when it really got kicking off, and 1250 the party was started. We're talking Saturn is now in play within the context of religiosity, right?
Yeah.
So this is, and I mean, folks, you want to talk about how history can show you some very horrendous things. Look at the Inquisitions. I mean, they did some pretty graphic things. They probably got ready to, that's where they got slavery pretty much, right? We can do this, right, before we even get started.
Yeah.
Type deal. Right? But they brutal tortures, brutal stuff you don't even wish you'd even be repeating. It's just that brutal. Taking things that you wouldn't even think about doing things with and torturing you with them.
Yeah.
Witch hunts, and this is all from heresy. This is all because some people didn't want to practice Christianity the way the Catholic Church prescribed.
I mean, you can look it up. That was the whole justification. I mean, of course, we know they had other, reasons for what they, did with slavery. But, as far as when they got permission from the Pope, the Bible, Christianity was used to give that permission.
Yeah. It's like a sleep at night.
You
They can sleep at night. All these heathens. Right? So, and again, I mean, perfect example, because slavery, which is the next major significator or revealer of the age, right? Because we're looking for things that will reveal something that would match or connect to this particular portion of time. So between 1250, think about it, between 1250 to 1400s, it's only 150 to 200 years. 1400s, 1492 is when the party gets started. January 1st, 1492 to be exact, when they removed the Moors from Europe. And then shortly thereafter, here comes your good old boy, Christopher Columbus.
Cristobal Colon.
Right? And so he's on the scene. Of course, that's a whole, we know that's not true the way they portray it, but just use him as an example. He goes over and he meets some people that he thinks are so-called Indians, and he says, well, I'm going to just go on and put you up on game. Welcome to Jesus, right? And you give me the gold, I'll give you Jesus, right? And then the rest is history, right? So, you see me? But it's still under a religious what? Theme.
Yep.
Not only to mention, because when we talked about the water sign, is a water sign. So, right, this religion is being expanded, Jupiter, through what? Water.
Yep. Seafaring.
Seafaring. All Piscean themes.
Christopher Columbus in 1492 sailed the ocean blue.
Right? See what I mean?
Yeah.
So you see what I mean? Like, this is not, when we start seeing the patterns of history, it's really phenomenal to see how astrology is the undergirding thing that is the bedrock from where these things grow from.
Yeah.
It's the soil from which they spring. Right? So Saturn is there. Saturn, 1492. That's not far from 1250, is it?
No, not at all.
And we're talking Jonah Ark, all that kind of stuff, you know what I mean? The Demolay. Most people don't know what Demolay. That's where Demolay is connected to the Crusaders, which connected to the Knights Templar,
Yeah.
which connected to Masonry.
Yep.
So, I mean, you see how this is all interwoven. But you don't really get this in school. This is the real stuff they should have been teaching us in school, right?
Yeah.
So, understanding that Saturn is the real catalyst in this, right? He's the one that's activating the Jupiterian energy. That's how you read nakshatras. So Saturn is now putting its twist on it, and Saturn, remember, it brings morbidity, coldness, and fear, but it also brings slavery.
Yeah.
And so 1492, 1400s, 1500s, 1600s, 1700s, 1800s, 1900s. This is slavery, right?
Yeah.
Apartheid, colonialism, genocide, Jim Crow, segregation, Saturn.
Yep. Saturn's also dark people.
Hello.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? So you see, this is what's this is the time as unfolds. Right? Not only to mention that during this time period we're talking about the Opium Wars. And most people don't even know about the Opium Wars. I know folks are tripping on, China right now, but China really ain't got much to do with this, folks. Tell you the truth. Hate to burst your bubble, but it really doesn't. It's more of a recipient than the cause. But nonetheless, right? The Opium Wars is when the Europeans, British, right, had a thing for opium, and so they made sure. In fact, they killed 100 million Chinese to make sure that the opium stayed flowing. So, keep this in mind. This is all still expansion, but now expansion in the name of business. And guess what, folks? Jupiter also rules banks and bankers. And who rules the world today?
Bankers.
So see, you're not wiggling out of this thing. You think, oh, well, religion is the only means? Nope. It covers you on all bases.
Oh, yeah.
So, keeping that in mind, we talk about the duality of this, because now we're talking about the age of Pisces. It's a dual sign. And being dual, meaning mutable, it goes back and forth. It's unstable. It's flux. So being a dual sign, it talks about when we're thinking about the dual thing. Well, remember, all dual signs have two things happening at once. Right? All mutable signs are dual. Just a little FYI astrological, right, tidbit. All dual signs, mutable signs, have two things inside of them. Gemini has male and female. Virgo has the problems of dealing within themselves, so they're battling within themselves.
Yeah.
Right? Then you have Sagittarius, which is the half horse, half man, dual. Then you have Pisces, which is two fish, dual. So all mutable signs are dual in nature. And being dual in nature, right, there's duplicitousness inside of it. So when we talk about the two fish, now we can understand what the two fish mean. The one fish that's swimming one way is spirituality, is truth, is rituals, right? It's uprightness, it's morality. But the other one is bigotry, poverty, misfortune, extremism, excesses. And we understand what happens when the body produces excesses through too much growth.
You get masses, cancer.
Cancer. Abscesses, cancer. Well, the world is kind of cancerous right now through all of the excesses that we've been producing, through the unprecedented growth of mankind. Now, when we talk about expansion, well, guess where else we're expanding now?
Space.
Space. And there's junk and excess up there too.
It make no sense.
It's everywhere.
It makes no sense.
It doesn't. It's just ridiculously uncontrolled. Well, we talked about that uncontrolled kind of recompense in the Age of Aquarius. So now we see why the Age of Aquarius has to happen. It's just too much. Right? And understanding this and understanding the age and how things are working, right? Considering for all intents and purposes, the way we're headed is like we're blindly walking into some cliff we don't even think is there, but we know it's there. That's hypocritical. It's like saying, yeah, I know it's there, but I don't really care.
Yeah.
Whatever. Yeah, whatever. We all gotta die someday, right? It's that kind of inevitable, oh well, energy. And that is the Saturnian twist on this Piscean energy. It's the doubtfulness of what we really know to be true. We know that this world is a mess. We know we know the law should be recycling. The law should be you have to recycle. It shouldn't even be an option. It shouldn't be an option to recycle to save the planet. That shouldn't be an option. So it seems like this is showing that these ages are there to bring the maturity to man so that he understands the value of what he has and who he is and all kinds of other things. But it's a cathartic process.
Yeah.
The 12th sign, being like the 12th house, connects to sleep, but it also connects to debt. It connects to imprisonment. So, slavery didn't stop. It just changed shape.
Yeah.
And so the new slave is the new prisoner. The new prisoner is the new slave. Slave ships in the middle of nowhere. Why is the population of the system primarily African American and Latino men? This is not an accident. This is not happenstance because we're people are less intelligent or more intelligent. It has to do with you're a product of your environment. And if I can control your environment, I can control you as a product. So understanding how these systemic things work, then you understand, hey, I need to know what time it is. And folks, we are dealing with unprecedented expansion and the consequence thereof by dealing with the coronavirus. That's what this is.
Yeah.
There's two theories, and I don't know which theory is correct because I'm not a doctor in that regard. But I can tell you this much. Either theory, it's still both a relentless expansion of what was the cause of this thing. Some they say it was eating bats and all that. I don't know if that's true. But let's say for devil's advocate's sake it is. It's still expansion and growth beyond your ring past not. See, understanding that Ma'at, which is also representative of Jupiter, also connects to Pisces.
Yeah.
Right? Understands that there's a law and there's consequences to the violation of that law. Which when you expand beyond your ring past not, you might get a little something called a wake-up call.
Yeah.
But that's what we're dealing with. And it's because one country can traverse to another country without any type of checks or balances, and now we have a whole system that's inculcated into expansion and growth, and nothing can stop it. Nothing, you can't stop it. So something will stop it. It's called the Age of Aquarius.
Yeah.
All the checks and balances is waiting on you. But you see what I mean? This is how we begin to understand the ages and how they unfold. And this is what we're dealing with as we speak. So with that, we will table the conversation and show you, and you can actually see that we are in the age of Pisces. We won't be into the age of Aquarius till about 2500 AD.
Yeah.
So we've got a little bit to go. We're in the cusp on the cusp, right? About 2250 will be actually in the 3-degree zone, which you really will. It will look and feel more like the age of Aquarius, but it still won't technically be there until we cross the 2500 year mark. Give or take, like I said, a few. I know some folks are so technically oriented. Well, what's the exact year? I can give you the exact year. In fact, I think I gave it to the folks last when we did the show on the Age of Aquarius. So if you want to know the exact year, you got to go back and listen to that show. Right?
I think maybe around like 312.
You might be right.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, understanding that these ages are very real. The pulse of the planet is very real. The consequences of not understanding what's going on is very real. And so when you're seeing this, and this is the knowledge that was bequeathed to us and how we ruled for so long. Remember, America is only 250 years old. There's civilizations that have ruled for 4,000 to 5,000 years, which have seen repetitious.
And that's conservative.
Yeah, that's very conservative, right? So I mean, this is a drop in the bucket, y'all, as far as what we're seeing, as far as the world is concerned. But this is a time where, yes, we have never seen this much growth, never seen this much expansion, and never seen this much interaction globally at any given time. So with that type of atmosphere and world we live in, yeah, it doesn't take much to shake and rattle, things like it's like what's happening right now. And if we're not careful, this is just a precursor of something that really can shift, and change things in a much more drastic way. So hopefully, folks, we take this serious and we really do grab the bull by the horns and knock this out.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. So, as we wrap this up, I want to remind you all that, this episode was brought to you by Pushing Forward Media Group and Calipusha Astrology. Make sure you follow us on all platforms. We're at Instagram at Cosmic Convo. We're at Facebook at Cosmic Convos as well. And we're on all platforms except Tidal. So we work we working on that, but we're on every other, podcasting platform out there, including YouTube. So, go check us out, like, share, get other people to listen. And like I said, we're going to be releasing more details on the Patreon as well, for you guys to get more engaged with the show and kind of, help support the show so we can grow and take it to a new level. Brother Rod, do you got anything that you want to, give to the people before we check out?
Yeah, definitely. So I've been pretty busy just trying to really get these classes out to the people. We've had a successful class for astrology fundamentals, and basically astrology fundamentals, what it is you learning the nuts and bolts, the basics of astrology, and really understanding the inner workings of it. Astrologers, they can wow you with a lot of different things and different techniques and stuff like that, but none of them can hold a candle to someone that holds a great deal of knowledge with regards to the fundamentals, because that's really where you do understand how and why things manifest. And so that has happened. Astrology fundamentals level 1 was completed, and we are on level 2. So if you're interested, definitely hit me up. Either one of those avenues, either via IG, Facebook, or through Gmail. Get at me. We're doing level 2, and so level 2 will be in full swing until July 5th, right around July, and that will be the end of the semester. And then the next semester will pick up right in August, and then we'll carry that right into the holidays, right around Thanksgiving. So it takes about a good year to a year and a half, folks, to really get the nuts and bolts of astrology, to be comfortable and to be fluid enough to really do it properly. You can't learn it in a couple of months. You can't learn it in a couple of... I even still learn to this day, and anyone that tells you they've mastered astrology is giving them a really special look, because you can't master it in one lifetime.
Yeah.
That's how vast it is. So I take people, give you the basics, give you the real strong foundation, and then that's where you as an individual become an astrologer, and then you take on those very specific techniques and things that you want to do and learn and master and so forth. And so I am offering those classes. Again, we have level 1, we have level 2, and level 3. And if you're interested, again, hit me up. Definitely let me know, and I will shoot you a kite and let you know about how to join and how much it is, and how we facilitate the courses.
Indeed. Also, I wanted to let y'all know that I know I've been talking about the short films and stuff like that. So finally dropped Ninth Lord Films. That's the film arm of Push It Forward Media Group. And, we got a short film coming up, and it's in the post-production stage right now. And maybe I'll post, the logo, for the film company, and see if y'all can figure out, A, what's the ninth lord of my chart? 'Cause that's what's driving the whole name and everything. And B, what nakshatra is falling in, because the logo has a lot of astrological symbology in it. So, maybe we'll put something out there for that. Indeed. And on another note, hit Brother Rob for the consultations as well. We're in a very key time. A lot of things are changing, and you want to be informed. You want to make informed decisions. And astrology is one of those tools that helps you do that. I do it. Brother Ra uses it. And you want to know what time you're in, and how to move accordingly. Because it's going to be key moving forward, without a doubt.
Oh, indeed. I mean, if you have investments, if you're trying to buy a house, if you're thinking about moving to another place, if you think about getting married, if you're thinking about having children, if you have children and want to know what the best way is to guide your child, where to put your child, what's your child's gifts, attributes, and proclivities and talents, all those things can be revealed. But in fact, this is a very crucial time. You do want to know what's going on in your life spiritually and psychologically speaking. So definitely hit me up. Let me know. My rates can be easily disseminated. In fact, hit me up. And there's a special I got going on right now because classes are starting. I'm trying to kind of bring the people that I do readings over on into the classes so that they can begin to read for themselves and to kind of navigate their own charts. So if you're interested, if you do get a chart reading, you do get a discount on the classes. That's another thing to keep in mind as well. So definitely hit me up if you're interested.
Indeed. So, with all that being said, thank you all for tuning in to episode 1 of season 2. We got a lot of, great episodes, a lot of great, information and stuff like that to share with you this season. So definitely stay tuned in, and stay safe out there. Make sure you build your immunity up. Don't get caught up in the hype of, all the fear and everything like that. Don't let the news and everybody scare you. Stay peaceful. And we'll, be right here, same place next week. All right? Peace.
Peace.
You are now tuned in to the Cosmic Convos podcast, your number one source for accurate, relevant, and thought-provoking astrological conversations in the podcast nation. The place where stars and minds align.
Peace. You're now tuned into the Cosmic Convos podcast. I'm your humble host, Rahu, and we got good brother Rob. How you doing?
I'm doing all right, brother. Doing all right. How about yourself, King?
Doing pretty good, in the midst of this whole corona situation, faring all right, we was talking earlier, I think the Rona might have got me last week or something.
Yeah, I think it's more trying to hang out with your brother too, man. So we all right, got a pretty strong immune system. My person usually doesn't befall to things, but something definitely in the air, folks. So definitely strap up and buckle up and keep yourself healthy.
Indeed, man. You don't want to. Yeah, don't play no games with it, man. Make sure you're taking your vitamin C and all that good stuff, man. All them good supplements out there, man, to help, fight that thing off, man. Because it can happen to the best of us, man. But yeah, before I go any further, I want to remind you all that this podcast is brought to you by Push It Forward Media Group and Calipurusha Astrology. You can find Push It Forward Media Group at Push It Forward, PUSHITFWD on Instagram. You can hit us up on the web as well at pushitforward.com, spelled just like the Instagram. There we got, short films, we got interviews, we got a whole bunch of different things that, including this podcast that, Push It Forward Media Group is covering, right? We also got Ninth Floor Films, so go check us out. Brother Rob, tell them how to get in touch with you and about Calipurusha Astrology.
Oh yeah, just same 3 platforms we've been rolling with. It's you can hit me up on Facebook at Shechem Ra. You can hit me up on IG at same tag, Shechem Ra, or you can hit me up at calipurusha@gmail.com.
Indeed. So yeah, man. We here at episode 2, season 2. Episode 1 did good, man. It did pretty good, man. People been hitting me up all over the place, man. We got some some new listeners, man, I can definitely see the foundation from season 1 kind of showing itself right now. What about you, brother Rod?
Oh, I absolutely agree. I've gotten some good feedback, positive feedback from a lot of different people as well. So I appreciate that, y'all. Keep up the comments and letting us know that we're doing a good job. So I'd say that season 2 is just going to be, next level where we get deeper into it. And you can always go back to season 1 and, follow from there and really kind of catch up, binge listen, as they say.
Yeah.
And, kind of come full speed ahead. But this season's definitely going to be something to be reckoned with.
Absolutely. I mean, it kind of, I've been getting a lot of like, man, y'all said last season that next year, things gonna get interesting and stuff like that, and boom, here it is, and like I keep telling people, it's not. I mean, it takes study, takes definitely some skill, some talent in there, but really, honestly, it's just God's language. We're just reading God's language, what God has to say. Is out there. Yeah, and another thing, those shows are timeless. They don't get old. The information will always be valid. So, we're moving along. We got episode numbers, but go back, listen to it. Trust me, it'll definitely tighten you up. It's just your astrological knowledge, and if you're trying to be an astrologer yourself, it'll definitely tighten you up. Because I think, I mean, even if you search, YouTube and stuff like that, when you start going into astrological ages, I mean, we kind of got a niche on that. It's not a lot of astrologers that touch that often. At least not even in the Vedic space. What about you, brother? Why you experience that same thing?
Yeah, I do get a lot of people that kind of make brief mentions of it, but they don't go into really a deep understanding of how to really. They don't really unpack it.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Like they don't really really show what it is that we're looking at, how to kind of bring it down to earth, if you will. It becomes very right-brained, if you will, which is good. But, we need both sides of the brain to kind of understand the thing. So, you can give me all these adjectives and kind of things that describe it, but how does it apply to today? Like we're experiencing today. Man, because of his excesses and greeds, his imbalances, that obviously we're still in the Jupiter period. We're still learning those lessons. We're experiencing some of those, the fallout from those lessons when you don't learn it. And so things that go beyond, natural order, right, is what a Jupiter negative aspect of Jupiter can be in many regards. Not to say that it was created either in a laboratory, and we're talking about coronavirus again, not to say it was created in a laboratory or it came from a bat or some other animal that was being eaten. Who knows, right? But either way, right, some violation of natural law has occurred, right? And so we're now subject to learning those lessons, but we're still in the time and space and energy of that Piscean era. And so hopefully, we will learn very valuable lessons through the kind of transformations that we go through, which, the Piscean era is going to show. When you're not conscientious of things that are around you and not using things for its intent and purpose for, understanding form and function, then you're going to always reap some consequence. And, there's always something on the other side to teach you that lesson.
Indeed. So, before we jump all the way in, I did want to, mention a couple things. I know last show, told you all that, we were going to get a Patreon ruling, get a Patreon going, and, we got that all set up now. So now, it's an opportunity for you all to, be a part of the show in a major way or whatnot. So, we got 4 tiers, reasonably priced. And, I'm not going to go down the whole, jig right now. Maybe at the end of the show, I touch on each tier a little bit. But I think that, it's a good bang for your buck, and if you guys, like this show, like what we're doing, we'll definitely appreciate you guys, showing us some love on Patreon and, really helping us take it to the next level. You know what I mean? What do you think, Brother Rob?
Oh man, that's an excellent way to try to take the platform higher, and folks, it's all about y'all. Without y'all, we wouldn't be here, right? The listeners are really the fundamental reason why we're doing this. So by all means, at whatever level you can, participate. And if you can't participate, just spread the word, get it to other people, get it out there so that people can really kind of become abreast of how the universe works in our everyday lives.
Absolutely. So maybe at the end of the show, I'll get some more details. I'll put some more details out about the Patreon. But enough of all this talking. Let's get into today's show. So this is, this is like a part 2, of what we ended season 1 with. And at the end of season 1, we dropped those 3 episodes, classic episodes, during the winter solstice, which was also a major eclipse that occurred in the world at that time. And, we gave some insights of what type of things will happen, but we also told you that things will be happening to come. And that's what we're going to break down in this show. And we're seeing those effects right now. So I know everybody been itching for us to talk about, the coronavirus and where's the country going, the recession. That's another show we had. We did that back in September. And we I mean, we were pretty on point. You know what I'm saying? Simply looking at the charts, United States charts, other, major charts in the world, and taking it from there. So, as far as post eclipse, I'm gonna let you go ahead and just kind of, go in from your perspective, kind of where you want to start, with this show, because there's a lot of different things that's going on. So, you can go ahead and take it over, Brother Ron, and where you exactly want to start as far as post eclipse. What's the major players and the stars that's kind of giving us what we see right now?
Well, when we read the heavens, we really kind of look at it from an overall perspective, and we can see certain things that are key underliers, but it's almost like a formula, a mathematical formula, and really that is what it is. It's just qualitative knowledge versus quantitative, right?
Yeah.
But qualitative is still just as relative as quantitative, and it is quantitative as well when you understand timing. But to understand the general milieu or atmosphere, what's going on, we have to look at everything. But the first thing you always want to understand is that the nodes are key players in anything that's strange or odd or sudden, right, or unexpected. And so when you look at and understand, for example, when we had the eclipse produced something that is going to kind of manifest itself over a given period of time. And the eclipse itself, number one, impacted America in a very specific way because it occurred in America's ascendant. Now, I know a lot of people out there kind of contested the fact that America's ascendant is Sagittarius. But folks, look, I'm going to show you in just a minute here how to look at this to understand that this is America's ascendant.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
Brother, what's some of the other ascendants that they throw out there?
The main one that I hear the most is Gemini.
I've heard, yeah.
And, the one that would probably be close runner-up would be Scorpio.
Mm-hmm.
And so
your guy in that what's the name of that book? Yeah, I think he has U.S. as a Virgo ascendant.
Yeah, I think I've seen that as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's definitely Sagittarius, folks, without a doubt. And I've tested it. I've looked at it. I've looked at the other ascendants that I've gotten wind of so far, and they just don't work. So with it being Sag ascendant, it really shows how planets are working in regards to, because remember, the United States of America is considered still to this day, I don't want to say the best country, but it is the country where everyone primarily is still trying to move to for the purposes of living the American dream.
Yeah.
And so understanding that, because it kind of sets the standard, right, if you will. And it's waning as we speak, but still in all, right? From Hollywood to even technical industry. I mean, of course, Asia and different countries have caught up and surpassed us in many different ways as a country. But at the same time, United States of America still is a major player, especially militarily speaking.
Yeah.
So, and when you understand, when I say militarily speaking, Sagittarius is a militant sign, right? So getting back to understanding what happens with this eclipse here, with these eclipses, so it happened in the ascendant of America. And so when something like that happens, and in fact, to kind of go backtrack a little, I did mention 6 months prior, and a prior eclipse that happened in June, noting that something with Iran would happen within the context of the eclipses. Well, Soleimani was murdered or killed, right? Whatever you want to call it. Murdered,
yeah.
Right. Shortly after the most recent eclipse, right? And so the eclipse, what it does, especially when you understand that it causes an eclipse of your will, right? The will of the people, the will of the country, the will of the government, right? Something happens suddenly, right? That is out of your control, that you react or act in a way that is almost as if you're acting headless, right? Or without regard, without understanding, right? Without comprehension, right? That's what an eclipse will do. And so it happened in the first house, which is also the head, which is also the primary base of any chart, the base of the country, right? So the extension from that is that reactionary. Now we take out Soleimani, right? And so understanding that this is a domino effect that happens shortly after that, right? When Rahu as it moves, right, and Ketu as they move, right, they still have to impact and move through these what we call nakshatras, right? They have to still have their effect. Now, in the sign of Gemini, right, Rahu is empowered, right? And Rahu represents certain things. It represents things that are that spread, right? It says in the text that Rahu expands. He doesn't expand, right? Jupiter expands. Rahu spreads, right?
Yeah.
And so what kind of things spread, bro? What type of things spread? What happens when things spread?
Disease. You know, what else is a spreader?
How about this? Rumors.
Oh yeah, rumors. Yeah.
Mm. Rumors spread very quickly, don't they?
Oh yeah.
Fears and phobias
Mm-hmm.
spread. Right. Anything that, of course, viruses, right? Diseases, as you mentioned. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Inflation, right? Spreads, right? Because in astrology, understand anything that spreads, it bubbles, right? And then it pops, and then it equalizes, right? That's the difference between Rahu. That's why he gives you what you want and then takes it what? Away.
Yep.
Saturn doesn't deny you. He just what? He makes you
And you gotta
work
earn
for
it.
it. Right. So do you understand the hidden essence behind Rahu, right? Is that it pops, right? It spreads, right? It's infectious, right? Emotions can be the same thing, right?
Yeah.
So understanding this in regards to when Rahu is in Gemini, Gemini also represents which part of the body within, we're talking about Kala Purusha or the cosmic man. Which part of the body is Gemini?
Gemini's lungs, right?
Oh, yes, sir.
Yeah.
So now you have the nature of why this disease would attack this part of the body, right? And remember, when this trigger, right, releases certain things, right, the trigger opens the portal for something to come from one realm to another, from an invisible realm to a what? Visible realm.
Yeah.
Right? So this is what Rahu does, right? He literally takes you from this side of reality and brings you to another side of reality. That's why when the eclipse happens, in the natural world, things go to sleep, right? The animals act like it's night.
Yeah.
Right? They go into another reality. And then when that reality then is removed, it's go back to the reality in which you were placed. That's why Rahu gives you what you want, and then he what? Takes you back to reality.
Yeah.
So he also gives you things that you what? Don't want. But it also fades. Right? Now this thing happens every 100 years, folks. It's nothing new. Right? This is something that process that happens throughout nature, right? Especially in large populations. So, understanding this further, when we get into understanding the axis point, and when Rahu hits the first house, or he's in the first house, he's going to reflect and hit the seventh house. And there's 4 planets in the seventh house of America's chart: Mars, Venus, Jupiter, and the Sun. So this Rahu actually is moving over these planets simultaneously, and Ketu is moving over the ascendant. Now, what happened exactly 19 years ago, almost to date?
September 11th.
Right, well, not almost to date, excuse me, folks. No, I'm thinking of another event. September 11th, right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, just watch and see, folks, how this unfolds. So 19 years ago, we had a major event that shifted reality. Ketu was in the ascendant, and Rahu was in the 7th house. Right? Now, it's affected the world. This thing that we're talking about is affected the world. We're going to talk about how that manifests as well through the heavens. But nonetheless, right, we're talking about here in America, right? We haven't even hit the peak yet.
Yeah. Of
this thing. Now, I'll tell you when things are going to get a little rough, folks. And I mean, it's very soon, right? It's obvious. If you have eyes, you can see, and your ears, you can hear. You know this thing's about to pop, right? And the southern node Ketu will be over America's ascendant right around from April 8th to April 10th. This is very close, very, very close. We're going to be probably the number one epicenter for this whole thing because of the nature of the country and the size of the country. See, the country itself is fairly large. Yes, people say, "Oh, well, what about Africa, brother?" Yeah, Africa is a very large nation. I mean, very large continent with many nations, but one nation itself is still fairly relative to the size of America.
Yeah.
So understanding that America is a fairly large nation, and so not only that, having and being a center for for world commerce and world transactions also is another systemic kind of thing that's being played out with this Rahu Ketu axis in the first and seventh house of America. So understanding that Jupiter rules America, Jupiter's a large planet, so the country would therefore what? Be large.
Yeah.
Okay. And America has expanded itself, not spread itself, right? Expanded itself over the whole known world. Right?
Yeah.
This is just Jupiter stuff, Sag stuff, right? So you understand and match it. It's not really hard to figure out. People say, what about Gemini? No, Gemini don't fit because Gemini doesn't do it by war, conquest. Sag does.
Yeah, and it's like the United States has like almost like it's war, but it's like war in their mind, or in this country's mind. It's like a philosophical disposition type of war, like they want to impose an ideology on you.
Big brother.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a Sag thing,
Yeah. I'm gonna help you because I can help you because it's a preacher thing, right? I mean, the country, they say it wasn't founded on religious context, but it's written into the Constitution itself.
Yeah.
So whether you say it's founded or not, it's still written into the whole ideology of countries' purview. But nonetheless, talking about this whole April 8th, 9th, and 10th piece, right? That's when this thing is going to start to really bubble up. And just like a pimple, I know many of us have had them, right? In teenage years. You first get a pimple, right? It don't pop first off, right? It swells and has to swell up to the point where it's going to now have the infection quarantined within that little pocket, and then, right, the body will then naturally produce something to expel it.
Yeah.
That is what we're going to see starting April 8th, 9th, and 10th. I don't know, right? Quite when it would be, but I would say this, folks. If we not, and I'm talking, I don't mean to be grotesque, but I have to be graphic enough for you to understand what it is and how to look at something. Because this is a right brain exercise using a left brain terminology, right? So, what planet do you think would be the planet that would cause the pop if you had to pick a planet of all the planets?
That will cause the pop?
Yeah, to cause that nice pop.
Mars.
Yes, sir. So what happens is, right, the self-containment thing, like it'll come up to a point where it'll be contained, and the heat of the summer, right, will kind of quell this thing down, right? It'll be kind of where it'll be isolated in certain areas. It's like the zit, right? But when the heat then at that point has isolated, or at least reduces it, or at least concentrates it, right? Because that's what you do, right? That's what heat does, right? It reduces something to its essence, right? When Rahu now moves into America's chart further, going to in the next into the next sign, Mars is at 0 degrees Gemini, right? So when Mars moves into that particular placement, right around September 23rd, that's when it's going to pop, right? And America will then have Rahu in the 6th house, and Ketu in the 7th. When the hospitals, if you think they're overwhelmed now, well, just wait till flu season regenerates, because anything
Ketu in the 12th.
I'm sorry, yes, Ketu in the 12th. If I said anything else, folks, I apologize. Rahu in the 6th, Ketu in the 12th, right? So Ketu in the 12th house is hospitals, right?
Yeah.
Wards, right? Mental wards, asylums, right? Any place where you need to go get healed. But the 6th house itself is disease, right? Imbalances, right? So when Rahu's there, now moving right, when Rahu moves right over Mars at 0 degrees Gemini, and he moves into the 6th house at Taurus at 29 degrees Gemini, right? That's when the pop, that's when the next flu season will regenerate, and now we'll have a whole another set of this to deal with. Once that has processed through, then this will be done.
Yeah.
The summertime will quell it, folks, right? But it won't stop it. It will regenerate. So, recombinate, right? And then, because that's what viruses do. That's why they become more difficult to deal with.
Yeah.
Nature of anything that is at a microscopic level does that, because it can change it quickly. Go ahead.
Indeed. So I mean that's a jewel for everybody listening. So you don't want to sleep on that, because we may get some relief, and the summertime be able to come out again and this, but you better be stacking. You better be stacking and being conservative and frugal and prepping, because it's chance that it could get like that and maybe a little bit worse than what we saw right now.
Indeed.
So don't sleep on that.
Yeah, this is just the onset of something. When you have an illness, the onset is not the full scope of what it is that you're dealing with. And so they've made a lot of assumptions about this thing. Now, let's talk about it. Rahu, right, spreads. What type of sign is Gemini?
Air.
So this thing is airborne, folks. You can wash your hands, which you should do anyway, right? Several times a day. You should be washing your clothes, right? But make sure you wash your clothes when you come in your home. Take your clothes off, right? Wherever it is that you have your washer or dryer, preferably you don't pass it or walk through the house. If you have the ability to go to some place that's separate, do that. Unclothe, get your towel, head to the shower, and wash yourself. Ladies, cover your hair. Fellas, right? If you can, wear a hat. If not, it's easier for us to kind of manage and wash our hair. If you have long hair, cover it. Right? Because this thing is airborne. It's beyond touch. There's nothing that can spread through touch that fast.
Yeah.
And understanding the nature of this thing, pretty much everyone has it already. To keep it real, folks. Just your immune system maybe be able to sustain you to a point where it's not going to affect you, but primarily, most people are going to contact it, if not now, especially next season, when flu season, I mean. Because that's when that sharp sha, what we call sha chi in Chinese medicine, comes. And that sha chi is sharp. That's when that metal energy comes, right, in the fall. Right. So you really want to tighten up now, because if you think it's going to affect your lungs now, if you think it's doing something now, when it comes in, yeah, it's going to be completely different. So, because seasons in Chinese medicine also, this is lung chi season, this is spring, this is wood chi, right? So it is going to actually help in some regards to process this through the liver system, and then when the heat comes in the summer, it would also help as well, and we'll be able to hopefully burn it off.
Well, it's a metal year.
It is a metal year. You're absolutely right.
Absolutely.
So that's always automatically going to have an effect, and then that rat energy, seems like almost a multiplier, if you will.
Well,
I mean,
I've been doing some research and stuff like that. We don't talk about Four Pillars Astrology, Bazel in here, but it's also a system that I definitely dwell in. But I've seen epidemics in these rat combination like periods.
I'm telling you,
throughout history.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Infestation. I mean, that's that water energy, and so that's a trip.
Yeah, indeed. And one thing, you made the statement that a lot of people may already have it. I don't want people to get scared.
No, not at all.
Don't pay attention to the news, because that's not the concern. You know what I'm saying?
No.
Whether you get it or not, it's more so about your ability to fight it off.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Is really what it is.
Most of us have that ability already.
Mm-hmm. Even the flu, a lot of us get in contact with the flu every year. We just don't. It just doesn't. It just may not manifest like that.
It doesn't make the news. That's all. There's many of flu influenza strains that happen, folks. It's just the nature of this has the onset has been just a little bit different in that it's why it's airborne. I mean, think about it. It would, if you could wash it down and wash it away, you could easily isolate this thing, because then you could put people literally in a quarantine and it would not move beyond that point. But when it becomes airborne, and even it becomes an aerosol, when it attaches to dust particles, because dust particles are always present in the air. And this thing, because viruses have a fat molecule that attaches to things, especially this one, it becomes very difficult to manage because it is airborne. So it's not the fear factor we want you to harbor or host. We want you to be optimistic and think about levels of impact as far as your home, your health, and your environment. So moving beyond this, though, there's other things that are happening simultaneously. And this trigger has kind of been the spill point where we're kind of just noticing these other things. But Saturn also has an impact here. Now, this is beyond the eclipse, folks. This is talking about mundane astrology. And so we're still talking about the aftermath of an event, but the fallout is always dictated by the health of the heavens at that time, and especially the health of the chart with regards to the country and nation that you reside in. Also, for most Americans, right, Saturn is moving into the second house of the nation's chart. So this is all happening simultaneous.
Yeah.
Right. Saturn moving right in, right, does a couple of things when it does that. Any planet that moves from one sign to another, which is called an ingress, has a major impact on world affairs, even personal affairs.
Mm-hmm.
If you're cognizant and paying attention, then you will notice certain things in your personal life that will denote that switch or change in some regard. Now, the outer planets have a more slower, more subtle, more residual-like influence on the personal chart or person's just normal everyday life. But on a country's chart, or on a nation's chart, or corporation's chart, something that has existed beyond, let's say, 100 years, then that thing is going to literally experience certain things, right? I'm sorry, and when I'm talking about Saturn itself moving into that chart, it's impinging right on Pluto, right? It's literally moving right over Pluto, and that Pluto, because it's been there for, right, since July 1776, according to the chart, right? That every time that impingement happens, right, there's a switch or a change. Now, this is the second house of resources, of your bankroll, right? Of what you put away for a rainy day, of your values. When Saturn moves through this and he's made that trigger, he's kind of hit over that point where Pluto sits, that whole atmosphere as far as money is concerned is going to be changed, right, for that nation. So yes, folks, we're in for a rough ride for the next few years. This is not the recession. This is the beginning of it. Next year, this is the tip of the iceberg. Save your money, folks. Spend wisely. Because this is a reset of the system. Now, moving in further into what's going on, Pluto simultaneously is moved into Capricorn at the same time Saturn has. So they're conjunct in the heavens, and they're simultaneously conjunct natal Pluto. In fact, America's going through its first Pluto return. So this is big stuff, folks. This is big shifts, right? Things are not going to be the same anymore after this. Right? When I say the value system of a nation is changed, when your value system is changed, your whole perception on life is changed. So we're going to definitely, right, see some new things coming. Don't be surprised if work at home is going to be the new thing that people are going to do from now on. Absolutely. Yeah.
I mean, because people are finding that, in a lot of industries, people are able to essentially carry business as usual. Nothing has really changed outside of the fact that they're not sitting in the actual office. Exactly. And, so that's put that, that's been a reality, but now this has brought it into the forefront. So, a lot of companies, governmental agencies, and different things like that, they're not going to want to get hit like they got hit this time again. Right. So, certain, they're going to be investing more into that. I know there's a company called WebEx that's like, very popular for, remote, meetings and stuff like that. Their stock was going up.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure Charmin's is too.
Oh yeah, Charmin. Or Procter and Gamble.
You're right. Procter and Gamble's getting paid.
Getting super paid.
Right. So,
log me in. That's go-to meeting.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Anything internet right now is hot, right? Because that's all you got, right?
Even the grocery stores.
Oh, yeah.
I've been ordering all my stuff. Like soon as I saw it was about to tip, I put in like a massive order.
Oh, yeah. Drones, folks. Drones.
Rentals, all that stuff. Dropping
That's coming. Yeah, drones, right? Alleviate the whole touching process. Right. So don't be surprised Amazon start dropping. You start seeing some little thing drop something off at your door and be gone. That's coming very soon. Right. So I'm just saying the way of life is going to change very soon. The value system, right? Because of, remember, Rahu produces fears. This is all happening simultaneously. Right. So this extension of fear from this virulent thing that has taken place. Right. And remember, Rahu is like a serpent. So anything that deals with Rahu kind of is like serpent-like. So if you get bit by a serpent, it can affect different systems in your body. One of the ways venom affects you is your respiratory system.
Yeah.
Right. So, right, we've been bitten, right? But the antidote is always within the body itself. And your body will produce antibodies that will literally fight this off, provided that you are in fairly good health. Right.
Yeah.
If you're not, folks, obviously seek medical attention as soon as you need. Right. And of course, hopefully that your area is being able to be supported by whatever means as far as the hospitals are concerned, and my heart. Right. And, my visualizations go out to anyone that has to deal in the health industry at this time.
Indeed.
But for all intents and purposes, folks, this is going to be a very different world we're going to live in. Pluto will leave. Now, Pluto has just moved into Capricorn. People say, well, what does that mean, Raw? Like, what does that kind of break that down real general? Okay, Capricorn is like anything that is structured, right? Because Saturn is ruling it, and simultaneously it's an earth sign. So breaking it down to its fundamentals, and that's what I teach in my fundamentals classes, understanding it from a fundamental level, and then expanding it and understanding how it looks from the inside out. So Saturn itself is the planet that deals with things that are dealt with over time, right? And Capricorn is a sign of Earth, which deals with things that are tangible, physical, right, or material, right? So, right, when you have that Saturn and Earth combination, right, and it's a cardinal sign, meaning it's progressing and moving in a direction. These three symbiotic kind of things, when Saturn's in its own sign and it's in the second house, the whole value system is now going to be tested, and not only tested, but put under scrutiny to the point where it either will literally reorganize or break.
Yeah.
Right. Now, when this happens, simultaneously, you have to say, okay, well then, are there any influences that are happening with that particular planet? As we stated, yes, there is, right? Pluto there, right? Pluto stays in a sign. It will be in this sign for till 2039, excuse me. I believe March 2039. Right?
21 years, right?
Not quite, because, well, Pluto takes 248 years to make a transit, so on average it's 20.6 years, right, for each sign. So we round that up to 21, but Pluto has a very erratic pattern. So it can be sometimes 19 years, sometimes 20, sometimes 18. It just depends. It's erratic, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes 17. Pluto is just like the sign kind of deems the sign that it rules in astrology, in a sense, kind of rules Scorpio in a sense, kind of, right? Kind of, right? Scorpio is the most rebellious sign, folks.
Yeah.
The most. More than Aquarius. They're about second, right? It's about second, right? Scorpio is the most rebellious. So the planet that would be proximity, but be, considered semi-ruling, I would say, not technically. Mars is the ruler of Scorpio, but to affiliate it with a sign, you could say it goes to Scorpio, but that energy that creates mob mentality, mob rule, right? That's what Pluto does. And so it reorganizes and shifts things from the inside out. Right. And so literally that's what we're going to experience for the next almost 20 years, that the value system is going to be reorganized. Now, Saturn entering there simultaneously, that definitely adds to the level of pressure that we're going to experience, financially speaking, within the next 2 to 3 years. Saturn will move out. It will move into Aquarius. But at that time, there's a whole other configuration that will happen that will also be challenging to some degree. But there's good news, folks. Let's talk about that.
Yeah.
Right? Rahu will be moving into Taurus as of September of 2029. I know I mentioned that's the kind of trigger point where Mars will be there and this thing will kind of release itself. But the good news is that Rahu will be in a sign that is very stable.
Yeah.
Right, so being stabilized by the Taurian energy. Now, I'm not going to get into. Some folks are going to say, "Well, is Rahu exalted in Taurus?" There is no exaltation or debilitation for Rahu or Ketu because they're not planets.
Yeah,
right. They're nodal points. They're karmic inlet and outlet points. They don't have exaltations and debilitations. Sorry. They do have stabilizations and destabilizations, but destabilizations are good sometimes because you need sometimes for life to be unstable. Right? So, Rahu and Ketu don't work like planets. They're different. So, it's going to be in a sign that stabilizes it, right? It's going to be in a sign that literally the Lord of Taurus is the ruler of the demons. And Rahu is a demon. So Venus can quell Rahu, right? Venus can soothe the virulent nature of Rahu, right? In the story of Rahu, and we'll get into that in a deeper sense in one of the shows coming up on Rahu and Ketu we're going to have for you folks. gets real deep into Rahu and Ketu. But Rahu, well, the demons are easily tempted by a very beautiful woman by the name of Rohini. Not Rohini, Mohini. And Mohini is a disguise for the demons to, right, be swayed from taking the nectar of immortality, right? And this is how Rahu is literally born. But in that story, before, we're not going to get deep into the story, but in that story, right, the demons are taken by beauty, right? And so Rahu is the one that's not taken by the beauty, but Venus still is the master of those demons. And so literally, right, what they say, music soothes the savage beast, right?
Yeah.
So Venus is that literally quelling or the calming or that soothing of that energy. So it will literally go away, folks. It will. Rahu will move into this sign for the next 19 months after September 23rd. So this will be calmed and it will literally dissipate. It'll go back into the background like the other things have, but it's just it's the way that it's spread is the real thing that's going on here. But it will quiet down. But this will be a catalyst for things to change worldwide. Now, remember Capricorn is, things that are structured, right? It's the state, right? Government, big business, right? Corporations, right? Most money in the world, folks, is tied up into stocks and bonds, right? Not not paper money. So this is the money we're talking about. This is the infrastructure that we're talking about that's going to be reshifted. It's going to change. They actually just recently digitized the US dollar. Most folks don't know that.
Yeah.
Right.
So, with that being said, I think it's really important, for everybody to look at where you get your money from today and think about it and think, can this job be replaced by something other than me? Can my job be endangered by a pandemic? You know what I mean? Like, a lot of people, you got a taste of it right now, that if something was to come and shut down the economy, you got a taste of how, and there's no such thing as financial security in a true sense. There's always, you can put yourself in a better position, but there's always something out there that can, displace something. But, it'll be real wise to look at your situation and see how resilient, where you get your bread from, will it be in the event of something like this happening again or something similar,
Absolutely. I mean, I'm not going to get into the personal aspects of what I do, but just know that my industry, even doing readings, I mean, things are coming to a screeching halt, right? A standstill, if you will. And so, Saturn has more movement in this, folks. There's more going on here. Saturn still has to cross the southern node of the U.S.'s chart, right? That has yet to happen. It has to move through this second house configuration, which is going to test the people that are in this country's pocket. Saturn tests you. Now, once Saturn's done, you're much stronger, much wiser. People say, well, Jupiter helps too, right? Jupiter's wisdom in sense of erudite knowledge, right? But Saturn is the guru of real experiential knowledge. And so Saturn is teaching us very serious experiential lessons, right? Practical lessons. Can you handle the responsibility of life itself?
Mm-hmm.
So definitely you want to check where you get your money from, and then check not only where you get your money from, but check how you use your money.
Oh yeah.
check how you use your money, right? Because Saturn not only is in the second house of America, but it's simultaneously aspecting America's 11th house from the 10th house gaze that it produces in astrology. So it's literally looking at the 11th house, and it's slowing the income down as well, that's what the 11th house is your income. Second house is your bankroll, your savings, and the 11th house is the money you bring in. So both of them simultaneously are being brought under pressure. This is just the weather report, folks. The weather changes, but this is the weather. So you put your raincoat on, right? Get your umbrella, put your galoshes or whatever you put on, right? And prepare to get a little wet, because that's what's coming. If not, it's kind of already here. But the good news also is that Jupiter still does provide the salve of some sense of hope or optimism, even though it will be debilitated for the next, let's say, almost year. But it does give, Jupiter is Jupiter. It doesn't matter, even if it's debilitated, it may not be able to produce the ultimate results, but it at least is trying to produce some assuaging of this whole debacle.
Well, with Saturn there, that kind of, helps out that debilitation a bit, right?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay. Just because it's
you
not
would think,
conjunct.
yeah, you have to understand the nature of the planets themselves. And then the Nietzsche Bang Raja Yoga kind of rule has to be used as a slide rule.
Yeah.
Right. Mars there will help the Nietzsche Bang.
Yeah.
Right. That will help. Mars will be there for the next 2 months, folks, which is at least enough for us to get through, to kind of to give you enough courage and motive power through, let's say the next couple of months to try to stave this off, right? But it does provide some of the Nietzsche Bang when Jupiter enters there, right? And it will be entering there very, very soon, within the next few days, right?
Yeah.
In fact, probably the next day or so. So Jupiter moving in there, right? Mars there, it does what, and people say, what does that work, right? Like my boy, I can't remember the brother's name on there on Facebook. So how does it work? Nietzsche Bang, right? So Saturn will not cancel the Nietzsche Bang, right? The relationship between Jupiter and Saturn are neutral, first of all. So they're neutral, even though Saturn does debilitate him through his sign. In the sense of their relationship to one another, they don't do anything to assuage harm or dissipate one another. They're just neutral. So that means like they're kind of like two things that don't attract or repel one another. They have some underlying principles, but they're different in nature in applying those principles. They're both law. One expounds and spreads and teaches the law. The other one applies it and makes sure it's lived. Right. So when you understand that, Jupiter's like, hey, I'm going to spread it, but unfortunately, the agency in which I'm spreading it through is going to be of seriousness, of dedication, and of responsibility, which is not hope, but it does give you some optimism to know that if I apply these principles, I'll be all right.
Yeah.
That's you see how that works, but then Mars brings the courage and the motive power to make, okay, you know what? I'm gonna make sure I enforce these principles. I'll make sure that I defend with vehemence, right? Standing on what it is I'm supposed to do to get through this period.
Yeah.
Right. That's how the cancellation works. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
All right. Then Jupiter gets some of that motive, that energetic, that vibrant power of Mars, and says, you know what? All right, might not be the way I like it, but I can make lemonade out of lemons.
Indeed.
Right. That's the Nietzsche Bang. Right. So just giving it to you how it is, folks, is how it works.
Indeed.
Right? So nonetheless, really, folks, I mean, where we're headed in the next few years is just buckle in, stay with your family. It's going to teach you some different values in the sense that, yeah, you were out going to the movies and doing all that. Now it's going to teach you to really get into family, get into each other, get into what's important to one another, what makes things tick, right? When everything's down, what really counts, right? And so that's what I admonish everyone to do is stop thinking about the petty stuff, y'all. The stuff, we got other things to deal with now. The petty differences between us of who's right and who's wrong, it really doesn't boil down to much. If you can help each other, help your family members, help your friend, help each other bond and build through this, then that's what's most important. And that's what Saturn teaches you is the fundamentals of life. What's valuable truly that makes it worth living, not the superfluous things that we deal with, but what's truth. Who really has your back.
Yeah.
So we're gonna get through this, folks. All right, Jupiter will move into what's called Kumbh Mela, which is when all the gurus meet in Aquarius. Jupiter will be in Aquarius, right, in the next year, right? That's a blessing because Jupiter is almost akin to exaltation in Aquarius. Most folks don't know that, right? So that's a definite blessing, right? That will open up a lot of things for us. In fact, technology you're going to see in the next about 4 or 5 years, technology is going to boom again from this event.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Just because I can see that Jupiter is the expansion of things and Aquarius is what? Technology. And this happens, right, every time Jupiter has a trine or an influence within the Aquarian energy. Right. So, right, just this is the forecast, folks. It's going to get better. Right? Saturn will move into Aquarius as well within the next 2 to 3 years. And this will then move the energy out of the sense of dealing with the struggling aspect, but more then in the sense of us coming together for real, right? And then building real infrastructure and networks so that whatever comes our way next time, we'll be better prepared. So this is all for the divine plan to really strengthen us. We will get through this, no problem, y'all. But it is going to be rough times for the next few years, so just prepare yourselves.
Indeed. So, yeah, don't panic. Just get smart and tighten up and just get real serious about what's happening the next time, and hopefully you got all our listeners out there, you take heed to this and able to really be able to weather the storm pretty well, because now you know what's coming ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to break it down to you this simple, but when you have Pluto transiting the second house, it just really causes an emphasis on survival at all costs.
Yeah.
You're going to have to be self-reliant, self-sufficient. When you live beyond your means, you will receive a shock. Don't think that you won't. Know that you will. That's the Jupiter giving you the knowledge of hard times and how to deal with it. Right? This nation, because Pluto was in the second house, is born into difficult financial situations. Oppression itself is Pluto in a very clear, concise sense. And this country was founded on slavery, folks. So when Pluto comes to full terms of that realization, to say after 248 years, let's see where your real foundation is.
Yeah.
Let's see if you really built something. Or if your money is fiat. Right? I'm just saying, like, Pluto is like, I'm Saturn on crack. Right? Saturn will slow you down. I will flip you inside out is what Pluto will do. So that's what it's doing. Right? This country was founded on stuff that wasn't right.
Yeah.
So it just has to reset. Right? And that's what we're going to experience. Right? And don't let your material needs, folks, become a bottomless pit. Don't let your desires overwhelm you and take you into a space and time where now you're going to have to go without. That's the wisdom of Pluto moving through this second house.
Indeed.
Right.
Indeed.
So with that, folks, I bid adieu. My person's gonna get back on this health regimen so I can get right and get my voice right. So we back on track. But I love y'all. We appreciate y'all, and we got some more announcements here, I'm sure, coming up.
Indeed. You know, as always, I just want to remind you all that this episode was brought to you by Push It Forward Media Group and Kalapurusha Astrology. And make sure that you follow us on Instagram, you know, at Cosmic COSMIC Convo CONV as in Victor O. Follow us on Instagram, and you can find us on Facebook the same way, Cosmic Convo. And you know, hit us up, give us your feedback. And you know, with that being said, I give a couple more details on the Patreon. Like I said, we got more opportunities for you all to, you know, be a part of the show. And, you know, if you got businesses, different things that you're doing, you know, you can get your business, get everything shout out on the show for a very, very small cost. I'm not going to spread the details on here, but I, you know, on our Instagram and on our Facebook, you'll have a link to our Patreon account. And basically we got 4 tiers, very reasonable. And for each tier is, you know, essentially the more involvement you can get, you know, with this show, up to even being an actual guest on the show and being able to imagine you sitting here and us having this conversation right now, being able to ask that question that you want to ask right now on the show with us. You know, so I definitely think that's a good opportunity. And like I said, you know, this is you know, great information. You know, we're not just over here talking about nonsense. This is, I mean, for some people, you hearing this and, you know, you watching the news and then you hearing what we're talking about. I mean, this could really save your finances, save your family. Just having that heads up like that. So, you know, we definitely want to keep this thing going and stuff like that. So when you go to our Instagram and on our Facebook and in the link tree, it's the first one up there, our Patreon. We got 4 different levels. You know, go ahead and tap in to whichever one, you know, fits your situation, and we won't let you down. We'll definitely make sure it's well worth, you know, your money. All right. So, and like I said, we appreciate all the support we've already gotten, everything like that, and we want to take this show to the next level and be able to get this information to more people. I mean, got anything to add on that, brother Ra?
Just love one another, y'all. You know, the key thing is, you know, unconditional love, and I know it's not easy. Just love each other. You know, you never know, you know, who's gonna be next to you that could help you, or who's the next person that you can help. Just take care of one another, love one another, be good to one another, treat each other as family, you know, and you know, a dark hour, right, will produce a brighter light on the other side. So, you know, stay up, and we'll get at y'all next week.
Absolutely. All right. So again, we'll be here next week with another great episode for everyone out there. And we appreciate all your listens and everything like that. And be safe and prepare. Indeed. All right. Till next time. Peace.
Peace.
You are now tuned in to the Cosmic Convos podcast, your number one source for accurate, relevant, and thought-provoking astrological conversations in the podcast nation. The place where stars and minds align.
Peace. You're now tuned into the Cosmic Convos podcast. I'm your humble host, Harut, and we got the man of the hour, Brother Ra. How you doing?
Brother, getting better and better every day. How about yourself, King?
Same thing, man. Same thing, man. Whatnot, you know, getting acclimated to the new rules of engagement, and everything like that. But everything is well. Before we get too far, I want to remind you all that this episode was brought to you by Push It Forward Media Group and Calipurusha Astrology. And now we can say our Patreon patrons out there. I want to give a special shout out to them, Kinameti and Uncle Ma'ahai. Those are our first 2 Patreons we just launched a couple days ago. So, we're doing pretty good there. And like I said, for those of you who, want to have more input, want to engage us some more, go ahead and hit us up on Patreon and stuff like that. And, support us, help us to take this podcast to another level. And help us take this message to the world, because part of one of the major things is that we kind of this form of astrology, whether you're talking about sidereal or the Jyotish brand of astrology in the Western world, it still isn't mainstream. It's one of those things that's kind of it's kind of still up and coming. And then especially when you come in, get into some of the more, in the Black communities and the Latin communities, different things like that, it's still relatively unknown. So part of what we're trying to do is to launch this perspective into that paradigm, because I think it could really kind of change the way that we, approach life, a worldview, and how we are able to better equip ourselves for what we're heading towards, in the future and everything like that. So go ahead and hit us up on Patreon, support us, and let us know what you want to hear. But to get with us on social media, you can follow us at Cosmic Convo, COSMIC Convo. That's on Instagram. You can find us on Facebook at Cosmic Convos Podcast. You can hit us up there. And also, we've also started uploading the episodes, from season 1 and the current episodes onto Facebook as well, because we got a lot of followers on Facebook as well. So, you guys, that's another outlet for you to stream the podcast, right? Brother Rod, tell them how can I get with you on Calipurusha Astrology?
Pretty much 3 different main avenues to get a hold of me. The primary one would be calipurushastrology@gmail.com. The other 2, both check them raw, either on Facebook or on IG. So either one of those can also definitely tap me on the shoulder.
Indeed. So, with all that being said, that was a mouthful right there, right? the feedback from last episode has been, pretty positive. A lot of people liked it. We reached a lot of new people. We have a lot of the same followers, but we're reaching new audiences, and I think that's a good thing. How you feel about last episode?
It was pretty interesting. It's just interesting to see how things are going to unfold with information that's been, kind of handed down. And it's not something that I want to see come to pass, but at the same time, it's always quite awe-inspiring to see the divine unfold, in real time. So quite pleased with the show, and definitely looking forward to similar shows to kind of just keep us, like you were saying just a second ago, just keep us in touch, keep us, abreast of really what's going on.
Indeed. So, with that being said, today we're going to talk about one of the essential players in the very topic that we covered last week's show. We're going to dive a little deep into the planetary entities that some people may know them as the nodes, right? The North and South node. But in Vedic astrology, we call them, or Jyotish, we call them Rahu and Ketu. They get bad rap. Sometimes they get good rap, depends on who you're talking to. But they definitely, without a doubt, when they come into play, they definitely add some spice or to wherever they're at. Definitely make things interesting and stuff like that. So, Brother Rob, where you want to start as far as talking about Rahu and Ketu?
For a lot of people, when they study or when they kind of get wind of Rahu and Ketu, it's kind of hard to kind of conceptualize what it is.
Yeah.
And so to kind of help the people out to conceptualize what Rahu and Ketu are, or what the northern nodes are, I think it's best to start there and then kind of really show how that astronomical aspect of it correlates to the astrological aspect. Because really what we're studying are the realized effects of astronomy. You can't study astrology without astronomy, and anyone that does will very soon find out that if they're trying to make predictions or trying to come to use it in a way that is futuristic, they're going to be shortchanged.
Yeah.
So understanding the astronomical aspects always yields the astrological realizations. And so the nodes literally are, everything comes in duality, if you will. Everything comes in yin and yang, hot and cold, left, right, up, down, you name it, everything comes in twos. And so the energies of the earth are no different. You have the northern, you have in magnetic, or in magnetism, you have the northern side and you have the southern side, and the two poles themselves still hold the same understanding that Rahu and Ketu produce, meaning that when you understand that magnetic poles have an attraction and repulsion to things, then you begin to understand what Rahu and Ketu really do.
Yeah.
The attraction and repulsion of things. And so, even within the human body, we have poles, right? We have energetic systems, right, that always end up in poles, from India to China, right? It's the same. You have energetics that are in the body that represent the dualities of nature. And so, moving into the astronomical aspect of it, the moon's orbit is still it's on the ecliptic, but it's slightly inclined to the ecliptic, meaning, and the ecliptic, folks, is the band where it's kind of like the plane where all the planets kind of rotate around the sun. But from our perspective, the sun goes or travels on this same plane. So like the sun, when it comes up, rises east and goes over to the west, it always happens in the south. All the planets that travel in the sky travel in the south, in the northern hemisphere of the globe. Right. So when you're looking at that where those planets and where those signs, zodiac signs are, that's called the ecliptic. Right. It's about 16 degrees, right, north and south, right? It's about 8 degrees depending on where you're looking at it from in the sky, but total 16 degrees. Within that 16-degree path, the sun is inclined 5 degrees slightly. So what that means is that it doesn't always stay on the same exact kind of parallel. It kind of wobbles a little, right, like a serpent, like goes up and down, right? So the sun is pretty steady on its path, but it also moves as well. So if you ever notice due east on March 21st, September 21st, the sun rises exactly due east, right? It starts to slightly go southwest, right? It slightly goes southeast, slightly goes northeast, backward and forward, right? So in the winter solstice, it's northeast. Right, in the summer solstice is southeast.
Yeah.
Right. And so when they go backward and forward, they also kind of create this wobble. Right. So they have these two things that kind of wobble, and they wobble all throughout the year, but then they every 6 months they match up perfectly. Right. And when they match up perfectly, the moon covers the sun's disk. Right. So the moon covering the sun's disk, right, it blocks the sun. Now, the northern node is where the actual moon's path moves from south to north, meaning it's going on a northern trajectory.
Yeah.
Right? The southern node is where the moon is going from north to south. It's on a southern trajectory. So when these things happen, and they happen twice a year when they align perfectly, sun, moon, and earth, when they align perfectly, this produces a shadow on the earth. Right. Now, this is phenomenal, and most people kind of take it for granted, but this is a rare event. Not to say it's rare that it happens every 6 months, right, every year, but the way it's aligned, it's so perfectly aligned that for the moon to perfectly blot out the sun, because remember, the moon could be a little bit bigger, right? The moon could be a little bit smaller. But it actually, from our perspective, it fits directly over the sun, which creates, I hate to say it, with a corona, right? So the corona, right, that kind of fiery ring that appears when we have a solar eclipse, and there's two different types of eclipses. There's a solar eclipse and there's a lunar eclipse, and they always happen near to each other, right? Solar eclipse first, then the lunar eclipse follows the lunar cycle directly after.
Yeah. You know, one thing about that is that, I mean, you talk about how rare it is. It's just, to me, it's a bit odd or mind-blowing how the astronomy community can, like, see all these different, planetary, occurrences and just assume that they have no actual significance outside of what we observe, from Earth. That doesn't think it has any impact on our lives. It doesn't have any true meaning outside of that.
Yeah, I feel you. It's just dumb rocks, right? They're inanimate objects. Yeah, but they do know that they have an effect.
Yeah,
because they're not going to maybe say the effect as in like astrology, but they do know what the science. This is science, astronomical science. They know what the Milankovitch cycles are. They know what they are, and that is proven to affect the actual ice ages on Earth. Now, this is because of Jupiter's and Saturn's orbit around the sun, and how it literally pulls and contracts and expands with regards to our planet itself. Those that kind of tug of war between those two literally creates the actual ice ages. Now, these planets are far from us, but their gravitational effects are still significant enough that every 100,000 years you see an ice age.
Yeah.
So, and I mean, it's kind of double talk, because they do know in some sense that it does have an effect directly on the planet, but then, the mystery of all the rest is, a left brain's kind of dilemma.
Well, I think part of it is kind of like what I was getting at earlier, and again, I'm not trying to beat up on our Western astrology, sisters and brothers, but part of it is just the way that astrology has been branded in the modern world. Not in a real serious light. You see a lot of like, especially now with meme culture and everything like that, and then
oh man, it's ridiculous.
So it kind of feeds that to where they don't feel that they even need to even look at it seriously, because of how astrology has been reduced down to just tabloid magazine and just conversation starters and things like that.
Yeah, it's been reduced to news, tabloid newspaper kind of funny ads, funnies and all that kind of stuff. It's very novel, but that's just kind of the Western man's mindset, and that's what we've adopted, and many of us have adopted, and even in the sense that I would say even Western astrology has adopted to a great degree, and I won't get into how, but when you study something for thousands upon thousands of years, you just get a different respect for it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And Western society, I mean, granted, we just said that America has its first Pluto return in 5 years. So, this is still a very infantile, civilization. Even from the sense of even going back to the Romans and the Greeks, I mean, considering our civilization in Kemet lasted double the time of which that Western civilization has already been in its stronghold.
Yeah.
So that just kind of, when you set back for a minute, like,
and
you ruled double the time that we've already been dealing with.
And when you're saying that, you're talking about all the way back from Greek, Rome, not just America.
I'm talking about
from
Narmer.
Yeah.
Yeah, we 3500 between 31 to 3400 BC.
Well, I'm talking about Western society. You're talking about double the time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, they're infantile, right? Knowledge, and I mean, think about it like this. Even in India, you have some people that have traditions that have extended, 700-800 years as far as this knowledge is concerned.
Yeah.
I mean, ongoing. So there's no tradition in Western culture that can even compare.
No, not even close.
Not even close, right? So, you know what I mean? Like, when you understand how much time and how much mastery has come over this with individuals that literally do meditate, that literally do practice yoga, that do know how to move energy up and down their chakras. You know what I mean? Like, just big difference. It's like, I take nothing away from whatever they practice. If it works, run with it. But yeah, Western astrology, the Western mindset is definitely limited in this regard. So, but moving back into the actual astronomy of it, the nodes always, right? Well, when we talk about eclipses, we're talking about there's two different kinds. There's a partial and there's a full, right? The full eclipses are really the ones that produce the phenomena, as far as world changes and things like that. The full eclipses. The partial eclipses do have some effects in personal lives and things like that, but if you want to know the ones that really just are going to shift the energies around it's the full eclipses. And you usually find that the changes usually start or kind of like 0 point out from wherever that eclipse or that shadow passes over on the earth. Not everyone on the earth experiences a full eclipse at the same time. So when we had the one here in America on August 21st, I believe it was 2017, only certain people even in America could see the full eclipse because it's a very narrow path. It's like a serpent that actually moves over the earth, literally, when you look at it. So, when you understand that you're looking at some rare, and that's why I say it's rare, right? Because it does happen every 6 months, but when it happens every 6 months, we do know we can predict where it's going to be. But I mean, imagine 3,000 years ago, right, when these things happened. I mean, it seemed almost godly. So, understanding it from an astronomical purview, we get an understanding of what the significance are behind, number one, the sun, the moon, and the earth coming together to make this phenomenon. Number two, they're always 180 degrees apart, right? Number three, they're constantly moving retrograde, meaning they have a western trajectory. They move westerly, right? Most planets move the opposite direction.
Yeah.
So, those astronomical significators translate into astronomical things. And so we talk about, number one, the sun, the moon, and the earth. Well, the sun represents your soul, the soul of man, the Atma, right? And then we have the moon, which is the mind. And then we have the earth, which is the physical body. So when the sun, moon, the mind, body, and soul, right, will align in the sense of in the astronomical sense, portals are opened, right? When you're practicing Kundalini yoga, when you are able to align all of the chakras, then literally that Shishum that opens allows you to do some phenomenal things. Well, it happens the same way on earth, right? As above, so below. So when that mind, body, and soul, the sun, the moon, and the earth align, portals open and new things are released. And certain things are even closed off. So understanding that, now we can understand why this most recent eclipse opened a portal to something that was released, right? And literally Rahu, or the northern node, is, as we mentioned previously, things that are infectious, that spread, right? So opening this portal, opening this door, opening this unforeseen event, that's what they do. Right? They shift consciousness. They change your thinking. They literally cause you to have to try to align your mind, body, and soul. Right? That's their purpose. But moving deeper into it, we're going to understand a little bit more about what they are in other cultures and things like that. But before we get deeper, is there anything else you want to add or build on, my brother?
No, I think we're good now. I think we're good for right now.
Good. So, different cultures around the world do recognize the same phenomena. Each culture that's ancient really kind of even has their own astrology. I mean, you have Burmese astrology, you have which is called Mahabodhi, you have Chinese astrology, Bazi, and even different forms of that. You have astrology in India, you have astrology in Persia, you have astrology in, pretty much every, the Mayans. I mean, every culture that's has a reverence and a connection with the natural world, Dogon, exactly. They all have some form of astrology. And so, understanding this, then you get to understand that they all have a respect for the same phenomena, just under different names. And so, I always start with, Kemet. People say, oh, Kemet. Well, I'm sorry, until you find a civilization that has lasted as long and has produced as much classical material as Kemet, then when you find that, then let me know. Then we'll definitely ride that one out. But Kemet had its own astrological system, and there is even conjecture that Kemet began or originated in astrology. Some people say the Babylonians, some people say the Cometians. Who knows, right? It's hard to tell. But we do know that they're very contemporary, and in the Cometian society, you had what was called the uraeus, which is the crown on the actual Nasut's, Shechem's, or Pharaoh's head. And that crown was divided into two aspects. Now, sometimes you would see it with one aspect, which is primarily the cobra, but many times you would also see it with a cobra and a vulture. Now, the uraeus crown, because it was split, and the Cometians had a very deep understanding of biology and anatomy, and so they even understood that the bifurcation of the brain, right, is very special, and that all things come into, everything that we deal with in Kemet comes into duality, is expressed throughout Kemet. But remember, we said yin and yang come in everything, and so the uraeus crown, right, was split, and between one was called Wajet and one was called Nekbet. Well, Wajet is the actual cobra on the crown, and the Nekbet is the actual vulture. And they were called tutelary deities in some respect, meaning that they were there to assist and aid the king or the Nasut in his abilities to govern the land. Well, that uraeus crown, that Nekbet and Wachet, correlate directly to Rahu and Ketu, Nekbet being Rahu and Wachet being Ketu. You also have it even in the Yoruba tradition. It's not so readily seen because it doesn't have a dualistic aspect in the Yoruba tradition. It's whole, but for all intents and purposes, still there. And there is a principle in the Yoruba tradition called Osumare, the rainbow serpent. And understanding that rainbow serpent even produces the ability to create what you call the Dilogun, or the oracle. And so it's phenomenal that Osumare is connected to the ability to foretell the future, right, in Yoruba culture. Not directly, but indirectly. You have it in the Greek culture. It's called Eurobos, right, with the serpent's tail in its mouth. You have it even in the Mayan culture, the respect for the feathered serpent, right, Quetzalcoatl. So it's everywhere, right? These things, these ancient cultures understood keenly that the serpentine power was invested in everything as far as life is concerned. In fact, you could even say it almost is life. But the primary thing I want people to understand is that this is not something that is exclusive per culture. This is something that's known worldwide in ancient times. And so a profound respect was given for the times that manifested as far as any type of eclipse are concerned. In fact, in India, in the teachings, they do say you shouldn't be outside during these times. I personally don't go outside during eclipses. Just don't, right? But they claim there's no science behind it to support it, but I can kind of tell you that I've seen some things when people do things that are under the eclipse and they're not out there doing things the right way, it usually comes back tenfold. But nonetheless, moving into the story, and to kind of explain some of the themes around Rahu and Ketu and why they do what they do, astrologically speaking. Now, since we know astronomically how they generally operate. So In India, in Vedic culture, there is a story. And the story is a story that kind of, it explains, it's a myth, right? But it explains things as far as man's unfoldment and his realization of his potential. That's really what this story is about. But it's put in a way that, makes it interesting to kind of look at it from different angles. But nonetheless, in the story, there's a demon, and Rahu and Ketu are known as demons, right? They're asuras, right? They're shadows, right? Well, they weren't always Rahu and Ketu in the story, right? They're actually whole in one point, and when they were whole, they were called Svrabanu, right? And Svrabanu is a demon that basically took and did some penance, right? It kind of made some sacrifices and did some things to kind of get the attention of what they call Lord Brahma. And Brahma, right, which is one of the Trinity deities in the Hindu pantheon. We're talking about Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. Brahma is the creative aspect. So Svrabanu goes to the creative aspect of the universe and says, look, I've done all this penance, right? I need a boon, and a boon is a gift or a power. And so Brahma installs Svrabanu as a planet. Now this is before Svrabanu is, right, made into Rahu and Ketu. But Svrabanu is a demon, a very intelligent, wise demon. And so there comes a time when the gods and the demons kind of have to work something out collectively, and they're churning the ocean, the celestial ocean. And while they're churning celestial ocean, a couple of things come out, one of which is the halhala, which is the poison. And have you ever seen a picture of Shiva? You always see his neck, right, is blue. He's blue, but his neck is usually blue as well. And it's a poison that was released, right, out of the churning of the celestial ocean. But there's something else that actually came out as well. And that other thing that came out was what is called the Amrit, right, or the nectar of immortality. And so the nectar of immortality was produced, and so it was Vishnu that stepped in and as the sustaining aspect. Remember, one's creative, now Vishnu is the sustaining aspect of creation. So Vishnu says, well, you know what, I've got this nectar, I'm going to give it to the gods or the devas and make sure the asuras or the demons or the, and let me explain and qualify when I say demons. We're not talking about in the sense of demons like as in like Judeo-Christian context. We're talking about things or beings that are more earthly oriented or forces that are more earthly oriented. And then the devas are more celestial oriented. You need both, right? Don't get it twisted. But for all intents and purposes, I just don't want the audience to think that I'm mentioning demons in the sense of a Judeo-Christian context. Not in the least. It's kind of like negative and positive forces of something, right? You need both in life to exist. But nonetheless, right, Svrabanu, right, is among the demons. And so Vishnu lines up and says, look, I'm going to give the gods and the demons both the equal amounts of nectar for immortality, but Vishnu, in its wisdom, quote unquote, decided to trick the asuras and not give them the nectar of immortality to try to circumvent the earthly forces to be able to sustain themselves for eternity. And so what happens is the demons and the gods line up, but the Vishnu says, you know, I know this Svrbanu's here. I got to be smarter than this. So let me try to pull a trick, and becomes a very beautiful woman and gives the gods the ability to drink the nectar of immortality and distracts the demons because of the beauty that the image that Vishnu became, the beauty that it holds, it became a distraction for them. So they never got the nectar. But Svrabanu, being an intelligent demon, figured out the trick, and so he disguised himself. Remember, I'm saying very specific words. He disguised himself, right, and fit in as a god and got in line between the sun and the moon. So when he got in line, and finally, when there was the last drop of nectar that dropped out of the pot, and it hit the tongue of Srabanu, Vishnu realized it at that moment and cut Srabanu in half. Right. Eternally, even though they are now eternal, they are forever separate and ever yearning and turning towards one another. So, understanding that now, when we mention and we compare it back to, right, the actual astronomical data that we talked about. Remember, Srabanu is granted a gift of the status of a planet. So this Rahu and Ketu, they're invisible. You cannot see them with the naked eye at all.
Yeah.
Right. But because of their consistency, penance is something that you do over time, right? Consistently, without fail. Well, the nodes, right? They constantly are moving in time. They're constantly moving in a direction. They're constantly acting in a given way. So meaning that they produced a penance, meaning that the effect of something that is produced over time yields a power in essence. So Rahu and Ketu repeatedly, those nodes, those invisible points happening over time, over and over and over, gives them the power, the status of planet. Even though they can't see them, they're not really there. And understanding also, remember we're saying you can't see them, these things are invisible. We're talking about things that are now invisible. So in astrology, Rahu and Ketu represent things that are unseen. Right. Not only that, right? Remember we said the sun and the moon, right? Actually, and I did leave out a part of the story. I apologize, folks. The sun and the moon is who snitched on Srabanu. They told Vishnu, "Hey, look, we got a demon in here." And that's when Vishnu took out his chakra. It's not chakras. It's chakra. So he took out his chakra and cut the demon in half. When he cut it in half, the sun and the moon is who snitched. And so Rahu swore that he would always, right, be against or have issue or complaint with the sun and the moon.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Well, the sun and the moon is involved in the eclipse pattern. Right.
Yeah.
So hence, right, when we're talking about these phenomena, we're talking about astronomy becoming astrology. And so because they're cut in half and they're eternally apart, that's why they're always 180 degrees, literally exactly apart from one another for all time. Understanding it astrologically speaking, wherever Rahu is, the opposite effect is produced in the house that's away from Rahu, the seventh house away. So the exact effect of whatever is going on there is the repulsion on the other side of the same coin. Give an example. If your Rahu is in your first house, you typically have a compulsion to do things your way or to do things that are oriented towards making you the primary beneficiary of all things. That means that the natural response is for you to deny other people, which is the seventh house. Yeah. And the other people that you usually deny is the ones that are closest to you, i.e. your mate. So this person becomes very self-consumed, henceforth their relationship suffers. But in the past life, they already did the relationship thing. So it's calling forth to them the attention for them, calling attention for them to become a self-aware person, not negating themselves so much. So it's this dualistic play with things, right? That this dualism, this back and forth, creates kind of a snap, and it opens a portal. That's how you read it in a chart. That wherever that Rahu and Ketu is a portal, right? If it's in the first house, let's say Ketu's in the first house and Rahu's in the seventh. Now this person is going to deny themselves more and then acquiesce to the person that's literally on the other side of who they are, meaning their mate. So usually the mate becomes self-important, and they lose importance. Well, in the last life, they were self-important. So it balances things, right?
Yeah.
It literally pulls you out of one thing to pull you into another, and that pulling and pushing creates a snap, and it opens your consciousness to see, hey, I'm going back and forth here, right? So, right, understanding these things, then you get a deeper sense of how, right, when Rahu, which is the northern node, devours the sun, what does that truly do? It affects your ability to make decisions. Right? It circumnavigates your ability to make decisions. I mean, hence, how many decisions can you make right now? You're pretty narrowed in your decision-making capacity to do the things that you want to do. Henceforth, that's the effects that Rahu produces. It's a whole new reality, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, this 19 years ago, we had a whole new reality. 9/11 changed the world.
Oh yeah. I mean, you got Homeland Security. You got. I mean, people don't realize it, but back then, you didn't have to really go through that security check-in when you fly.
No.
Not like that. You could get all types of stuff on the plane.
Oh man, I mean easily. And the thing is, I mean, a whole new TSA is created out of that. I mean, I never saw TSA before 9/11. So they have a whole force now that deals with, I mean, like you said, Homeland Security. I mean, they have different things that shifted the world. Well, here we go again. That was 19 years ago, and it takes 19 years for the nodes to return to the same place they were 19 years ago. So every 19 years is a repeat of that same nodal placement. Well, 19 years ago, we had 9/11. And because this country called America is the centerpiece of the world, I mean, it didn't start here, but now they're saying now America is the epicenter. So, I mean, like, you have to kind of really understand that when you really look at things, this is how the ancients ruled for so long, because they watched these cycles for so long, and they knew how to move with nature, how to move with the divine.
Yeah.
We can do that on our daily lives by paying attention to the nodes as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
The other thing I want to mention, though, is kind of like the imagery that goes along with this. And so Rahu, really, it's a serpent, right? And it's pictured as a serpent, like a serpent's head, right, with a body, like a human body. But that serpentine energy, right? You watch like Animal Planet, right? You like Peep Game. You ever look on the back of the hood of the cobra?
Yeah. Yeah.
The back of the hood of the cobra has the Ketu. With each planet has a glyph.
Mm-hmm.
The glyph for Ketu is on the back of the cobra's head.
Yep.
Right. And the glyph for Ketu is just the opposite of Rahu. You just switch them around, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're the same glyph. There's just upside. One's upside down. One's right side up. Right. So when you understand that serpent has already been imaged. The serpent itself, the cobra. Whenever folks go look and look at the back of a cobra's head, and they have usually a king. I think it's a king cobra, but they have looks like an upside down, kind of like a horseshoe almost. Right. That's the symbol for Ketu, literally, and the symbol for Rahu is the opposite. So the serpent itself embodies the serpentine energy. Remember we talked about the sun and the moon, how they have a serpentine motion up and down in the sky.
Indeed. Interesting thing, and I'm gonna double check this, but I'm pretty sure that when the Western world became aware of electromagnetism, Rahu was in Mula and Ketu was in Ardra at that time. It was one of
that and so mentioning that, which is great that you mentioned that, because we talked about the Eurobos and what that symbol is of the serpent's tail in his mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's a sign of completion, really, is what it is. And so, astrologically speaking, that happens in a person's chart, or in the mundane sense of the mundane sense of astrology, when Rahu, right? Well, let's say for a person's personal chart, when the northern node, the transiting northern node, is conjunct a person's natal southern node.
Mm-hmm.
So meaning that Rahu literally meets Ketu in the chart. And wherever Rahu is on one side, Ketu is on the opposite. So literally, Rahu and Ketu are both meet up simultaneously on both sides of the chart. Right? That's the Eurobos. And the Eurobos also can happen when Rahu is in Ketu signs and Ketu is in Rahu signs. It's a haywire reaction.
Mm-hmm.
Things go bananas. Right? And it happens every so often, right? Every 48 years it happens for a person in his chart, right? That's the end of the midlife crisis, right? That's when you literally, right, Rahu and Ketu turn on at 42 and 48 in the astrological sense of the word. There's specific years that planets turn on. And so 48, right, being right at that age when the Robos literally is about to, right, when the serpent is about to be consume its own tail, right? That's when life literally in that person's life shifts and changes dimensions and prepares the person to begin to enter into the inner planes. Right? So when you're at that 48th year, when 50 turns, if you ever notice something you can see 50 in a person, sometimes you can't see 40 or 30. I can see 50 in a person. Even if they take care of themselves, if I'm astute enough, I can see it's something that shifts in their aura, their glow. Something about them changes. Right? And I'm close to that age, so right? I'm sure this is going to be eventful, right? So knowing that, right? Then you understand that, like, when we have these things, these events, because Rahu's in his own sign and Ketu's in its own sign, right? Well, when it's in its own sign, it's going to produce what it does well in and of itself, meaning that Gemini and the sign that is in Ardra, right? That's a very tumultuous sign. Gemini is the most unstable sign. So when Rahu is moving through there, right, and an eclipse happens, and it's repeating a 19-year process or pattern, you can bet your bottom dollar a new reality is about to manifest, and it's manifesting before our very eyes.
Yeah.
Not to mention that this eclipse happened in the ascendant of America's chart, and the eclipse happened simultaneously when there was a 5 planetary alignment. Almost all the planets were lined up, actually.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this is serious stuff when we start looking at this. Is big changes, folks. This is big changes. So for the next 20 years, and isn't it strange that the next 20 years that Pluto will still, it's going to take Pluto almost 19 years to leave Capricorn. And Capricorn is the sign of government. So you're going to see for the next 20 years changes like you're not going to believe. Yeah. You're not going to, your life, my life, our life in this lifetime right, will be the starting point for the changes that are about to come, that are going to literally lead us into a new age. We're not there yet, folks. But remember what I told you about. Remember what I told the audience about what happens when the age of Aquarius comes. This is it. Right? You're getting a taste of it. This ain't nothing yet.
Oh yeah. Yeah, things they don't just switch overnight like that. I mean, you gotta kind of. I mean, for some people, this reality seems like night and day, but the systems were already in place for it to function how it's functioning now. So it's not a true night and day. It's like things have to happen to usher in whatever new changes is that we're going to see when the actual age of Aquarius comes in.
But these are the pretexts.
Yeah.
Right. These are the
forward.
These are the preliminary starting points for this to come. Because, I mean, granted, right? This is this run, and the more commerce. I mean, think about it like this: in the 1900s, you had the swine flu, right?
Mm-hmm.
That killed a lot of people. But they didn't have the same type of transit system that we have. And so having a transit system where people can literally leave one part of the globe and go to another part of the globe. And I'm not talking about like military people or wealthy people. Yeah, maybe in the 1900s. And the thing about the airplane was just invented in the early 1900s. So 1918, it wasn't no jetliners.
You had to take a boat.
You had to take a boat, right? So, you know what I mean? There was some delay there, right? There's no delay now, right? You can transmit something around the world in a matter of hours. So this is what we're seeing, and that is Gemini, isn't it?
Yeah.
So the quick transactions, the short travels, right? Because they claim that it short traveled from China to here. Short travel, I don't know. I don't buy that, but okay. I think it was airborne from the beginning. I honestly am beginning to believe it's weaponized. Because I'm watching the news, I'm paying attention to how viruses have worked in the past, and this is a little different. It's a little different. If you notice, it's almost random. These disease doesn't usually do random stuff. It has a very select type of individual host that it likes. This is different. So I'm not going to say that it is for certain, but I surmise this is something that is weaponized and they're not telling us.
There's some hidden things or some things that we don't know about.
There's some things we don't know. That's why they keep telling you stay inside, stay inside, stay inside. If it's stay inside, because I know somebody said, well, if it's airborne, how come they not wearing a mask? Well, trust me. You don't even know if they have an antidote or if they have a vaccine already for this. It's possible. You just don't know. So I'm not going to sit here and act like because somebody's not wearing a mask, that's not airborne. And the people that are up there are not too astute themselves either. Trust me. I think that at this point, they themselves don't want to become obvious, right? In saying, hey, this is airborne, now you really are going to have to stay at home. That would create a panic. I think they just want to avoid that at all costs.
Yeah.
Because it's already a panic. And if they go further with this, it's just going to be anarchy. And they don't want that right now. So they're trying to not say the obvious. But if you read between the lines, if you're an intelligent individual, you can see this is airborne. So, that being said, Rahu and Ketu in astrology produce some strange effects. Ghosts, right? Apparitions, catastrophes, viruses, anything that you normally don't deal with on a day-to-day basis, Rahu and Ketu are responsible for. That's their world. That's their realm. That's what they do. They bring the unseen to the scene.
Indeed.
Right? Rumors, lies, all that's Rahu. Right? And here's the thing. Rahu produces smoke. Right? Ketu consumes smoke. People are like, what does that mean? These are like little things they tell you in the ancient scriptures to kind of give you a right brain understanding of what is going on. Rahu is the advancing armor, Ketu is the conquering army. Right? What does that mean? Right? Well, Ketu is your past life. If you want to know about someone's past life, very quickly, down and dirty, just real simple, not all the, the formulas and the yogas and all those things. Just real quick, just look to Ketu. Whatever sign it's in, trust me, that Ketu, whatever that's the tendencies that they have had in the past life. And there's tendencies that they typically do. There's things they do very well, or they're innately there inside of their character. Whereas Rahu, that is the area that they're the most confused about, or that's the area where they usually have to develop, or there's not a clear understanding about it, because this is the life where they're going to get that under control.
Mm-hmm.
So, right, just down and dirty, Ketu is your past life. Just real simple, right? And so when you begin to understand that all of the past life stuff that you've dealt with is kind of in a knot in that Ketu house and sign. What unties the knot is wherever Rahu is. So, these little small things, when you begin to understand, Rahu creates revolutions, right? Upheavals, coups, riots. Are you seeing? Just wait. It gets better, y'all, right? This thing is still going to grow. Things are going to continue. The one thing I would say is that the society that we live in now versus maybe when a lot of other things were portrayed, like we thought that this would be like this, that, and the other. Society is very different, and it's hard to lock people down. I mean, it just literally, you'd have to have somebody on every street corner. It's just, the world is not the same as what people imagine, to say everybody's just gonna, they can't lock people down like that. It'd be challenging for them to do so, especially considering that most Americans are just, they don't care. I'm watching people outside, and I don't see any regard for any rules of social distancing and nothing. You know what I mean? This people are people. So we live in a society now where we're not going to be completely like just where there's just nothing, no food, no nothing. That we don't live in that world, but it is going to become scarce, and it is going to become where you're going to have to manage your affairs. So with that being said, right, that's why Rahu and Ketu do the strange things that they do, because they're very rare, right, phenomenon. They're there to literally shift your thinking into a paradigm that is going to prepare you to become better and more evolved, if that makes sense.
Indeed. Well, I got a question as somebody who's been, somebody who's been studying astrology a little bit, and may notice that, your Rahu period is about 18 years. Your Rahu Dasha and your Ketu Dasha is, relatively short.
7 years.
7 years. So, what's the rationale
the
behind
significance behind that?
Yeah.
Well, there's a saying that the nodes kind of act like certain planets. And it said that Rahu acts like Saturn. Right? and that Ketu acts like Mars. And that's one way of looking at it, right? But the other way is, Rahu is the head of a serpent, right? In order for you to experience Rahu, right? This is how Rahu works for most folks that really kind of want to know, how does it work? Well, Rahu creates insatiable desires, right? To the point where you become relentless in the approach of that thing, wherever Rahu is and whatever sign it's placed in. Those two things kind of combine to give you an idea of what that person will do and how they'll go about it. But it's insatiable, meaning to the point where you can't see. And in fact, snakes have very poor vision.
Yeah.
You can't see that well. But they have awesome heat vision, right? Infrared. But nonetheless, right? When it's time for the snake to grow, what happens?
Sheds the skin.
Right. Now that doesn't happen in one fell swoop. There's an actual process called molting. And molting is how Rahu works. So the snake skin becomes old, right? And so it encrusts itself around the person. Did you hear what I said? It encrusts the person around. It encrusts itself around the snake. Excuse me. Mm-hmm. The skin. And so, just like the desire encrusts itself around the person, and they have a headlong desire to go and do something, right? And they usually get it until they realize it does not give them what they desire, and so they shed it. Well, you have to have time for that process to happen, right?
Yeah.
Typically, 7 years wouldn't be enough for that to happen. So you need a period, I would say at least 15, 18, obviously, right? So you need time for that process to continue over and over and over and over and over again. Until the person finally, when Rahu is done with them and they move into the Jupiter period, they have a sense of enlightenment.
Yeah.
That's why I would surmise that Rahu's period is so long. And it's actually close to the amount of time that it takes for Rahu to make one full return. I said 19 years. I'm just rounding it 18.5. It actually is 18.5 years for Rahu to make one full return.
Yeah.
So that's also another link in as to the number of years as to why. Ketu is short, and thank God it is. Because if the divine put Ketu on you for 18 years, you probably wouldn't make it. None of us would, because Ketu is not designed. The Ketu inhales smoke. Mm-hmm. So it literally takes all the stuff in that Rahu's produced, and it literally spiritualizes you.
Yeah. Ketu,
but spiritualizing you does not mean comfortability.
Yeah.
Right. So, right. All the smoke that you went through in the Rahu is consumed in the Ketu.
That's what you heard. I said, like they say now, the Ketu wants all the smoke.
Yeah, all the smoke. All what you want? Well, I got it for you, right? Because Ketu is just it's headless. It's like the rattlesnake. Like it's that constant heightened energy, right? The cobra, he has his head, he rears up, he can control himself. But a rattlesnake is very different. You can't, you can take a cobra, and you can, they have those guys that kind of like tame this, like the cobra, the snake charmer. Right?
Yeah.
You can do that with a cobra. You cannot do that with a rattlesnake. Try it and see what happens. Right? It's gonna bite you.
Don't try.
Guaranteed.
Don't
right?
try.
So Ketu is kind of like the rattlesnake.
Yeah.
Right? He's rattling and he's letting you know I'm coiled, and I will strike at any moment. right? You don't know when, just know I will, right? That's Ketu.
Yeah.
You know something is about to change. You know it. You feel it. It's a feeling. It's a gut feeling, right? I could go deeper. I mean, this goes deeper, right? Rahu is like the Ida, right? In yogic tradition, Rahu is like the Ida, right? And Ketu is the Pingala. They say you're not supposed to inhale through the Ida channel or through the nostril, the Ida nostril, because it can make you go insane.
Mm-hmm.
The left nostril specifically, right? It can make you go insane by just breathing in the left nostril constantly. In fact, they even have a whole yogic system that they can predict through the breath, through the Ida and Pingala, through the Rahu and Ketu, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, I mean, it gets deep. It goes deep. I mean, if you really wanted to bring it down to brass tacks, Ketu is the enteric nervous system, and Rahu is the reptilian brain. And then when you study those things, understand that your gut has 100 million neurons. Your gut has the size of a dog's brain in it. So literally, your gut can think and feel outside of you, just like Ketu can act outside of you. I mean, it's all relative. As above, so below.
Indeed.
So, I mean, it gets deeper, y'all. It's just deeper than that. But just so you understand and give you a basic backdrop of what these nodes are and what they do and why they do what they do, what their true design is, and literally is to awaken man from his slumber. One of the greatest teachers in the world, if not the, in this day and time, said comfortability is a killer. And every time you become comfortable, guarantee something is coming to shake you out of your comfortability, and you are dealing with it right now. Everybody is.
Indeed.
Right?
Absolutely.
Right. So with that being said, I think we kind of got into the nodes a little deeper so that people can understand, what they are, what they do, what their astronomical correlations are, and then bringing that into the astrological world and seeing how it correlates directly to the phenomena in that.
Absolutely. So yeah, with that being said, that was excellent wrap on that. Want to remind you all that this episode was brought to you by Push It Forward Media Group and Caliprucia Astrology and our patrons on Patreon. Right? Make sure you guys hit us up on Patreon. Go ahead and support the show. Help us take it to the next level, and follow us on Instagram, on Facebook, email, all our websites. We have all of that information on those outlets there. And Brother Ra, you got anything you want to say to the people before we officially close out?
One thing I would admonish everyone to do is to, at this point in time, really link up with your spiritual community if you have one. Family is not just blood. We think it is, but sometimes your blood can be your worst enemy. This is a time to truly link with family, y'all. Extended family and spiritual family. Make sure your bond is unbreakable, meaning repair any damages, get over any issues, move past any differences, because I'm telling you, at this point in time, this is the time when the smallest thing it manifests 100-fold. Any spiritual work you do right now is going to be manifested on 100-fold. Anything you give, any forgiveness that you perform, any compassion, it's going to be double, tripled it's going to be, it literally, that's why these times come, because that's why they say it's a spiritual law, right? You know, they say that the rich get richer and the poor get poorer, right?
Yeah.
Well, the spiritually adept becomes spiritually stronger in adversity, but the spiritually weak become even weaker in adversity. So just by all means, folks, forgive each other, love each other. We're moving into a very specific time. Venus will be moving into Taurus. Use this time to properly realign socially and properly realign in your relationships and in your friendships. Because, folks, if you don't, when this is done, when I say this is done, it won't be any time in the near future. When I say done, I mean I'm talking about the transformations that we're going to go through in the next coming years. You're going to see that your spiritual friends, your spiritual family, and the people that you love and know that are in your corner, it's going to cause you to become even closer. You're going to have to move in with people. You're going to have to share now. You're going to be forced to live truth. So choose truth instead of being forced. Take a voluntary step to help each other and to, again, just forgive each other, folks. And I'll leave it at that.
Indeed. Well, with that being said, everybody stay safe out there. Stay alert, stay driven. And, we'll be back here next week, same day. And we thank you all for tuning in. And we're out. Peace.
Peace.
You are now tuned in to the Cosmic Convos podcast, your number one source for accurate, relevant, and thought-provoking astrological conversations in the podcast nation. The place where stars and minds align.
Peace. You're now tuned into the Cosmic Convos podcast. I'm your humble host, Harut, and we got the good brother here, Brother Ra. How you doing?
I'm doing all right, brother. How about yourself?
Doing pretty good. Finding this this whole new situation, this whole quarantine vibe, very productive. Able to get a lot of different things done, get a different flow going and stuff like that. So, figuring a way to make it work, How about yourself?
Indeed. Hey, man. They say people get bored and all that. Well, when you're internalizing and studying and, looking at charts and things like that, you're never bored. So, staying busy, man, despite the situation. I'm kind of the same pretty much either way. I stay in the knowledge. So, it really doesn't bother me to kind of be in this position because this is where I usually dwell anyway. So, for me, it's all good.
Indeed. Well, before we, get too far, I want to remind you all that this episode is brought to you by Push It Forward Media Group and Caliprucia Astrology and our patrons on Patreon. I want to send a special shout out to them, Uncle Mahai and Kenamenti. And we got some other ones rolling in as well. We'll reveal those next episode, but we definitely appreciate our Patreons, helping us further this endeavor and taking it to the next level and whatnot. But You can find Push It Forward Media Group on Instagram and on the web at Push It Forward. That's PUSHITFWD. And of course, you can follow this podcast on Instagram at Cosmic Convo. There, you can reach out to us, and there you find a link to, all of our stuff, right? Brother Ra, how can they get in touch with you?
People have been definitely getting a hold of me, which is excellent, because there's a lot of things, even though we're not able to get out and about, we're able to still get in and within. So people are definitely hitting me up, and the main way to get at me is kalapurushaastrology@gmail.com. That will filter over. I have everything kind of funneled into one email, so if you hit me on one of the three I'm going to give you, it'll by some means it'll get to me. So first will be kalapurushaastrology@gmail.com. The second will be on Facebook, and that is Shechem Ra on Facebook, and then same thing on IG, Shechem Ra on IG as well. So either one of those would definitely tap me on the shoulder.
Indeed. So, last episode 3, again, got a good, very, very good response, a lot of good feedback, a lot of people hitting us up and stuff like that. How did you feel about, how that episode came out?
Oh man, great feedback. I was very pleased with the response that I got from the people. So, like I said, these episodes, they're just going to get better and better. We have a whole list of things that we're going to discuss this season that really just topped the cake from last season. So, folks, spread the word. We've been definitely getting new followers, which is wonderful. But these podcasts, folks, are honestly, they're almost like little classes, little lectures that you can take and apply to your own actual astrological practice, whatever it may be. So definitely tune in, and even if you're a beginner, you can go back to season 1, a lot of good information there. And if you really want to know, you definitely can hit me up as far as classes are concerned, because they're definitely coming soon.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, these episodes, they're timeless. I mean, even, we do some shows that are kind of time specific. When we talk about like your Trumps and the elections and different things like that, but the principles behind it are still relevant, and the actual events that's happening around those people and stuff like that, they definitely play a role in what's happening in the future. So I mean, season 1 is not old. You go back and listen to that, binge listen to it, get caught up and everything like that, and you're still going to be on point. And I can guarantee you, and we love, all the different astrologers out there, but I can guarantee you that you're not going to find content like this anywhere else on any other platform. I can guarantee that without a doubt. So definitely, we appreciate everybody's support and checking us out and helping us to get this stuff off our head, man. We got stuff rumbling around in the mind and stuff like that, wanting to share with the people. So this gives us an opportunity to do that, indeed. So moving on to today's topic. Now, before I go into that, Brother Rod, you got anything you wanna chime in on, or before we get into today's topic or anything like that?
No, sir. Just one minor digression here. In that I put a post up this week. Folks, you may have saw it. You probably saw it on Facebook if you're following on Facebook. And it mentioned what I had mentioned earlier in regards to the nature of the illness or the virus that is kind of plaguing mankind at this time. And I mentioned it was airborne, right? Before they mentioned it. before they really kind of start prognosticating that this thing has the ability to be transmitted via air. And, that's the benefit of astrology, and let me say this. We already mentioned that 2020 was going to be a doozy, but no astrologer that I know mentioned anything about a pandemic. Not one. But what you can do is follow the nature of the pandemic and how the pandemic is going to manifest, or whether it's going to reinvent itself, whether it's going to transform, whether it's going to mutate, as they call it, same thing, different ways of saying the same thing, or, what time you can generally see this thing is going to dissipate. That is also the benefit of astrology. So it's not just predictive as far as what's coming, but also how to navigate the current times that we're in. So definitely go back and listen to that episode and watch and see how these things unfold. I gave you some time-specific dates in that particular episode. Watch and see if those dates unfold. So with that being said, we definitely can move on to today's topic.
Indeed. So, today's topic, it was one personally, I was a little reluctant to even go this route. Because, I mean, from the time that we started doing this show, I had people hitting me up, asking me about this topic. And I was like, man, I don't know, man. I think I want to stay away from that. But I think since we got a good little foundation under our belt and stuff like that, I think it's a good time for us to, kind of go ahead and, throw a wild card in there or whatnot. There's a couple other wild card shows that's hanging around out there that, we may be approaching another season or something like that. But I think it's a good time for this one and stuff like that. So, last season we did a show on, the relationships topic. I think it was episode 14 where we talked about, the soulmate thing and stuff like that. And this season we're going to hit it from a little different angle. We're going to, talk about a little bit a relationship model that in modern terms may be a little complex and a little controversial. And essentially what people have been asking us about is they want to know what in astrology, what's a good indicator in a chart, or what brings about a polygamous situation, and specifically polygynous situation, astrologically. And it's definitely out there. It's definitely a foundation for it. You can look in the classics; they talk about it, right? But there's also some maybe some cultural biases that sneak in there as well. That might, the way how a culture may look at it now may reflect the way how they try to look for it in a chart. So I know, Brother Ra, you've been studying this particular type of model from an astrological perspective, and what have you been seeing thus far? Or you can just even go back and kind of, I think it'd be good to give people kind of like a framework, of what is polygyny, and kind of like a historical cultural framework of it to kind of tie it into how it fits astrologically, right?
Sure. And that's a great place to start with any astrological reading that you do, is to understand the culture that you're reading it in. And for all intents and purposes, Western civilization has spread throughout the world, pretty much to every nook and cranny it could reach. If it could change that particular area to live the lifestyle and persuasion of a Western world, it already has, or it's done so, right?
Yeah.
So the Western world has touched everything, and the Eastern world is beginning to touch the world as well. I mean, it's been touching the world since there was a movement in the '60s, with the whole hippie movement and that kind of thing, and then this New Age kind of stuff, which borrows from the East, because the New Age is not Eastern, folks. It is New Age, right?
Yeah.
But cultures define the way we look at any type of astrological purview. And without understanding culture, you will never render a prediction valid. Just because, the way the planets influence man, it has a broad range.
Yeah.
Right. It's not narrow. And so you'll find someone that has a very similar chart to even yourself. Let's say even in the United States of America, someone born in the slums and the ghettos of Philly, right, versus someone born in Denver, Colorado. They're going to have two different charts, even though they may be very close in nature.
Yeah.
So you have to, even those type of nuances have to be read. But when you're understanding marriage is a cultural thing, right? It always has a cultural context, no matter what. And for the most part, when you look at marriage as a culture, as a cultural aspect of civilization, there's different ways that mankind has processed this thing. And this is not to slight or be racist by any means. This is just speaking some historical fact, and there are documents and people that have done the research to substantiate the information we're about to share. And this is not a secret, but I just don't want it to come off as biased or racist. But for the most part, Western civilization has been conquered by the European man, and this type of civilization has been has looked at marriage as a very one-to-one type of situation, and understandably so, because when you understand what's called the cradle theory, you have civilizations that are birthed out of different cradles, the northern cradle and the southern cradle, and this is all backed up by some of our greatest researchers, some of our greatest minds in the African community, one of which goes by the name of Sheikh Anta Diop, or Sheikh Anta Diop. And he wrote several books, several great titles, but the one that really focuses on this subject is called The Cultural Unity of Black Africa. And the subtitle, The Domains of Matriarchy and of Patriarchy in Classical Antiquity. And it goes and explores, really, and talks about the differences in how different cultures, northern versus southern, view the same institution.
Yeah.
Or just for example, viewing just viewing people themselves. There's words that are used to describe each culture. The northern culture is xenophobic, meaning that they have a fear of people. And the southern culture is xenophilic, meaning they have a love of people. The xenophobic cultures, those being typically the northern cultures, typically don't bury their dead. They cremate their dead.
Yeah.
Southern cultures bury their dead, right? Northern cultures typically don't have a respect or a profound understanding of their a profound relationship with their elders.
Yeah.
Right? Where Southern cultures admonish, not only admonish, but uplift and revere their elders. So one acknowledges, ancestor worship, which is the Southern culture, and the Northern culture typically doesn't. I said typically. So when you understand these things, right, then you begin to understand that marriage as an institution is going to be very different from the mindset of an African versus of a European, or someone that is under the persuasion of these types of cultures. And so an African culture is going to generally yield a more communal base with regards to marriage and family and community.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you're about to go here, but I mean, you can look at it from, the perspective of how they came up, I mean, you're talking about Northern culture. I mean, they came up in a very cold, brutal type of environment, where, maybe, just even, women, to them in that environment where you're not growing crops, you don't have those things in place, so you're following herds around, and stuff like that. You're looking at it like, all right, this person is slowing me down. We almost got attacked by that wildebeest the other night because we was trying to save you. Right? The only thing you're good for is giving me an error. You know what I'm saying? Other than that, I don't need you. You know what I mean? I could see, I don't agree with it, but I can see that kind of permeate into the culture. What do you think?
Well, absolutely. There's another book by Michael Bradley. I don't know if you've heard of that one. Iceman Inheritance. Excellent book to read.
Yeah.
Excellent book to read. Another one is called Urugu by Miramba Ani. And if I was Miramba Ani's age, Miramba Ani, I'd be on you. She's a beautiful sister. Bad sister, right? One of the ones that I would really consider a true goddess, right? One sister that by far has shown us a different perspective of European culture. The book is itself, it's phenomenal. I mean, it's a thick read, but definitely worth it. But each one of those, and we can talk about Francis Cress Welsing. We could talk about what is it? He's still living. It'll come to me in a minute. But these different, the understanding that culture itself is going to birth the way we handle an institution such as marriage.
Yeah.
Right. And so, being xenophilic, right? Community is about sharing. Marriage is about sharing. Marriage is about support. Marriage is about making sure that the community, in fact, you're not marrying just one person, you're marrying a whole family.
Yeah.
Right. Whereas now we have been romanticized and westernized into thinking that, we marry somebody, right? Well, in the chart itself even holds the in-laws as one of the what we call jiva items of a chart. And we say jiva items, right? That's what you learn in the class to understand that that a chart has two different types of dimensions to it, jiva and non-jiva, living and non-living. Well, your actual in-laws are actually inculcated into the chart itself. So astrology has already pre-programmed into it the marital process in and of itself.
Yeah.
Right. That's why we can see certain things in bar none. So understanding how this works, right? When you get to culture, right, and looking at astrology and looking at marriage and mixing them all together, you have to have a good sense of what planets are going to do what in what culture and why, right? Certain things are just pretty standard, but certain things are not. Certain things there's variables to this. Now, understanding that the xenophilic culture is going to have the support of the community, meaning that they're not going to look at the competition that's necessary in the colder environments that's not necessary in the southern environments.
Yeah.
And that's really what we're getting to, is the competition that's needed, right? In order to sustain my husband, my wife, right?
Yeah.
Possession, ownership, right? Property, which is really a Western concept primarily.
Yep.
Not to say we didn't own things in Africa and things. That's not true, right? But I'm saying that in the sense of community comes first, right? Then you. In America and Western culture, is you first, then community. So the orientation is very much different.
If you even get to the communal aspect ever.
They call it the hood. What's up?
Yeah.
Your neighborhood, right?
Yeah.
Right. Missing the other understanding of how this works, because your neighborhood is not just the neighborhood, it's literally an extension of your own actions.
Yeah.
Right. And where you choose to live is usually an extension. I mean, this is true, just generally speaking. You usually live around people that are an extension of what you do.
Yeah.
Right. So, but nonetheless, it's a whole nother astrological conversation. But nonetheless, we're really focusing on the cultural understanding of really how to read something in a chart to get the necessary message to say, is this the right path as far as this person for polygyny, or are they better suited for monogamy? Right.
Yeah.
And so, in the West, right, polygyny is like a bad word, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of got a negative connotation to it, right? It has a dark side, as they say, right? Like monogamy doesn't, right?
Yeah.
Right. So, it's demonized, right? And anything that's demonized has something that can be kind of looked at through an astrological lens, right? Each culture has what we consider something that is out of the norm or not in the mindset of the people, right? That that's what we call taboo, right?
Yeah.
That's outcast. You should be outcast for that, right? Or ostracized for that, right? You should be made a pariah, right? When you understand how these things work, when you look at a chart in the Western sense, you're going to be looking for a very specific combination to happen in some regard, and there's so many ways for it to happen, but you're going to be looking for it because the norm of Western society is monogamy, right? So there's a double-edged sword to this, and we'll talk about how that works here in just a minute. But what's always good for the goose is not all. What they used to say, what's good for the goose is always good for the gander. That's not true, right?
Yeah.
That's just not true, folks. In fact, I mean, even in traditional Chinese medicine, even in Ayurvedic medicine, your physiology, your body type is primarily the first place that we start to understand how your health is faring. We can't start any place unless we understand you personally, right? So one size doesn't fit all. Never has, never really will. So,
yeah,
right, understanding, right, that we live in a culture that looks at polygyny as the abnormal reality. Except Utah. I know somebody's gonna say it in here. What about Utah?
Well, I mean,
right.
that's I mean, Utah is part of the reason why I got such. I mean, look, we might have some listeners in Utah. I'm not trying to say anything about anybody's culture, but
no,
it's been some strange, some different things that's occurred, and that's kind of the face of polygyny in America.
Well, let's give the folks, most folks, some folks might know this.
Yeah.
Polygyny there, right, is under the auspices of Mormonism.
Yeah.
Right. Do you know who the founder of Mormonism is?
I forget his name.
Joseph Smith.
Mm-hmm.
For the folks that don't know, two things for folks that don't know about Mormons, right? Mormons actually have what in their like temples, that was called a meditation room. Number one, I didn't even, blew my mind when they showed it to me. I'm like, whoa, like, are you serious? Didn't even, right? You'd never know, right? Number two, their founder, Joseph Smith, actually studied a subject in his day and age called pyramidology.
Mm-hmm.
You can look it up, right? And was quite familiar with ancient Kemet, with Kemet. So kind of strange, right?
Yeah.
That they have their own state, their own learning institution, and they're allowed to practice a marital system that is foreign to the majority of most Christians, right? And they're actually still considered Christians, you know, for the most part, the Church of Latter-day Saints, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, just little things to consider, right? Maybe somebody's practicing, notice something that you don't know, right? And they kind of put that to the side, you know, tell you. But nonetheless, back to the subject at hand. When we're looking at a chart and understanding how to see if this person is built for this type of marital system, we have to look to find something that is going to bring them to a level to desire, to a level where they want to desire marriage so bad they will go beyond the circumstances and achieve something that is out of the norm. If that makes sense. Right. Because in order to achieve something out of the norm, you have to have great desire, don't you?
Yeah.
You have to have an insatiable need to get something done. Right. And that need has to be facilitated in an expedient way. Right. Now, when we go to the Eastern cultures, and I'm talking about, when I say Eastern, I consider African Eastern. Right. For some folks may not, I do. Right. It is traditionally Eastern. Right.
Yeah.
Their approach, when you look at a person, let's say we're looking in Nigeria, right, and we look at a chart, we're not going to look for the same factors because we're not, the cultural purview of this is not going to even be close to being the same. Polygyny is very well accepted in Nigeria, right? Very well accepted in Ghana, right? This is not foreign to the African mind or the Eastern mind for the most part, right? So we need to look at things from a different perspective. If someone comes to me, I can actually look at it from a Western perspective in their chart, just the same way I'd have to do it the reverse here. I could do it the reverse there because I'm going to automatically know that it's inbuilt into this society. So I already know that I'm looking at certain things, the 7th and 11th. Well, we'll get into what those planetary interactions are, but they're going to be almost where I don't even have to do certain I don't have to perform certain research because it's already embedded into the person's mindset. That's how you begin to really read the chart and read the person's understanding of a person's mind. So, for example, if I know this person is in China, right? They're Asian, they're Chinese, right? I'm not going to read marriage and children. I'm not going to read the 5th house from the same perspective. You know why, right? Because they have a law that states that if they have children beyond a certain number, they're breaking the law. So the 5th house is going to be read completely different. Jupiter is going to be read completely different.
Yeah.
In regards to children. So you have to read it differently. Right? Every culture has some biases or some differences, right? In some regard. But, and am I making sense so far? Where we're going with this?
Yes, you're making perfect sense. I mean, because
okay, I just want to make sure we're there.
Yeah.
So, right. When we look at Western, just to say generally speaking in a chart, let's first of all establish what you want to see or look for in a chart to understand if a person is built or can sustain marriage in some degree. right? Because you have to have that in order to be able to sustain polygyny, right? You have to. Well, the first planet we look to in a chart, right, is Venus, right? Obviously, right? Because it is the planet of so-called conjugal love, right?
Mm-hmm.
Matrimony, marriage, right? Affection, and so forth. So you have to see if Venus is strong, right, in a chart for men and women, right? And so looking at a chart, you want to make sure that Venus is not harmed in some way. When I say harmed, you want to make sure that primarily there's two houses that she doesn't, primarily two, you don't want it to be in. And I'm saying that this to say it's not always the case, because there's always exceptions to every rule, right? There are times that the chart can be amended or the placement can be amended by other placements that will offset that. So it's not always the case, but you have to kind of use it in a general sense of the word. And then you kind of take it from there and start to apply it in a very specific sense. But in the general sense, and what we're talking about is called a karaka, or an indicator. You look for Venus as the indicator of a marriage in a chart, or a person's ability to hold a marriage down. The reason is because Venus naturally rules Libra, which is the seventh sign, and it's the person's ability really to keep a promise.
Yeah.
Right? A little secret so people understand why we look at Venus. Venus is your ability to keep a promise. Right. Right. It really is your ability to say, you know what, business is promise. Business is, when you do business, it's nothing but a promise. It's an exchange. The dollar bill that you hold in your hand is a promissory note.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. So you have to relate the two to understand why Venus would be related to marriage in a chart. Right. She's the power. She has the power, the ability to hold her word as true, and to make sure that what she does is going to be continued the next day and the next day and the next day. That's what marriage is. Right. I'm going to be here tomorrow. I'll be here the next day. I promise.
Yeah.
Right. If a person can't hold their promise, then they can't hold a marriage. And the way we understand that is, a marriage is nothing but a vow. That's what I'm really trying to get the people to understand, is that promise, when you say I do, when you say I promise to uphold, you say that in the vows, usually in the Western sense, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I promise, right? That's what it is. Right? So when we look at Venus in the chart and say, oh, okay, well, and this is a matter male or female, right? Yeah, can't keep a promise. So then we can say, okay, well then, we know you can't keep promises, so how many promises have you tried to make?
Yeah.
Right? And then it's like, oh, what do you mean? What do you mean? Right? I can see you made quite a few promises. Right? We can see that in the chart very easily. Right? But we also see if someone will keep that promise till death do us part, for real.
Yeah.
There are charts that are built that way. Not many, but there are. And those are the ones that are anchored very well in understanding who they are and what they are from birth. Meaning, marriage is a spiritual exercise in and of itself. It is. Don't get married if you're not ready to give 20 years. Don't.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not ready, if not willing to give 20 years of your life, don't get married. This is plain and simple. I can tell you that. And it doesn't even matter if you like or dislike anything. That's not even the point. Because no matter what you like, you're going to learn to dislike at some point in that relationship.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Saturn has to make at least 2 squares, right? Or a square and an opposition, and then beginning to make another square in order for you really to learn the value of the relationship and who you're dealing with. You have to be tested at least 2 times. for Saturn to say, this is bona fide. Right? You learn your lesson. You grew up. You matured. You handle responsibility, right? All the things that go along with, right, that marriage in and of itself. So when you understand that, that's what the first thing you look for is, can the person keep a promise? Planetary placements are going to reveal that. They're going to be revealed through sign placements in a certain way. Not always, but in a certain way. Yeah, people say, what about a debilitated Venus? What about marriage? People with debilitated Venuses get married every day.
Yep.
And sustain happy marriages. So it's not all true.
Mm-hmm.
But in that marriage, there's going to be some very key things that you're going to notice, but it may not break the marriage because everyone's make or break is different. Right? Some people might not mind a woman that is constantly nitpicking you, right? But at the same time, that man that gets it might drive him crazy. It just depends on how his chart is built as well. So it's not always clear cut that just because a planet is in this sign or in this house, is it going to fail in marriage? But there are some clear rules that we know it usually yields the case. Right? Venus in the 6th house is primarily one of those. Now, I've seen charts with Venus in the 6th house that have had substantial, long-term, healthy, viable marriages. But it's not usual. There has to be some exceptional placements with Venus in the 6th house to be substantiated to have that happen. And Venus in the 12th house as well. That's another one. Venus in the 12th house means the person is going to like a private marriage.
Yeah.
They're going to like a private relationship. Their relationship is best handled behind closed doors. That's not room for polygyny.
Yeah.
Polygyny is very public. Right? Venus in the 6th house means that the person is going to have an imbalance when it comes to Venusian things. So they might need a lot of attention, or might need a lot of affection, or might need a lot of things that really kind of imbalance the relationship, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
They might have addictions with Venus in the 6th house. Right? So these are just things that we just notice quickly. Yep. Could be an issue here. Right? The other thing is, for a woman, we look at Mars. Mars, we need to look at, is it healthy? Is it viable? Right? Because that's the type of man she's going to attract.
Yeah.
Right? And people say, what about Jupiter? Yeah. I know. Right? But remember, everything I'm saying to you is based on the society you live in. You live in a Western society. You don't look to Jupiter to find the man first in this society. If you do, you're going to be betrayed.
Yeah.
You're going to be fooled by trying to find Jupiter as the husband. It doesn't work that way. Mars is a dead giveaway in this society. So Mars will show the details of a man and a woman's chart, how she handles the male energy, how the male energy comes to her. Right? And so, literally, if a woman's Mars is challenged, she can't handle the pressure of a man.
Yeah.
Because her own innate need for self-protection will overcome and overrule his natural desire to protect. This is how we read a chart, folks. Real quick, down and dirty.
Yeah.
Right. Mars in the 12th house, same rule. Mars in the 6th house is a different rule for different reasons, but Mars in the 12th house and Mars in the 8th house, those are planetary placements, especially Mars in the 12th. It's one you definitely want to just be mindful of as far as long-term marriages are concerned. Why? Because Mars in the 12th house There's a specific aspect that Mars produces. It's called the 4-8 aspect. Mars produces 8 houses away from himself. If you count from the 12th to the 7th, 12 to the 6th, that's 7. One more from the 6th is the 7th house, which is the house of marriage. So just quick little things that you should note when you're looking at a prospective person for polygyny, to know these are dead giveaways.
Yeah.
Mars in the 7th house is a no-no for polygyny. Right? Mars in the 7th house is almost, not always, almost a no-no for monogamy. So you have to just read this with a real fine-tooth comb.
Wouldn't Mars in the 7th, that's Marana Krakastana, right?
Run that by me again.
Marana.
Yeah, that's a
Krakastana.
Yeah, that is. Yeah. Both the 2nd and the 7th house are Marana Stanas, right?
Mm-hmm.
Death houses, right?
Yeah.
Definitely so, right? But Mars in the 7th house just denotes a real rough ride, right?
Mm-hmm.
In marriage. And I don't care how well it's placed. How about that?
No, I've seen it with people
right.
with Mars exalted and just don't.
Just marriage is just not it, man.
Yeah,
the karma is not bequeathed to them in this life, typically, unless they become a divine being. Now, when you're a divine being, you can do whatever you so choose at that point, because you've realized a certain level of spiritual development. But those are the exceptions to the rule. Most of the time, when you see Mars in the 7th, it's just a dead giveaway, right? So you just don't want to even go there to even talk about a polygynous anything, right? In that regard.
Yeah.
Let's talk about monogamy as the scientific height of realization and spiritual realization for anybody with Mars in the 7th. Monogamy is it, right? If you can do that. But when you have a nice solid chart where Mars is not being interfered with or interfering anything else, because Mars can also interfere with other planets that will also render null and void any type of polygynous anything. Mars influencing the moon primarily.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Mars can influence the moon and be aspected by certain things that will still nullify or subdue, right, or quell those specific malefic influences between the moon and Mars. But if there's no influences that subdue that or subjugate that, then you can pretty much bet your bottom dollar that Mars with moon is not going to go well for polygyny. Right? Just doesn't go well. Unless they may play a different role, but that's a fine-tuned thing, right? That's not a general rule. We're talking general rules right now.
Yeah.
Right. So those are just general basics. That's just general basic stuff for marriage, and of course the extension of marriage, which is, polygyny, that type of marriage. But now we got to find out, well, what is the catalyst for the strange behavior to the West of why someone, that's some strange stuff. Why do you want to have more than one? Right?
Yeah.
What would cause someone to, that's just strange to me, right? Mm-hmm. Right? Well, there's something that does that in the astrological sense of things. And so one of the players, not the only one, but one of the main players is the fellow we discussed just last week, I believe, right? Is Rahu.
Yeah.
Right. Right. Good old Rahu, right?
Troublemaker.
Yeah. I like him. Right. He's cool with me. I paid my dues. I'm just playing. I can bet through my Rahu period. We're good, right?
That reminds me, we need to get them t-shirts, man.
No doubt. We do. But Rahu, the bad boy on the block, right? He's the one that really sets it off in the sense of polygyny, right? And there's just so many different ways Rahu can influence a chart that can produce the phenomenon of the need, right, for someone to have a out of the norm life in some aspect, right?
Yeah.
Because it's healthy for society see, Rahu, the supreme being in his infinite wisdom, designed Rahu to bust up the monotony.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It's designed to create things that make you, let's say literally think outside the box.
Yeah.
Because without that, right, let's say Rahu didn't exist, right?
Mm-hmm.
You and I wouldn't be talking astrology right now.
Nah.
Straight up.
Yeah.
We wouldn't be talking astrology. Those listeners wouldn't be listening to some culture that is archaic at best, right?
Yeah.
And something that was designed thousands upon thousands of years ago.
Yeah.
Right? We wouldn't be discussing. That's Rahu's gift, to take you out of the Christian paradigm and to bring you to the African paradigm, which is now foreign to the reality in which you live.
Oh yeah, I mean, I got Rahu hanging all over me from a child, man.
Right. So it's not so right. It's anti-culture.
Yeah.
To the culture you're in.
Yeah.
But it's not anti-culture.
Mm-hmm.
Right. It's just anti to the culture you're in.
Yeah.
So right. Polygyny is not anti-African. It's anti-Western.
Yeah.
But we live in a Western culture, and time and space makes us realize that. And then it's like, oh, well, yeah. Now you understand that what you're looking at is out of the norm. It's not something that is the normal person's gonna. You walk up to a person and ask the average person, how many people do you know that practice polygyny? They're gonna say, for the most part, most people don't know of that many people.
Oh yeah, like who was I talking to? I was talking to somebody, and they were talking about the whole kind of same-sex marriage thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we got in the discussion of basically if other groups fight for things outside of themselves, and I was saying that, well, if same-sex marriage, really what they should have fought for is marriage amongst all consenting adults. And the person was like, well, what's the other type of marriage?
Right.
What was the other type of marriage?
Like what?
Yeah,
I mean, and to think about it from that perspective, they will legalize homosexual marriage,
mm-hmm.
but still outlaw or not legalize polygyny.
Yeah.
That's how taboo it is. So
it was.
I'm not talking about anybody's sexual preferences, folks. That is not my thing. I'm not here to ride on or jump on or pull anyone off anyone's bandwagon. Right?
Yeah.
That's your prerogative. What I'm saying is that the mindset of a nation or the mindset of a people to look at something that is naturally taboo in most cultures and around the world. And this is known around the world, not just Western culture, but even in Eastern culture, homosexuality is something that is taboo.
Yeah.
But to legalize that as a viable form of two people being able to file tax returns together and to be able to benefit as if they're in a monogamous relationship, but not to approve a relationship where there is an interaction between male and females just multiplied, shows serious Christian bias.
Oh yeah, it was back before same-sex marriage got passed. It was a panel on CNN, I think, and one of the guys was talking, and he was like, if we let same-sex marriage get through, then people are gonna start marrying their dogs, and then people are gonna start marrying their hands, and worse, polygamy.
That's the last of it, right?
That's exactly what he said. I was like, oh wow,
that's amazing.
That's deep.
That's deep. That's deep. That's some deep rooted Boy,
I find
you
that
bet
clip
not.
and post it on Instagram.
That's funny. But, I mean, it just shows, right? These things are really culturally perceived. And so Rahu is the one that literally pushes the cultural boundary.
Yeah.
He represents the ring past 9. Right? So in order for someone to do this in this culture, you want to find Rahu in connection to something that deals with a major aspect of the person's chart or some factor that ties it in to marriage, either through the 7th house, the 7th lord, and or Venus. And an aspect from Rahu can also produce the same effect, depending on how tight the aspect is.
Yeah.
Well, there is the formula, generally speaking. Now, to really solidify polygyny, you want to make sure that the 7th house / 7th lord interacts with the 11th house / 11th lord in some way. And there's many ways what's called sambandha, right, or binding or connecting in a chart, right? Because sambandha can be through various ways. It can be through, right, a connection through aspect, through nakshatra ruler, right, through navamsha or dina. It's just different ways they can connect, right? Yeah. So if they're connected in some way, and there has this admixture of Rahu within this process, polygyny is usually very acceptable and doable within that person's paradigm or mental way of thinking of things, right? Their way of understanding life. That wouldn't be outside the norm to them. In fact, they would revel in it because that Rahu factor produces rebellion in the society in which it is, in which it's placed. So that is a necessary key, right, to do it. What you want to also look for to go counter that is influences from Saturn. Saturn will usually deny polygyny. Why do you think that might be?
Maybe, Saturn is kind of tradition, or, it's...
Brother, you said it, I didn't, right? Saturn is very traditional, right? In the sense that it does not like to go beyond the routine of things. If Saturn is influencing one of those factors that we just talked about, right, you definitely want to just kind of, maybe not.
Now, what if Saturn is the 7th lord?
Then you want to look for Saturn interact with the 11th and Rahu still.
Mm-hmm.
In some way. So let's say Saturn. Okay, let's talk. So let's say Saturn is the 7th lord. There's only two ascendants we could be talking about.
Yeah, right? Leo and Cancer.
You said which one?
Leo and Cancer.
Right. Right. So then we know we've kind of already narrowed it down to Leo and Cancer. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Cancer, we know, automatically shouldn't be married until after the age of 30.
Yeah.
Right. So now we can, and I'm saying there's always exceptions to the rule. Right. But Cancers typically have it worse. Right. In marriage than many other ascendants. Because they have to learn lessons first before they dive into marriage. They just do.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't work well for them at an early age. I'm talking about early age. Early, like 20s, 19, 17, 18, or 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. It's going to be challenges. Saturn has to almost make its first return. Then they can marry successfully.
Oh, yeah. It
has to be on that verge.
That's a beyond truth statement right there.
Right. Leo's a little bit different, but Leo should still wait till at least 25, 26 to marry. And just because Saturn rules the 7th house, it just puts... See, the design for these types of ascendants is different from other ascendants. And I'm not going to get into too much about what that means, but just know whatever Saturn rules typically is where you have to learn the most karma.
Yeah.
Right? And if you think about Cancer and Leo, you'll understand why. Right? So we know that 7th house is going to be one of those two ascendants, right, for a Saturn rule. So then we can pretty much say, well, then we're going to look to see if Saturn is influenced in some way by Rahu. Right? In various ways. Right?
Yeah.
The 7th Lord is going to be in a place. The ruler of the 7th can be influenced by Rahu. That will produce the effect.
Yeah.
Right? There's direct and indirect influences that will still yield it. So you want to look, right? And there's just different ways you'll know, right? If the 9th house is affected by Rahu, this can also produce a polygynous purview.
Why the 9th house?
Well, the 9th house is the house that we usually produce, that produces our spiritual foundation.
Mm-hmm.
When the ascendant lord is interacting with the 9th house, 9th lord house and ascendant lord, right? In some way, like that person will grow up religious, right? The 2nd house and the 7th, 9th house, right? So religion or spirituality is a primary indicator of what we're looking at or to see. We want to see the spirituality of a person. Just look to the 9th.
Okay. Yeah.
Doesn't mean, right? They might be a Christian, but it's going to show you how they're a Christian. But it'll also show you if they're not a Christian. If Rahu is there. If Saturn is there.
Yeah.
Because Saturn in the 9th creates what's called an apostate. One that goes against the mainstream of their religion. Rahu definitely does, without a doubt. And anytime I see Rahu or Ketu in that axis, man, it's some way, somehow, some shape, some form, they are not in the norm of spiritual thinking for the most part as far as what everyone else does. So that alone, when you have a different spiritual purview, that is going to change everything.
Yeah.
Because then you're going to say, okay, well now that's not out the box for me.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I'm good with that. No, yeah, all right. I'm arrhythmic when it comes to the normal spiritual purview of things. So there's just different things we can see to see up that person can handle it, or no, this person cannot. So those are little things that you just begin to look at real quickly. Rahu, if he's conjunct Mars for a woman in her chart, she's definitely gonna like a man that's going to present that into her life, even though at sometimes at her own peril.
Mm-hmm.
Because Rahu creates, right, sudden, unexpected things. Sometimes I've seen Rahu with Mars. The person finds out their husband's homosexual.
Mm. You said Rahu with Mars?
For a woman's chart, yes. Many times I've seen it.
Mm.
They don't know why. Another one, folks, just a little tidbit. And I hate to be the bearer of the truth, but the way they say the truth teller usually has very few friends.
Yeah.
And that is true, right? Mars retrograde for a woman's chart is detrimental for marriage.
Mm.
I don't care what kind of marriage. Period. I can tell you it happens 70 to 80% of the charts I've seen, my friend. Mars retrograde for a woman. Unless it's debilitated. Which causes the effect to reverse.
Yeah.
That Mars is in any kind of other dignity, it's bad news for marriage. It's just the law, because the martial energy is meant to be externalized, especially for a woman. And people say, why not for a man? Because a man's he's naturally martial energy anyway. So it's not detrimental to him for marriage. But for a woman, it's rough. And I can tell you, man, it's just crazy how many times I've seen it over and over and over. It can be overcome because there's other factors that can literally compensate where it will give the woman. And let's also talk about this before we get off. Gender role integrity. That's something really has been that is now becoming taboo, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Gender role integrity. Oh, you misogynist. Right.
Yeah.
Right. Men are oriented towards hot tasks. Period.
Yeah.
Women are oriented towards cooler tasks. Period. Yes, there are women that can do hotter things, but they cannot sustain those hotter things as long as a man can.
No.
Just things that go with being in this body, right? And we think that because our mind can think something differently, our body will follow. Well, gravity's still in effect despite, you're thinking you can overcome it, right? Laws are still laws. And so understanding that gender integrity is key and crucial to understanding a chart and a relationship, right? There's just certain placements automatically that give us masculine women. And they're hard. I mean, unfortunately, they kind of, it's unfortunate, but it doesn't do well. Right?
Yeah.
For example, like, if in a woman's horoscope, let's say if the ascendant and the moon occupy male signs, right, or are associated with malefic planets, a lot of times a woman she's fierce.
Mm-hmm.
She's insubordinate. She ain't gonna bow. And I'm not saying bow as into bowing to a man. I'm saying bowing to the relationship itself. Like, no, I run this. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
There's a gender role integrity there that has to work if polygyny is to be viable for a long term. You can probably do it for a little bit, but long term wise, there has to be a male female counterpart.
Yeah.
Right. And I mean, the same thing happens. But what about men? If in a man's chart, if the ascendant and the moon occupy female signs, right? Sometimes it does work that way. Right. So, you just have to kind of gauge this, right? And really look at it for what it is and say, okay, is this something that can be matched? Now, the other thing is, and we won't be too much longer because this will be there's other things to add in that I haven't added in. But just the general matrix of it, you have to see the women's chart woman to woman, right? And in order to see woman to woman, the Mars aspect becomes even more crucial.
Mm-hmm.
And, well, the Venus and Mars aspect become crucial, but Mars for a very specific purpose, in that if those women's two Mars are not interfacing in a certain way, you can bet your bottom dollar that's not going to be a happy marriage. The women's Mars should be synchronized in some way.
Mm.
The man and woman's Mars may not be so much so, but the woman, two women, the women, the sister wives have to be in sync, martially speaking. So they should be in opposition. They should be trined. They can even be in a 4-10 relationship to some degree.
Mm.
And those that study astrology know what I'm talking about. But you definitely don't want it to be in a 6-8 position or 2-12. You don't want that. Right? Because then that's automatically going to be contention. So there's just certain things that you want to look for in those aspects of the chart as well. Considering all people meet the requirements that were originally talked about. That's why it becomes a very complex thing. Polygyny is complex.
Oh yeah.
You know, you're managing multiple things simultaneously. It's not easy, greasy. But at the same time, the one thing I can tell you that is universal in all of it is there has to be a spiritual component in everybody's chart. It can't be mundane. This is not a this is, if you're doing it in the Western sense, it's a very spiritual exercise.
Yeah.
In the Eastern sense, it's very much practical. So, right, the spirituality piece becomes secondary because it's more oriented in and ingrained into society. Whereas in the West, it has to be more of a spiritual principle because you have to endure the onslaught and the resistance of society in doing something that is considered taboo. Right? And so that's why societies like Asara said, societies like the Hebrew Israelites, even some Islamic sects, kind of facilitate the groundwork for things to be done in that way, because you have to have some type of system to support it. Right?
Yeah.
Going rogue with this, y'all, is rough, right? Going rogue and say I'm polygynous, you better be really sharp and tight, right? Without a system, of spiritual system especially to support it, it's just very difficult. And especially given all of the freedoms and the changes that are produced. Things change every month now. It seems like something is old. It was not even old. I mean, what's old now is considered, to me, old is like 4 or 5 years, and we're now 4 or 5 months or something old. It's just things have changed. So, the way things are now, people can pick up polygyny and put it down in 2.3 seconds. They're done. You know what I mean? It's a fad.
Yeah.
Right. It's cute, right? I
post on the gram.
Yeah. Rahu rules fads.
Yeah.
It does. But Rahu also rules changes of consciousness as well. So, kind of the extremes of the same rule. But I would say for the most part, those are the primary. The moon is always a factor. And I didn't even mention the moon because those are the things that you always want to consider as the baseline of anyone's chart. If the moon is hammered, I don't care what it is you're going to do. It's going to be rough. School, education, a job, let alone a relationship. With the moon challenged, it's always going to be rough. Life is rough because the moon represents life itself. Right, in a chart. So, if you're seeing probably somebody's moon is hammered and you're saying, wow, it's in the 8th house with aspect this, conjunct this, and it's in this, and this, it's got all these things going on, and you say, well, what about polygyny? What about life?
Yeah.
Let's do that first. Let's start living first. Then we can talk about marriage. But polygyny is an exercise that is a mental exercise. It's not emotional. And that being said, we'll add the last piece of the puzzle in to the equation. Last piece of the puzzle is the signs, right? And so the signs are key. And that when you're looking at signs, you definitely don't want someone to be overwhelmed in one type of sign, period. But you definitely want to watch out for water signs in regards to being heavily weighted. And when you're heavily weighted in water, the propensity to become jealous is higher, right?
Yeah.
I'm just going to keep it real, folks. I'm not going to candy coat this, right? 2 of the most jealous signs in the zodiac are Scorpio and Cancer. Specifically of Cancer, Ashlesha, which is 16 degrees 40 minutes to 30 degrees Cancer. It's the very end of Cancer.
Yeah.
And so that aspect is literally, right, governed by a serpent, the entity called Sarpa, right, or Shashesh, right, is a serpent that entwines, right, and squeezes and holds. Well, the Cancer has claws, right?
Yeah.
For gripping and holding, right? Now, that portion of Cancer is extremely jealous. And the sign of Scorpion, the sign of Scorpio itself is jealous. Right? So, given that, you gotta be careful because you won't see it coming. Right? You think that it's all good and everything's cool, but you're not paying attention to these water signs are very, very, very protective.
Mm-hmm.
Very territorial.
Sting you. When you see the stinger coming, ping.
Well, yeah, and the Cancer will grip you till it squeezes you to death.
Yeah.
Right. So you're like, oh my God, I don't even know what I got into. What is this? And then I've seen people with stellium. I mean, I've had people come to me with at least 3 or 4 planets in Ashlesha alone.
Mm-hmm.
And I can almost guarantee when I mention relationship, it's the same story. How long did you squeeze the man or woman till they broke? They like, what? You squeezed them to death. Well, they did that. Yeah. But it was you holding on to the point where you couldn't, till you squeezed the life force out of them. And then the relationship, yeah, you're right. They usually admit it very quickly.
Yeah.
There's other zones in the zodiac that are rough, right? Maritally speaking, right? And so those are other, I mean, when as an astrologer, then you begin to learn, these zones, right? Like if someone has planets, especially like Venus or the 7th Lord at 10 degrees Scorpio, they're going to be completely overtaken by sexual urges. And I've seen it over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
Even 9 degrees, 11 degrees Scorpio, yeah. Straight up and down. If a planet, let's say the person's 7th moon, let's say moon, Venus, or 7th Lord is at 3 degrees, they have a very strong propensity to be married for a very long time. They can endure relationships. So, and it's almost like they're opposite ends of the same spectrum. One's 3 degrees, one's 10 degrees.
Yeah.
Right? I'm just saying, like, there's different zones, right? Aries, 14 degrees. Man. Yeah. 17 degrees. Yeah. Rough areas for marriage.
Yeah.
So you see, it just depends, right? There's just so many nuances, but you can still pretty much take what I've told you and apply it and see and test it and see if it doesn't work. Right? It might be, I've seen, because people say, well, Venus in the 8th house. 8th house Venus is great. Actually, it's good for marriage. Excellent.
Mm-hmm.
Because a person is going to, the person's in-laws is going to love them.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that. Like, very, yeah. Yeah.
Venus in the 8th house, their family, the family, their husband's family or their wife's family loves them. Now, unless there's some other aspects going on, right? And again, provided that they're both of the same racial or economic background, these are other factors, or for all intents and purposes, everything the same, then Venus in the 8th house, then the person's, they're going to stay married for a very long time, right? They're going to keep their promise, right? Trust and believe, right? So, and they may even stay married for a very long time and then divorce, but they will be married for at least 10, I would say at least 10 years. And if they divorce, it'd probably be 20 to 25 years. They just stay, people with Venus in the 8th house stay married for a very long time, right? Just kind of the way it works. So, again, you want to look for certain just kind of key rhythmic patterns. If you see a lot of planets in Cancer and Scorpio, doesn't mean it won't work. It just means there's got to be a lot of work involved to make it happen, right? And the thing is once you overcome those things, those signs actually become the most loyal. They'll never give up because they've overcome those challenges of insecurities, which Cancers can many times have, and the overcome the need for possession many times what Scorpios can have, right? Because Scorpios literally like to possess, right? That's their thing. So, nonetheless, I think we'll leave it at that. I think we've had a fairly decent show, and I think the next time we come on, we're gonna have more filler in, some more information for the people, some things we got coming up. So definitely tune into the next show. It'll be a polygyny part 2. So we'll kind of fill in some other things, talk about some other aspects, and kind of tie it all in.
Indeed. Yeah. So, as you can see, especially in a modern context, it's a it's a complex situation, and in its own, and looking at it astrologically can be a bit complex as well. But want to remind you all that this episode was brought to you by Push It Forward Media Group and Caliprusia Astrology and our patrons. And I want to, like I said, shows like this, or, different things that you may want to hear. Patreon is the best way to get that done, because you really, get the opportunity to really engage with us on a different level. And we really do take, your contributions and stuff into consideration, and, tie it into the show. And like I said, there's even an option out there for you to even be on the show. So, I definitely encourage you all to go check us out on Patreon and, help us to, push you forward and help us, take this show to another level as well. All right. This is definitely a great show. Great perspective on it. Indeed. So I know a lot of y'all going to be sitting there looking at your charts and stuff like that in the comments or in the DMs asking us, man, is this, what about, all that good stuff. And that's all good. But, it's a, marriage in general is a very serious institution. So you definitely want to make sure that you got your head in the right place, regardless of what type of marriage it is. So on that note, we're going to go ahead and close it out. We went over a little bit, but it's all good. Brother Rod, you got anything you want to say before we go ahead and close it down?
Nah, folks, just definitely spread the word, get it out there. We've got some new followers. You all have interacted with me, and definitely much appreciated. Much appreciated to the folks that support us on Patreon. As this grows and you all help us grow, we can get it. We can make this even bigger and better, and bring on stuff and people in different formats that can make this quite interesting. So again, thank everybody. I want to thank everybody that has contributed, and again, get the word out. Send it out to your family and folks that are interested in these kind of topics.
Indeed. So with that being said, I want to thank you all for tuning in, and we will be back next week with another great show for you. In the meantime, make sure everybody, you say stay safe, healthy, vibrant, and we'll see you all next week. All right. Peace.
You are now tuned in to the Cosmic Convos podcast, your number one source for accurate, relevant, and thought-provoking astrological conversations in the podcast nation. The place where stars and minds align.
Peace. You're now tuned into the Cosmic Convos podcast. I'm your humble host, Herut, and we got the good brother here, Brother Ra. How you doing?
Brother, never better, enjoying life. How about yourself?
Hey, man, same here, man. Before we get rolling, I wanted to remind you all that this podcast was brought to you by Push It Forward Media Group, Caliprucia Astrology, and our patrons out there on Patreon, right? You can find Push It Forward Media Group at Push It Forward PUSHITFWD.com, and you can find us on Instagram at PUSHITFWD as well. Brother Y, how can they get in touch with you with Caliprucia?
3 primary ways, and it seems to be working pretty well. Everybody's able to get a hold of me one way or the other. Typically, you can get a hold of me either via calipruciaastrology@gmail.com, or you can find me on either IG or Facebook at Shechem Ra, on either one of those. Same name on both of those formats. So either one of those should work.
Good deal, and special shout out to our patrons, man. We really do appreciate all our Patreons. I know we got, a lot of good feedback from them. We correspond quite a bit. So I want to, send a special shout out to everybody in our Patreon group. Also, I want to send a special shout out to Polly Pattersons. Thank you for going live with us. That was a great show. A lot of people got a lot of, good feedback from that. And we should definitely connect and do something again sometime. So thank you for sharing your experiences with us, and hopefully we was able to give you some insight, and probably can give you some more insight moving forward. All right.
Oh man, it was great. I really enjoyed the whole discussion of a topic that's very hot. It's very kind of, if you will, it's still taboo for the black community, and for just any community for the most part, period. So I enjoyed discussing those kind of things from an astrological perspective. I think it went well. I got a lot of good feedback. So I'm excited to do part 2 as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because, we touched on a lot, but really, we just kind of scratched the surface as far as just what that completely looks like in the chart. I think that first show we built a foundation for marriage, and then tied in the whole polygamous side of it into there. But that second show would be key. And here's one thing I found is that there's people who's listened to it that may have looked at polygamy in a certain way, but after listening to the show have kind of it changed their view of it a little bit. It makes it sounds more refined than what it might appear in the media or just out in everyday talk.
Yeah, it gave it an elegance to it. I definitely agree to that. And it should be, and I'm not here to knock anyone and what they do as far as their sexual life preferences or what have you. But when you understand that if one aspect of reality is allowed to exist, which legal same-sex marriage is what I'm referring to, then polygyny should definitely be something considered as a viable means to marriage. It seems fair, and to understand it from an astrological perspective means that obviously the universe has already understood that this is something that man is going to be dealing with. So for all intents and purposes, I'm not going to say it's divinely ordained or divinely sanctioned, but I mean, obviously it's a part of reality we should be addressing in a very mature and responsible way.
Oh yeah, indeed. Yeah, so we'll we'll pick up on that subject in the next one. I don't know when we're gonna do it, but I'll just tell you all to stay tuned for that. And I don't want to miss out. Shout out to Unc Ma'ahai for showing us love on Patreon, and Kinameti Ra Metri. Thank you very much for all your feedback, all your interactions, and your support for the show as well. And we'll we might, this show might touch on a little bit of what some of our patrons has been hitting us up about, but we'll go ahead and get into it. So I think with last season we did a few shows where we went kind of more on the fundamentals of astrology end of things, just things that we all should know when we're dwelling into this space. And I think it's been a good time for us to kind of do a show like this right now, especially with with everything that's going on. A lot of people are tuned into astrology. I've even heard people thrown out hit us up and say you guys should start a astrology YouTube show like the Weather Channel.
We actually should.
Yeah, indeed. So in that vein, I think what we're gonna get into today will kind of get your mind kind of thinking of how what that even looks like. You know what I'm saying? To give predictions on a global sense like that, or how that affects people as a whole. So Brother Ra, what's your thoughts on that?
I really think that's an excellent idea, and the show, astrology, for all intents and purposes, is such a vast science. Its understanding is it takes a long time to get it. I mean, there's so much to learn, and using this platform to really show the people that in real time, not just just showing the people in actual live. I mean, I wish we could. Be nice if we could have a microphone and a camera be on site, right? like a news reporter, you know what I mean? Like show it, like look, you know what I mean? Like here's Rahu in effect. But
that's the future.
That's the future, no doubt,
yeah.
No doubt. But without a doubt, that's something that I definitely look forward to, and it's something that we could definitely branch off and venture into in a long term, from a long term perspective.
Indeed. So let's go ahead and jump into today's topic. what you got for us today?
Well, today is just, last show is a little complex, mentioning certain things. And if you're not somewhat or even minimally astrologically savvy, it's kind of like, I'll get it as I go, or I'll try to find out, or research what he's talking about. But today's show is less complex. It really is very simple when you understand some general mathematics, right? Really, the essence of what we're studying is math, right? Because, numbers are math. So when you understand, general math and how this unfolds, life really kind of matches how the planets roll or how they unfold. And this show is going to be where you can go and research these things yourself without astrological research tools such as your chart, your computer systems, or your books. You don't need those for this. It's just understanding how things work in a cyclical way. Then you understand that the Supreme Being has already implanted within man itself the planets themselves. They're already within us, and we'll see how today. So moving in, really, the topic is really astrology and psychological development. And when we talk about psychological development, we have to understand we're talking in reference to Western terms, right? Modern psychology, if you will, and there's really no such thing as modern psychology. Psychology is only modern, right?
Yeah.
There's no ancient psychology. If there were, we're going to talk about it today. Right?
Indeed.
So, but understanding, psychology, the word itself, psychology, when you break it down and understand the root of what it is, ology is obviously the study of anything like astrology, right? Biology, numerology. Ology is just the study of something. But when we talk about psychology, the root of psychology is psyche, or the psyche, or psyche. And to understand the realities in which we deal, you have to unpackage words. Our great teacher, Ramin, teaches that you have to unpackage reality based on the concepts in which you're limited through the left brain, through words. And words are tricky, just like the planet that rules in Mercury, right? It's tricky, right? So words can fool you. So psyche, what is the psyche? Where would they get that word from? Well, the origins are Greek, right? Now, not to venture off into history and things of that nature, but understand that the Greeks attempted to understand the spirit because they were learning something from an ancient people called the Cometians, and they were being taught something that was of great value, but they didn't quite understand it, only could understand it to the level or capacity in which they were designed, right? And that time, of course, limited them greatly in this regard. So they can only understand certain things that were given to them from these ancient people. And so the psyche, right, was a part or a component of the spiritual makeup of man in ancient Kemet. But being limited in understanding and kind of not understanding how this thing unfolds or works, they took the psyche and made it a word that kind of stood for the totality of man's spirit, when really it's a very small portion. But the word, right, denotes, right, and you can, for the most part, look these things up yourself, but a great site to go to is Etymology Online. You put it up, Google's pretty user friendly. But in there, right, they describe the word, or they break down the word as such, they say it's the soul, the mind, the spirit, life, one's life, the invisible animating principle or entity which occupies or directs the body. So, well, what is it, right? What is the psyche? What are we talking about, right? Is it composite, right? Is it homogeneous, right? What is it? And so, the attempt of the Western man, the Western mind, to try to comprehend something that takes thousands upon thousands upon thousands upon thousands of years to comprehend, right? Their attempt to understand this at best, right? Psychology is about, at best, it started maybe late 1700s, early 1800s, at best. Right?
Yeah.
So, and they're piggybacking using a word that, as I just described, has various connotations, right? So they're confused is really the bottom line, right? Western man, the Western mind, is confused when it comes to understanding the spirit and how it unfolds. And so,
Well, that kind of piggybacks off a comment that I made in the last show, about how the Western man kind of came up in the world compared to us, or compared to darker skinned people, right? Because you have an environment where you don't have agriculture, you don't have these systems in place where you can sit down and you can observe nature and you can ponder God and stargaze and all that stuff like that. Then you don't really you don't have that experience.
Definitely, and that's why we literally, one of the words that we would use in Kemet to describe an aspect or reference the Supreme Being is netter or intir or enjor, or different pronunciations, but the bottom line spelling is ntr. Most people say netter, but netter is the same thing or akin to the word of as nature. So we understood that as above, so below. We understood that the stars and all those things are literally a reflection of us, just like we understood that the dog and the cat and all those things are reflections as well. And when you have an environment that's devoid of the experience and the connection of those things, and absolutely you're very challenged to understand matters of the spirit. And so that's definitely a good point, my friend, because that is exactly their beginnings and the challenges inherent in those beginnings.
Yeah, it's like being poor, like if you're impoverished, you thinking about your next meal, you thinking about how you're going to survive the next week and stuff like that. You're not thinking about grandiose topics like God and all that stuff like that. That's just not a priority on your list.
Yeah, they're late in the game. They're late in the game in that regard, definitely.
Yeah.
So they have limitations in the understanding of what consciousness really is, right? Because consciousness and spirit are not the same thing. When we say the unfolding of our psychological development, we're saying that consciousness is there and it unfolds through a matrix, through a programmed, timed process. And it's no mystery when you study astrology what the process looks like, especially if you have children, because then you can see astrology inherent in the child's development. You see the dasha cycles, you see the transits, you see the innate proclivities, you see all of you see everything. So it's almost like you're actually seeing time unfold, right? When you have that knowledge and really look at your child from that prism. So let's get started in understanding how this works, right? Because we can sit here all day and talk about the limitations of Western psychology and the Western mind, and really psychology itself, because it is in itself Western.
Yeah.
So from the time you're born, right? The way a true astrologer will look at your chart will always look at the moment, the stamp that was imprinted upon your spirit, right? And so that stamp is so crucial that the exact moment of birth yields some very surprising details. Right.
You know, I wanted to say something about that just from, a recent experience from my person, because, I've been studying astrology, for a while, and you hear that, right? That at that time when you take your first breath, your chart, that's just, it's imprinted on you. But, when my daughter was being born and I'm in the room, and, when she came out, like, you felt the chi like hit the room, boom, when she hit
you
that
felt
first
the difference, didn't you?
You felt it was a shift. You know what I mean? As soon as that happened, like, everybody in the room was tearing up. It just hit, boom, as soon as she took that first breath.
Yeah. And the more you observe it from this prism, or this mind, this thought process, because there's different ways to look at these same principles, right? This is just one that is in action and in motion, but there's other ways to look at the planetary energies and how man's makeup is built. But that's a whole nother conversation. But nonetheless, from that moment, that time when you take your first breath, when you're imprinted and your spirit literally begins to unfold, and from that time, everything is literally timed. They say you're dying from the time you're born. Well, that is correct, right? From the moment you are in this world and that imprintation process begins, then it's set in motion. People say, well, it sounds like fate. Well, again, right, living in a Western world and having a Western mind, we think we have free will. Sorry to burst y'all's bubble, but you don't. Right? There's no such thing as a free will. There is a will which allows you to be free, but there's not a free will which allows you to do anything you so choose. And so we even discussed that, I believe, last season, right? We talked about, can you do anything you think you want to do, right?
Yeah.
So with that being in mind, right, when you take the first breath, the planets that are crucial in understanding how this works are all of them for the most part, but the ones that are outside of the Earth's orbit are more crucial in understanding how we unfold. And the reason is because the cycle is actually longer for these planets than the cycles that we actually experience within our inner three planets, right? So for Mercury, Venus, and Earth, those are fairly within all those planets revolve within 1 year, right, around the sun, or they make an orbit within 1 year, within a year. Okay, the sun is exactly 1 year, right, from the time you're born, 365 days. So those inner planets don't exceed that, right? But the outer planets do. And those are the ones that really do impact and shape man's consciousness on a larger scale. Mercury, of course, does, because he makes 3 to 4 retrogrades per year. Venus does, because she imprints on your consciousness and on your spirit, rather, in a very specific pattern, right? But that pattern is still within a year's time. So it's more about the sun's movement in those inner planets versus the outer planets, which are independent of the sun. Does that make sense?
It does. It does. I mean, even, a lot of the, when people are trying to compare Western astrology and different things like that, what I found is a lot of the stuff that a Western astrologer would append to a person, you could sometimes see that what they're saying that it's because, the sun being here is saying that sometimes it could be Venus being there that's actually creating that, and it's being expanded onto the, to the sun, or as far as how they're interpreting it. But a lot of times it's another planet that usually is not too far or too ahead of the sun that's causing that reality that someone is pointing out.
Mm-hmm. No, you're right. Right. Absolutely. And so the inner planets are still crucial. I'm not diminishing their importance. I'm saying from a time perspective, time is what we're studying, right? Because this is all about time. Everything we look at through astrology is relative to time. So to master and understand time, right, we have to look beyond our inner kind of comfort zone and look out to see what those outer planets are doing to influence man's development. So the first planet we look at, now what people say, what about the moon? I didn't mention the moon. Well, the moon obviously is relative to our movement on Earth, right? It's connected directly to our orbital system. So our gravity has it in its possession. So it literally is an extension of the Earth, right? For all practical intents and purposes. So the cycles are still not going to affect man like the outer planets will, right? But there's a direct correlate between the inner and the outer planets, and we'll see how. So first planet we look at is Mars, right? So Mars, right, is the planet of aggression, right? It's the planet of the musculature system. It's the planet of courage, right? It's the planet of dominance, right? It's the planet of being able to assert yourself. And so for the first year or so, right, generally speaking, again, there's always exceptions to the rule. People say, well, my baby was doing this and that, right? At 2 months old, right? I get it, right? But we're talking about the normality of most folks, right? For the normality for most people, this is pretty universal. So the baby, when you're born, we're all born, right? You're attached to the mother's womb. Even if you're not physically attached, you're psychically attached, right?
Yeah.
But before you can even do anything, right, of your own accord, right, you're physically attached, even though you're not physically attached. You can't move anywhere without her, right? Provided the mother is there, right? I know some folks say, what about if the mother and people ban? I'm talking about the general consensus of man's life. There are always exceptions to the rule. But for the most part, the baby is still very physically attached to the mother until the child begins to walk. Now, the child's effort to walk is timed perfectly to the cycles of Mars. Mars, on average, takes about 687 days, give or take, right? Because the cycle can be slightly variable because of the planets are not exactly, they have an exact cycle, but they can vary. There's some variances. But for the most part, about 687 days. Almost 2 years.
Yeah.
Right? So it takes about a year, a month and a half to move through each sign. 43 days, 43 to 45 days. So when Mars makes his complete cycle, it's 2 years. It takes almost generally 2 years for that to happen. When Mars makes his opposition, that's the first year of life. Mars is the planet of independence. It is the planet that allows you to express your independence. Right? Mars is the planet that literally, when it is opposing itself, it is literally pushing back on the musculature system so that it can learn to erect itself. That is the first year perfectly timed with Mars coming into opposition to itself.
Dig that.
Now, when Mars moves, of course, to a full return, that's 2 years, right? Well, what do they always say? According to most parental kind of sayings, right? I don't know the words you would use for it, but they say the terrible twos.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That's when the child knows it can enact its own direction, and its animal has a very potent say in what it does. That's why they say, what's the first word they usually say?
Nope.
No. That's a Mars thing. So, right, Mars is the planet that literally cracks and breaks you from and cuts you from the psychic umbilical cord from your mother. In the first year, and then the next year within the first 2 years, right? Now, this, of course, this same cycle happens over and over and over and over and over and over, creating a pattern. Here's the thing. If you notice Mars in certain positions in the chart, you can even say if the child will walk earlier. Mars in the 1st, 3rd, 6th, 10th, or 11th house usually indicates a child that will actualize himself earlier than other children. That's how specific it can be. So the planet, your psychological development is governed by these planetary cycles. That's why we can predict. Does it make sense?
No, it does. I mean, again, I don't mean to talk about my daughter all the time, but she has Mars in the 11th, and she's I mean, she came out doing a whole lot. She's 4 months. She's in a jumper. You know what I mean? Like jumping hard. You know what I mean? She's well on track to be walking early. I'm pretty sure she's gonna be walking early for sure.
Absolutely. And so when you get that understanding of how the planets correlate directly, look in her chart. Look in her chart right near 11 months. Right at 11 months. Mm-hmm. You'll see the opposition. You'll see the opposition nearing. And it's like clock. It's like a clock. You're watching the Mars opposition and you're watching them walk.
Yeah.
Right? So it's like, wow. This thing is literally is divinely designed. So that's one planet, right? And again, this planet repeats the cycle every 2 years, right? Over and over and over. So now we're carving a pattern, right? Based on other planetary influences, all those things. But just Mars interfacing with itself alone, this is what it does, right? Now, moving on. The next big boy on the block, right, is Jupiter. And Jupiter has a cycle of 11.5 years. Typically, most people say 12, right? And so every 12 years, Mars will make a return to his natal position, right? So 12 years from now, Mars will be in the same position that it is today. Not exactly, but very close. Right? So Jupiter making this round every 12 years, the 13th year is a new birth of knowledge. If you understand human development, right? The 13th year is a very specific year. And that it's the bridge between youth and adolescence, right? And that year, you usually are very expansive and very gregarious, right? Not the 12th year, the 13th year. The 13th year is the new octave, it's the new set, it's the new lead in, it's the new jump off, right?
Yeah.
So every 13 years, you're going to find that every 12 years, you'll get a new set of knowledge. You get a new set. I could tell you a story. I can tell you literally every 12 years, I've gotten a new set of knowledge. Every 12, almost on time. The 13th year was the year I was to learn the new knowledge and how to implement it, if that makes sense. Right. So you're going to get an upload, right, every 12 years. Just go back in time and piece together what happened at 12 and then look at the next year. Then you'll start to remember, wow, at 24, I did get some new knowledge. I met this and I got that. And then you'll see a pattern, right? So every 12 years, you get a new literal perspective of knowledge.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I got, yeah. Yeah, because mine hit. Yeah, I definitely a whole paradigm shift happened at 24 for me. Yeah, absolutely.
And 12 too, because it's called puberty. Right?
Yeah.
Right? It just happens.
Yeah.
And I mean, there's other planetary. I'm giving you the general way the transits unfold, but there are even other planetary principles that talk about the psychological development in Jyotish. For example, Jupiter actually turns on at 16, right? Saturn yields up at 36, right? Certain planets turn on at certain ages. That's not what I'm talking about here. I'm talking about the planets as they interact with themselves and with other planets in the chart simultaneously.
Yeah.
As they move, right? As they impinge different levels of consciousness and different levels of unfoldment for man. So the next planet, right, is Saturn, right? Good old Saturn. And Saturn's transit takes 28 to 30 years, generally speaking, to make a full return, to make a full, complete go around the chart to return to the original position it was at the time of birth. It takes 28 to 30 years. Right? Now, let's talk. This is vast. This is really how man's consciousness unfolds for the most part. It's through Saturn. Saturn is the big boy in the block, right? Even though Jupiter is bigger by size, Saturn is the last ring past knot before you get to the outer planets. The true outer planets, right? Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. So Saturn being that last ring past knot, really, and literally, if you ever study astronomy, which most astrologers, if you're a good astrologer, you should be studying astronomy and learning astronomy intimately. There's a cycle that happens one every 100,000 years, and it's governed by the interaction of Jupiter and Saturn, right? And it creates ice ages. So, and this is known fact, right? This is nothing astrological. This is astronomical, even though they are both very much connected. But Saturn is kind of like the checkmate for Jupiter. That's why they're actually neutral in astrology. Astrologically speaking, when they're compared to one another, Jupiter is neutral to Saturn, and Saturn is neutral to Jupiter in many regards. One is contraction, one is expansion, right?
Yeah.
One is growth, one is decay, right? So Saturn is the planet that literally is the governing principle that unfolds your destiny, and literally, as you well know, brother, the practices and studies that we research and implement, Saturn is the governing principle of destiny itself. And this is why.
Yeah.
Right. Every 7 years, Saturn will square itself, meaning it will create a pattern that looks like a square, right? 7 years, he will literally be three signs from himself. The next 7 years, 3 signs. The next 7 years, 3 signs. The next 7 year, 3 signs, right? Equaling 12. So when they well, it's gonna be 4 signs, technically 4, excuse me, but the transit happens through 3 signs because you count the initial sign. So when he makes that square, right, that's 7 years. Well, man's development happens exactly like that. So remember, Mars governs the musculature system, right? Yeah. Saturn governs the skeletal system, right? Saturn's process is crystallization. That's what it does.
Mm-hmm.
It crystallizes things, right? It makes things concrete. Well, up until the age of 7, the soft spot on a child's head, where the top of the head is still soft, up to 7. Now, 7, when Saturn begins to square itself, it crystallizes you into this reality.
Mm-hmm.
So now you are who you are, for the most part, for life. See, the past life is poured into the childhood. So the Saturn's karma is being released during that time. So for the psychological development to unfold, Saturn, when he makes a square to himself, he literally cuts you, he solidifies your consciousness by closing off the fontanel on where the brain is. So now you don't have that direct upload link to source. Right? Your imagination shuts down more, you become more crystallized in reality. So this is shown through the fontanel. The fontanel is where we have the Sahasrara chakra, right, and the other higher chakras. That's literally where their physical locale is.
Mm-hmm. The Bawi.
The Bawi, right?
Yeah.
And so the Bawi, when it closes at 7, you are now a resident. As a resident, you are who you are. That's when you notice a child, because when you have children, you notice at 7, they're kind of like, you can adjust, but they're crystallized. They have their likes, they have their dislikes, right? Their ego is formed, is what I'm saying, right? Now, half of that cycle is very crucial as well. So if we take 7 years and divide it into 2, 3.5 years and 3.5 years, that cycle, the first 3.5 years, right? This part of the crystallization process is denoted by the literally the woman's milk begins to dry up. This is the lunar connection that you have, of course, with the mom. The moon, the mother is the moon. So Saturn ensures that, look, the mother's not going to allow this to continue. You have to die to that connection. That's what Saturn does for the first 3.5 years. The first 3.5 years are about nurturing, sustenance, right? About security, right? And really, to understand how this works, just simply look at the position between the moon and Saturn in a person's chart. It will directly tell you about that first 3.5 years of life. This is a secret most people don't know. Right? And do you know why? because the moon mimics Saturn's cycles directly. The moon takes 2.5 or 2.25, right, days to move through a sign.
Mm-hmm.
The moon takes 2.5 years to move through a sign. Right?
You mean
So
Saturn.
I'm sorry, Saturn takes 2.5 years to move through a sign. The moon takes about 2.25 days, almost 2.5.
Yeah.
Right. So they correlate perfectly. Saturn rules Capricorn, moon rules Cancer, and they're both directly opposite to one another.
Yeah.
So understanding this direct relationship, the first 3.5 years, if you want to understand how that level of consciousness was impinged upon, or that level of spirit was impinged upon, just look at the relationship between Moon and Saturn. Did the person feel like they had the right start, right, to get things done? And this, it affects everything throughout life. This first 3.5 years. The next 3.5 years is now more leaning towards the essence of father, right? Now we're talking about the solar aspect of this, right? First 3.5 is lunar, next 3.5 is solar. Up to the age of 7, this is ego development. And this is what psychology has been trying to figure out forever. It's already pretty much designed.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a hardcore arrogance, man, in Western culture, man.
It is really. I mean, they really, golly, it's already there. You're not doing anything special, right? It's really kind of it's etched into our being.
Yeah.
So the next 7 years, right, from 7 to 14 now, right, is responsibility building and preparing for the snap of puberty, right? The onset of puberty. And so this now is when Saturn is going to oppose himself. First he squares, then he opposes every 7 years. So now he's on opposition mode. So Saturn is now about restrictions. I want to go hang out with my friends. No. I want to go to the party. No. I want to go spend the night at such and such's house. No. Ah! I hate my parents. Right. Right. So, right.
Yeah.
This is the typical response. Because Saturn is opposing his what? Restrictions, teaching you responsibility, teaching you maturity, teaching you patience, teaching you to delay your actions, control those little hormones of yours. Use your frontal lobes.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? The frontal lobes aren't even on yet.
Yep.
But Saturn tells when they're going to turn on. So, I mean, this is just phenomenal. To me, it's phenomenal. Not everybody has this awe of the signs, but to me, when I really started to understanding how this works, it's like, wow, like this is crazy. This is just phenomenal how the Supreme Being literally invests itself and unfolds itself through these levels of consciousness, through these planets. They're all within us. So at 21, right, something special happens at 21. Saturn makes another square, right? But now Uranus, which is an outer planet, makes his first square. Right? Now we'll talk about the outer planet in just a minute, but I just want you to note that this is a harmonic I'm showing you. Saturn's making a square, Uranus is making a square. And you're being impacted simultaneously, right? From both aspects, because one is about restriction and one is about rebellion. So at the age of 21, right, when Saturn now says, look, what are you going to do? You're not with your parents anymore. You're able to make decisions for yourself. What's your next course of action? These are the things that Saturn is telling us subconsciously. And they're there. And when you don't listen to them, that's when the Saturn return becomes regretful. because Saturn is there to remind you of time. Even though you might be 21, and we scoff at time at 21. Oh, we've got all the time in the world. But something is still telling you something. It's time to grow up. Hey, you need to go provide for yourself. Hey, you need to feed yourself. This is Saturn, responsibility.
Yeah.
Right. So from 21 to 28, right, something special happens. About 25, 26, right, your frontal lobes begin to turn on. I said begin to turn on. Right. They begin to operate in ways that literally control impulses. And this is what Saturn is all about. Right? Impulse control, delayed reaction, delayed gratification, planning, using your mind to do something of a grander position than yourself. If you do those things, then those returns are more rewarding, and they're more of the rites of passage. But when you don't do those things and listen to Saturn, listen to your elders, Saturn, right? Listen to the guidance that's trying to be just being imputed to you, Saturn, right? When you listen and you adhere and you follow, right, to a degree, because there is something inside of you that also wants you to not follow, and that's still healthy as well. But when you do things in an orderly fashion, a timely fashion, you get a reward, right? This is how African society is structured innately. Most Eastern societies are structured this way. So, understanding, we paid attention to how these things were not only in the heavens, but how they manifested on earth. Right. So now we've got a complete cycle with Saturn 20 every 28, 30 years. This is your grand return. Now it's time to die to all of the things prior. Now it's time to mature. And you'll notice at 26, 27, 28, 29, you lose a very prominent person in your life. It just happens that way. Because, of course, you're getting older. People age. Common sense, right? But at that age, someone in a prominent position, a grandparent, someone that really was influential in your life, great aunt, great uncle, someone of a key role in your life will pass. Just pay attention, right? Because it's a Saturn waking you up. Time to grow up. Grandma ain't here no more. Right? Grandpa ain't here no more. They're gone. Now it's time to literally lean into, right, the realm, the adult realm, right, the adult level of living. It's Saturn showing you that at that first Saturn return. The second Saturn return is a whole nother ballgame. But let's talk. So there's other planets that we're going to talk about. One of which is Rahu. That guy, right? So Rahu makes a return every 18.5 years. Now we're actually in a Rahu return from 9/11 right now.
Yeah.
Go figure, right?
Deep.
So every 18.5 years, some people say 19. I say it's 18.5. There's a change in consciousness. And if you notice, isn't it just strange how 18 is the age that, oh, well, you're an adult? That just seems like it's kind of arbitrary. It's not. Right? Everything in this society is designed by Masons, or pretty much designed by Masonry. And so you'll know that for the most part, your society is Masonic. You're living in a ancient Kemetic society by way of Europe, right? So all the things that have been done, even your degrees, that's why they call it a degree. When you go to school, you get a degree. Well, in Masonry, they have what? Degrees. This is not an accident, right? But society and conscious society is structured by certain people that know certain things, right? Because not all societies are this way. Some societies, the age is 16 when you're considered a legal adult. Some countries not even an age, right? You can drive, you're good, right? It just depends on the country. But this country, this particular paradigm is designed by Masons. And so the age of 18 is when literally the node will be returning to itself. Literally, the shedding of its skin is at hand. And so this is the energetic part of us, the shadow aspect of us, shedding itself, beginning to take on a whole new way and approach to life as far as learning the taboos and the whats and the whatnots that Rahu is there to teach. So even in that regard, it's very specific as far as how man's consciousness unfolds. Right. So is this making sense? I mean, does it seem like are you with me?
Well, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because I mean, you know, at each of those points that I've hit thus far, I've only had one Saturn return, but you know, it's been right on the money. You know.
Me too, brother.
Yeah.
I'm working on my second one, right? But we're not there yet, right? Got a ways to go. So, nonetheless, right? We can see how consciousness unfolds through the planets, patterns, and cycles. Pretty clear, right? So, the next big kind of hoorah, right, in life is called a midlife crisis. Right? I'm there, folks. And it's a hell of a ride. All right, let's just say that. I'll say it like that. You gotta enjoy it. You gotta enjoy life. You gotta enjoy it. But nonetheless, right, when Saturn makes that second opposition, right, to himself, after the first Saturn return, right, this is the age of 42. Because we do our math, right, 28, 7, right, it's 35, another 7 is 42, right? See, simple math, right? But 42 is when Saturn is making his next opposition to him, to the natal position. Well, remember we mentioned Uranus, right? Uranus is in opposition to itself as well. So you have a Saturn opposition, which is talking about responsibility. You're getting older. You don't have time like you used to have. Your youth is fading, right? But Uranus, the planet of rebellion, says, I want out. This ride ain't fun no more. All right, this is not what I signed up for. What is going on, right? So when those two planets make their simultaneous oppositions, you have your midlife crisis. Right on time. And so it's the resistance to now you have to do X, Y, and Z. And if you don't, you know the regret you're going to embody is going to be probably greater than the effort. The struggle, the frustration is going to be greater than if you just put in the effort and did the work in the first place. But think about how many people don't listen to that voice. That voice. That voice. That voice. And it gets louder and louder and louder and louder. See, Saturn's quiet at first. Don't hear a peep. 20 years old, Saturn doesn't even pop in your head. 30 years old, a little bit. 40, start considering, right? 40-ish, that's when Saturn is saying, all right, what have you done with your life? Let's take a real live assessment, because in the next 42 years, right, you're going to be judged. You will have judged yourself. Right? Because in the next 42 years, guess what else happens again? Now Saturn, right, has made another return, right? And Uranus has made its full return. So 21, 42, 63, which is a crucial point. Let's talk about society. What is the age of retirement? What is it? It used to be 65, right? 63 and 65 are 2 years apart. So the age of retirement intuitively even states that it's right around 65-ish, 63-ish, mid-60s. It's the time you should be preparing to let this life go. Right? It's just phenomenal how these things interface. So the other planets, we don't get a chance to experience their cycles because we just don't live long enough. Neptune is 164 years and Pluto is 248. But Uranus is 84. And so to make one Uranus return gives you the opportunity to let go of this life, to rebel to this life, to prepare for the next life. That's what the Uranus return is all about. And if you notice that people at 84, they really don't have too much to say about life at that point. They're kind of like done. Well, the planets, right, they create the grooves of the mind, right? And consciousness fills those grooves. And so then life becomes what it is because that process is instilled from that moment of imprinting on us. So that's how literally a man's psychological development is governed by the heavens, bar none. If I got into more detail about the specifics of each one of these, if I got deeper into each one of these, you would clearly see that, yeah, there's just no doubt that these planets govern our consciousness. They govern our mind, rather. Consciousness is beyond that. But our mind, it is our mind for the most part.
Indeed. Yeah, this sounds like, we can probably double back on this one as well sometime.
Well, absolutely, because the houses have the same unfoldment.
Yeah.
So, just like we talked about just as a tidbit, right? And I teach this in my classes on a deeper level, right? Because two things we can mention, just like we talked about the relationship show, we had a relationship show, they have to know that their transits are going to be those points and contentions and problems. In fact, she even asked, right? When can we expect bumps in the road? Well, these transits are the reason why the bumps happen.
Yeah.
Right? They're the markers. So when you understand that, you can clearly see, okay, well, you know what? This is what's coming up. I mean, I can honestly, when you watch your own transit, you see, I know you do, brother. You sit there, I already know this is coming.
Yeah.
I just know it. But when you adhere to the warnings or the instructions, you come out because I've come out even better on the other side. I'm like, wow. Now, because a Saturn, for example, a Saturn Sun square means your supervisor or whomever you're dealing with has whoever your paymaster is, right, is gonna have the ability to cause you some stress, right? How you respond is your choice, but they're there to test you, right? So Knowing this, I'm not going to respond in a negative way. I'm going to buckle down. You know what? I got you. I'm a double back and do what I'm a double back and do that work and watch. Not a peep. Matter of fact, congratulations. So understanding these cycles just just on a mundane level, just at your job or at your place of business, right? You know, if the moon's conjunct Saturn that day, right? You might want to watch finances, watch your spending, right? This is just for the day. This is how we use astrology, right? To literally navigate reality. And so the only way we can do that is if the planets have unfolded our consciousness in these different ways.
Yeah.
And so we'll leave it at that. We had a pretty good conversation. We've been about an hour, so we will do this part 2 as well, right? And we'll talk more about the houses and how the houses even talk about the unfoldment of man's consciousness.
Indeed, man. Indeed. So, with that being said, I want to remind you all that this episode is brought to you by Push It Forward Media Group and Caliprucia Astrology and our patrons. And to that point, I meant to do this at the top of the show, brother Ra. I hate to spring this on you real quick, but we had a question from one of our patrons. So the first part of that question was they wanted some more clarity on, you know, when your moon is hammered. Because we was talking about that last class. So he wanted to know what a hammered moon looks like.
A hammer to the moon. Well, several hammers can happen, right? You got a sledgehammer, right? Right? You got a hammer that you can knock out, or you can hammer, your nails in the wall. You might even just have one of the little small hammers, right? Little tiny hammers. It just depends. That's all relative, but a hammer is a hammer. Excuse me. So let's talk. The moon is a sensitive planet, right? It's the most sensitive planet of all the planets. Mercury is a close second, right? The moon is just sensitive, and so wherever it's placed, however it's placed, is crucial in understanding how a person's mind is generally structured. And so when I say hammered, I don't want people to think, like, oh my God, like if I see this, my life is doomed. It's not what it means. It means that the moon represents the very beginnings of who we are. It represents our early childhood, and it represents the vehicle that provides us an early childhood, which is our mother. And so understanding if a mother has a very rough time when the child is under their care, the child's consciousness is being imprinted upon with frustration, stress, angst, lack of compassion, minimal love. And there's studies to show that children need touch. Children need affection. Children will die. A baby will die without having that connection.
Yeah.
And so, or can die, not will, can. And so, because the moon is such a sensitive planet, anything that goes on with that moon, the consciousness is going to record. Right? So, if, let's say, for example, the moon is with Venus, right? Let's just talk, right? The moon with Venus is not a great position. You would think that a benefic being conjunct the moon would be something to hoorah, When I say benefic, meaning a planet that is considered gentle, are called Somya. Somya or Krura are the two words. These are different words that Jyotish uses to describe planets. Benefic, malefic is a Western term. Somya and Krura are Hindu terms. But one means gentle in nature, and one means aggressive or rough in nature. I didn't say bad or good, right? I said malefic or benefic. So the moon conjunct Venus, right, can be very malefic because Venus imposes on the moon. It imprints on the moon far more than the moon will imprint on it, even though there is an interaction.
Yeah.
And so when the moon is conjunct Venus, these people can be very self-centered. Very much pleasure-oriented. Lack of responsibility. Right? Extremely imaginative to the point where they almost don't live in reality. Of course, this depends on the sign as well, and the house placement, and the aspects, and the Lord. All those things that go along with understanding a planetary position. But generally speaking, the moon conjunct Venus doesn't do very well. So when I say hammered, remember we talked about the little tiny hammer? Venus is a little tiny hammer, right? What about moon conjunct Jupiter? That could be challenging as well, right? Even though it's probably one of the best positions, right, for the moon to be conjunct Jupiter, right? Still, there can be challenges because the moon is so sensitive. If the moon is alone in a chart, folks, it's called a Kimadrum Yoga. Even that is challenging for the moon because the moon's all alone.
Yeah. Yeah, I got that.
Right. And so many times, these people, I have it as well. Right. But there's cancellations to it as well. We won't get into that. Right. But just generally speaking, I like being alone. it doesn't bother me. You know what I mean? Like most folks like, I'm going to I go to the movies by myself. Doesn't bother me at all. In fact, I like it because I get to reflect and really go deep into my spirit. So, but even in astrology, that's considered challenging. The moon being alone. So the moon, the real point of it all is the moon is a very sensitive planet. It's so sensitive that anything within its proximity, conjuncting it, is going to have a serious impact on a person's consciousness and mind. For example, the moon conjunct Mars. We always talk about a Chandra Mangal Yoga, right?
Yeah.
This is that's the hammer you hit on the wall. Right. That's the hammer you hit on the wall. That's the one you can do some stuff with and, build. It's constructive, but it also can be destructive because it's too much sometimes. It's overwhelming and it doesn't do well sometimes in relationships. And parenting too.
Mm-hmm.
So that's when we talk about hammer. We talk about the moon conjunct Saturn. That's kind of like the sledgehammer, right? Or the moon conjunct the node. That's a sledgehammer. In fact, the moon conjunct the nodes creates schizophrenia.
I mean, yeah, I've had a bunch of people with that schizophrenia popping up, and almost every time it's Moon and Rahu.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Bipolar. That's the moon. Right? You want to see manic depressive? Look at the moon. What's going on with the moon? You will know. Right? So the moon being conjunct Saturn is called Nistrobashi Yoga. And it's lengthy in its description. Right? But let's just keep it a buck. Right? The moon is like milk. Whatever color you put in milk, it's going to take that color. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you put a little bit of, like, let's say Saturn is at 1 degree and moon's at 28 degrees of any sign. Slightly blue. Barely blue because Saturn is at dark blue. So it's kind of a little bit of blue in the milk. But the closer that Saturn comes to the moon, the darker the milk will get, the more colorful the milk will get. And so we're talking about within 10 degrees, that milk is blue. Right? If it's within 5 degrees, you're looking at some real dark blue milk. And if it's conjunct by degree, you probably would think you're looking at ink.
Yeah.
So, right, there's a gradual thing to this too. That's what I'm trying to say, right? And so understanding that when you have a Nistrobashi yoga, it creates depression, right? Saturn dries things up, cold and dry, right?
Yeah.
And so the moon, which is the milk, dries out. That's another way of understanding it. And so when that drying out of the milk happens, the person feels like a motherless child. So, right, this is why when I said the moon is hammered, and I didn't even talk about house position, which is a whole nother addition to this, right? Just talking about planetary conjunctions. Not even talking about sign placement. You see, that's how deep the moon goes. Because the moon is so sensitive. Any placement, wherever it is, just know I can get volumes out of just the placement of the moon. Volumes. Literally. I could write a book on the placement of the moon in a person's, at least a good chapter, right, on the placement of the person's moon.
Indeed.
So when we say the moon is hammered, and people say, was there any other good position in the moon? Absolutely. Moon in the 5th house, aspected by Jupiter, conjunct Jupiter. Moon in the 4th house, which receives Digbala. Also, and of course, aspected or conjunct Jupiter. Or many times, the Lord of the Moon being conjunct Jupiter or aspected by Jupiter will do wonders. I mean, there's just different variables. And depends on what the person wants to do in life or what they're designed to do. Some people are designed to be firefighters. A Mars conjunct Moon might be just what you need.
Yeah.
Right? Where Jupiter conjunct Moon might pontificate the idea of saving someone. Right? So, you know what I mean? It's not all bad or all good. It just depends on how the person uses the placements and to the upliftment of their destiny. That's bottom line what it is. But know this: there are placements that generally cause you to be challenged with karma in the innate beginnings of life in order to make you greater as you go. So it's always a silver lining to a dark cloud in anything you do, especially astrology. We always can see, oh, well, this is the lesson. Once you learn the lesson, then literally, then things will shift. So hope that answered the question as to why I made mention of the moon being hammered and what that kind of entails.
Indeed. The other side of that question was not side, but just a totally different question was, what sun in the 12th house for a country, what does that look like?
Good question. Well, generally speaking, the 12th house is the house of foreign powers, right? It's foreign, right? Meaning And it doesn't necessarily mean foreign as in like all the way across the sea. It just means someone that is not of your natal country, right? That's the 12th house. Could be Mexico, could be Canada, could be, let's say for the United States, it could be Canada, it could be Mexico, it could be Nicaragua, it could be China, right? Any country that is not within your borders, right? Neighbors are the 3rd house, right? Now, neighbors, when I say neighbors, I mean like as in allies, right? People that you're connected with. That's like the 3rd house for a country, right? Not neighbors as in the sense of proximity, but as in allies. So the 12th house is the house of foreign lands and foreign powers. And the sun being the king, ruler, or governor, right, of a nation, more than likely can indicate that the powers that govern the nation are not of its own. Right? That the powers that govern a nation may be from another country that preceded that nation, or may even be in cahoots with that nation. So the 12th house is not a house that would denote anything up front, out in the open, right? These things are hidden and behind closed doors. So there may have been, the country may have been formed by a coup, right? The country may have been formed by a revolution, right? So understanding the sun being the governing entity of a chart, right, or the governing entity of a nation, and understanding that the 12th house is an obscure, hidden, and not so easily revealed house. And let's tie this to what we were just talking about. So the 12th house is what we were mentioning about the psychic umbilical cord, right?
Yeah.
So FYI lesson, right? You'll get a 12th house lesson real quick. So the 12th house, right, is in the sky. When you take astrology fundamentals, this is what we learn, right? It's what we teach. So in the sky, when you're born, well, let's say for example, sunrise, when the sun is rising, the first house is due east, right? So the sun, when it's rising, right, is in the first house. What house do you think the sun goes to as it begins to go further, rise further in the sky? Which house do you think is the next house the sun would be in?
We're talking about when it's like
actually in the skies it moves, right? In the morning when you wake up, the sun will be in the first house on the horizon, right? What's the next house it will be in?
It'll be when it actually comes up. That would be
after the first.
After the first, second house.
No, sir.
No, seventh house.
It's in the 12th house. Right. Yeah. Come on down to Astrology Fundamentals. We get you right. Right. So the first house is due east. The 12th house is directly above the horizon. Right. The 11th house is even further above the horizon. The 10th house is directly over your head. So the 12th house is visible, right? Right there on the horizon. So how is it hidden? Because when you understand, and all the planets follow the sun, right? In the cyclings, they go from east to west, right? So the 12th house, when you're born, right, directly after, right, that psychic time that you're connected, that's the 12th house. So literally, you are connected to your mother's womb. When you get hungry, her breast will leak. Right? So you're vulnerable. You have no control. We just talked about that earlier. So since you have no control, that vulnerability state, as the sun is, remember, the sun is moving throughout the day when you're born. So it hits the 12th house, hits the 11th house, all the way around. So when it hits the 12th house, right, what's going on in the person's life or in the nation, right, is its infancy. There are subconscious patterns being imprinted if something is in the 12th house. So between 0 to 3.5, right, or 3, when you are psychically connected, when you look at a person's 12th house and you see Mars there, oh, when you were young, your mother was fighting with family, friends, or her partner, her mate, and then imprinted on you, and you have a temper that is hidden. You argue a lot in closed doors, don't you? And they never deny it. Because the 12th house is that sensitive time when the sun is still gaining momentum, when your ability to be autonomous is still gaining momentum. You're psychically open. And so when that planet is there, the sun for a nation, which is now just freshly being born, right? The powers that be are behind the powers that be. So they're hidden, or they're from some other nation or some other place to imprint upon that nation's agenda, if that makes sense.
Indeed. So, like, from that perspective, like in a person, right? In a person's chart, with that sun being in the 12th like that. Because in the classics, you know, they explain that as being a bad position for the sun.
Sure.
Right. Yeah. So, what's your take on that?
Well, there's a lot of factors that go on with the sun in the 12th house. A lot of factors. And it doesn't necessarily mean what they say. This is a general rule, right?
Yeah.
But the 12th house is meditation. Deep meditation. The 12th house is being alone. You'll find that sun in the 12th, but the 12th house is also escape, right? From reality too, right? So you'll find that many people with the sun in the 12th house, they live in their own world. They're in their world, they're the king. But in the real world, they're usually very despondent. They usually don't interact with people very much. They're more reclusive, right? They have a very, very hard time resting their mind. Because the 12th house is the house of sleep. Right?
Yeah.
The 8th house is also, if the sun is in the 8th or 12th, either one of those can create sleep disorders. Right? So, moon there can be effective there as well, but less so. Probably on the opposite end, sleeping too much, somnambulism versus insomnia. Right?
Yeah.
But the sun being in the 12th, I have a good friend of mine. He is ascendant, he's a Leo. Sun's in the 12th, conjunct an exalted Jupiter. And dude's pretty powerful. I mean, his whole chart is kind of different, but he's just graduated, starting his own Chinese medicine business. Right. But think about it. Sun's conjunct an exalted Jupiter. You see what I mean? So
yeah.
You got to kind of gauge it, right? Sun in Leo in the 12th. I can tell you this much: the father, for all intents and purposes, is marginal in the beginning of life. Not always. The father can come out later, and be a very prominent role later. But in the beginning of life, he's marginal. The 12th house is a marginal house. It's an in-between state house. It's the bardo, right? The inner planes, right? The ancestor world, ancestor realm. That's the 12th. So, right, when you have the sun there, the person probably has a very good connection with an ancestor. Strong connection.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Probably on the father's side, or maybe even grandpa or somebody like that. Very strong connection to a male or leader-oriented type ancestor. And probably gets input from them and don't even know it.
Mm.
So there's just, you know what I mean? It goes deep. Right?
Yeah.
Because sun in the 12th, we could be, I mean, if it's conjunct Rahu, whoo, that's a whole nother ball game. Right? Because there's something going on in the past life that's coming to this life. And that person has to deal. And it's not usually fun. They usually have addictions. Serious addictions. Right? Or they have challenges with control, right? Losing control of themselves.
Yeah.
So, you know, blacking out, mental issues, right? That sun can also create psychological issues too. Just depends on how it's placed.
Yeah.
But, you know, and they're all psychological. Every planet, remember we just talked about every planet for the most part has a psychological unfoldment in our chart, in our lives. So by all means, right? We're reading into the psychology and spirit of man. So when we're looking at sun in the 12th, we see a whole lot. Right? Sun in the 8th. My daughter has sun in the 8th, but it's exalted.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So I just told you her ascendant if you were listening. Right. So that what does that mean? Right? Well, her dad's an astrologer. 8th house is astrology, right? Sun's exalted. So, right. All kind of stuff goes into this, folks. It gets deep. It gets real deep. But I hope that answers the question about sun in the 12th for a nation, right?
Yeah. Good deal. Yeah. So, the questions took us quite over, but you know, I'm pretty sure you guys will appreciate that little extra little tidbit right there, right? So you know, without taking us on any longer, thank you all for tuning in. We'll be back here next week, same place with some more, with another heavy hitter show for you. All right, everybody be safe, and we're out. Peace.
Peace.
You are now tuned in to the Cosmic Convos podcast, your number one source for accurate, relevant, and thought-provoking astrological conversations in the podcast nation. The place where stars and minds align.
Peace. You're now tuned into the Cosmic Convos podcast. I'm your humble host, Herut, and we got the man of the hour, Brother Ra. How you doing?
Oh, brother, you know, enjoying life, brother. Being at peace and enjoying life. How about yourself?
Same here. You know, if all else fails, the number one thing you got is peace, right?
Every day.
Every day. Shoot, indeed. But before we get too far, I wanted to remind you all that this podcast was brought to you by Push It Forward Media Group and Calipurusha Astrology and our patrons on Patreon. All right. Want to send a special shout out to Unc Ma'ahai, Ijala, and Kinemeti. Yeah. I want to give a shout out to all our Patreons. Really showing a true support for what we do. We definitely appreciate you guys wanting to see the podcast grow and us take it to the next level. All right. What you think about that, brother Rod, the whole Patreon support, model that, we got going on?
I appreciate it. First of all, first and foremost, it's appreciated, and I try to stay real busy. So if you don't necessarily hear immediately back, you're gonna hear it through here that it's appreciated. We love the support, and it does help because we definitely want to do bigger and better things with the format and the way the show is going to go. So we're looking forward to keeping it going, and the more Patreons we have, the better we can do as far as keeping the show going. So much obliged, and thank you once again.
Absolutely. It's just it's just what astrology is a very underappreciated type of science, I think, personally. And I watch a lot of I like to watch a lot of little space shows and stuff like that. And I just think the world would be much better if astronomy and astrology was like, two sides of the same coin once again.
Once again,
yes. I think we can go pretty far. Just wanted to definitely shout you guys out for helping that with, because that's what we doing with this. We're doing a podcast trying to get it to the world, but we want to legitimize the science with precise prediction and relevant conversations about life through the lens of astrology. So we definitely appreciate that. But as far as our two entities, Push It Forward Media Group and Calipurusha, you can find Push It Forward on Instagram. You can find it on the website pushitforward.com, pushitfwd.com. Both the Instagram and the website has the same type of spelling. There we got short films. You can find this podcast on there. You can find our YouTube channel. And we got a lot of other things going up. You can get the Ninth Lord Films from Push It Forward, which is my film entity. And Brother Ra, tell the people about Calipurusha.
Yeah, you can hit me up through calipurusha@gmail.com. You can also hit me up on either Facebook or IG via Shechem Ra. So it should be the same tag on both FB and IG. Either one of those should definitely ring my bell. So get at me if you need me.
Indeed. You know what? Speaking, I know we was doing our little show, little talk and everything. Somebody did have a question. They wanted to know from you, what is Calipurusha?
Good question. We can do a little pre-show kind of question Q&A real quick. Do that. So Calipurusha is basically, it's would be termed, to really kind of unpack it in a proper way, how the supreme being is personified as time, right? And when you say personified, meaning to make it a person, right? Or in likeness of a personage. And so Calipurusha, Kala, first word, stands for time, literally, right? But Purusha, right, you could say is man, but it's really what it is almost consciousness in man, right? And so to go deeper into really what Calipurusha is, it's almost symbolized as each sign is related to the body part of the supreme being. So the Aries would be the head, right, of the Calipurusha. Taurus would be the neck, right, of Kalapurusha. Gemini would be the arms and shoulders and hands of Kalapurusha, and so forth. And so each one of these, when we understand it, it becomes, there's another way of saying it is, it's called the cosmic man, right?
Yeah.
Because we're the microcosm that is inside of the macrocosm, which is Kalapurusha. So Kalapurusha, in essence, is how the Supreme Being unfolds itself in time in regards to man, if that makes sense.
It does. Go ahead. You was about to say something else?
No, right.
Okay. So when you were saying that, one of the reasons why I like the North Indian style chart is because you can kind of see that breakdown you were going through. It looks like a person to me.
It does.
When I look at the way how the chart's laid out.
You can see the first house is the head. Second house would be, the face, right? The teeth, right? The neck, the ears, right? The five senses in general, right? Most people don't know. If I want to know someone's senses, have keen senses, the second house, second lord, or anything that's related to it can denote senses, right? Because, taste, touch, smell, right? And hearing are all within the second house. So second house is all kinds of things. But in essence, right, that's why we can see it in such a way, because as above, so below. You're the microcosm, right? You're the fractal, right, of the cosmic man. It's just folded in on itself so many times so that it has a pattern in such that those patterns are revealed through how the planets move in the heavens, right? So literally, like, you're looking at the reflection of yourself as God on earth. If you really want to understand what Kalapurusha is all about, how can I see myself as the Supreme Being unfolding itself in time?
Indeed. So I remember somebody did, ask me that. So I kept forgetting to ask you. So, definitely appreciate you giving the people that breakdown. Indeed.
No doubt.
Piggybacking off of last episode, a lot of people really, we got some real good feedback for that for that show. I mean, it was I think it's one of our best foundational shows. Just the way how it was laid out, and I know a lot of people that really had a deep respect, a deeper respect for astrology after that show. How do you feel about that show, Brother Rob?
Yeah, I've gotten a lot of feedback. A lot. People said now they see that astrology is not just something that is kind of contrived. It actually really is about patterns. And
yeah,
I mean, if you read books, I know you remember the book that Suss recommended on cycles. Was it Dewey?
Yeah, Dewey is one.
Yeah, Dewey. Yeah.
Nikolai Kondratev.
Yeah. Well,
he's another one.
It's just studying time. Right? And these planets have a mechanized kind of way of keeping that time. In fact, most people don't know that Venus is actually almost as close to the best timekeeping device other than a computer. Seriously. The Mayans used in their astrology, Venus was a major factor. And so literally you can time Venus like a metatonic clock. Right? It's that accurate. Right? So, I mean, are you studying his time? That's what we just mentioned, Kala, Purusha, right? How time unfolds in regards to man's consciousness. Because animals are not going to perceive this. Lions are not going to perceive this. Right? Only man, right?
Yeah.
Which is reflection of the Supreme Being can see these patterns. And so we're just reading patterns in time and space.
Indeed. And I think that's a good springboard to, launch us right into today's topic, so we can hit on, what do you do at that time?
Most of us
Right.
right now are having a good relationship with time, right? Right.
Indeed.
And definitely, time is what people have right now, if anything. So, I guarantee you, though, in a lifetime, most of us are going to have one thing that we feel can kind of guarantee our future existence, and that's children.
Yeah.
And that's what today's topic is really going to be centered around, is understanding how children are seen, and kind of purviewed from an astrological lens, through an astrological lens. We kind of talked about it a little bit last week, and that's why we're kind of taking it here this week and understanding, we talked about those cycles that reveal, the pattern and development of man's consciousness. And
Yeah.
Mars opposes itself, squares itself, and so forth. And, the other planets do the same thing. This is development of man's consciousness. And the funny thing is, was watching something on video on YouTube, and YouTube is a very interesting land because everything is truncated, right? Everything is piecemealed, and you try to get these pieces, you try to see the whole, and it just doesn't work. If it works for you, I'm not knocking it, but from my level of study, it doesn't. YouTube serves to be very entertaining at best. But they had a show, it wasn't a show, a video on there about the reticular activating system, the RAS. And they talked about how first of all, what the RAS does, the reticular activating system does, is it's a filter for consciousness, right? Your senses pick up far more than you're aware, right? There's much more going on externally and internally. And if all these things were recorded on consciousness, at once you wouldn't be able to literally do anything. In fact, you probably die from overexposure of things, right? You go into shock, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
So in order to blunt that, right, the reticular activating system is in play. And meditation learns to gradually refine the layers, remove the layers of the reticular activating system based on the methodology of the meditation system, if it's proper. But nonetheless, back to the RAS, right? So the lady was saying on here, oh, how you can change your reticular activating system to do all these different things. And I find it entertaining that you never question to ask why the filters are there in the first place, and who put them there, and why they were put there. Not only why, but what are the implications of changing changing that filter of consciousness. And so it goes to show that that focus, right? That concentrating of consciousness, right, is all by grand design, so that you can have an experience, what we call life, right? Well, the fifth house, right, is a house that literally talks about intelligence, right? That's one of the things that it talks about in regards to the fifth house. If I want to see someone's intelligence, right, not how smart they are, folks, there's a difference between being smart and intelligent, two different things. Right? Dogs are smart. Crows are smart. Most crows are just as smart as a 2 or 3-year-old. Most people don't know that. Right? So, right, just because you can repeat a lot of words and you have a lot of ideas in your head and you can articulate yourself, that's smart. Intelligence is how you use it, how you apply it. And can you learn from other people's mistakes? Can you go through life and apply different levels of thinking at different times, which is intelligence?
Mm-hmm.
Not just linear left brain Cartesian syllogistic logic, right?
Yeah.
Right. So intelligence, right, is kind of the gift that man has, right? that is on par with the Supreme Being. Would you agree?
I agree with that.
Right. Because your intelligence is the ability to mitigate all of your life, right? In regards to navigating it and putting it in a proper perspective. Some call it circumspection, right?
Mm-hmm.
Some call it delayed gratification, right? Right, because that light, that intelligence gives you the ability to say, well, maybe I shouldn't use those words right now. Maybe I should be silent. Maybe I should listen. Maybe I should do something other than the normal route or response of what I'm going to do in order to elicit a different response. Right. So, right, because if you're used to using the gift of gab, guess what? You may have a great literary palette and you've read and can say all kind of different things, but right, did you really use intelligence behind it? Did you use something of a higher nature, right, to guide that which is innately in you? And so that is the gift that is given to man from him to separate himself from what we consider kind of your lower nature. Right? We call it your soul. Right? And the soul has a very specific connection to the fifth house because, see, when we have children, these are souls, right? They're souls. They're coming through you, right? But they're a soul, right? And like we say soul, like, well, what is that? Like, how do people say that's like a religious word? Well, not really, right? Because if you understand that man has a consciousness and that man is beginning to realize, scientifically speaking, that consciousness goes far beyond the physical, tangible realm that we can see, smell, taste, and touch. He's realizing that now.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, there's a study you can find, if you can find it. There was a scientist by the name of Johann Gradsky. And Johann Gradsky studied the nature of electrons. And so he actually learned how to capture electrons and begin to study their nature and behavior in an isolated way, right? Per electron. So he performed an experiment and took an electron and isolated it and fired it. He fired it at an atomically impenetrable wall. Well, when the actual electron reached the wall, right, and an electron, folks, is a particle that has hardly any mass, meaning no physical presence at all. But the electron reached the wall and stopped, right, changed directions, and he had made an incision on the other side up and to the right, where the original place where he fired the electron. Well, the electron stopped, changed, went direction, went up and through the actual hole, and right, meaning, in other words, it had the ability to interpret its surroundings and change course in order to avert, right, destruction. That means that consciousness is on the level of an electron.
Mm-hmm.
Even though it has a very robotic, pre-described, predetermined means of action, it's limited, but each, right, creature allows for that consciousness to express itself in a much grander and a much more refined and a much more interactive way. So from the electron all the way to man, consciousness is still the undergirding reality. And so when you realize that you are a being that is consciousness having some type of realization of itself and experiencing, then they say you're woke, quote unquote, right? It's kind of a strange word because you're always woke. You're never not woke if you think about it. Even when you sleep, you're still woke. Right? So kind of relative term, but nonetheless.
Mm-hmm.
Right. When you understand consciousness, right, and how powerful intelligence is relating to that, then you understand why we look at the fifth house as the most essential house of a chart. It is the most essential, more than any other house. Because once I know your intelligence level, not your IQ, not that, right? Your true intelligence, right? Then I can see, guess what I can begin to see? I begin to see the choices that you make. Or do you make choices? Even further said. Because consciousness, right, is right the substratum, and what is in between your thoughts is still that same consciousness. So if the more space you put in between those thoughts, the more breadth of consciousness you have, and then therefore the more intelligence you have. And the fifth house is what is called a spiritual house. 1, 5, and 9 are the spiritual houses. They're called the trikona or the dharma houses. Dharma means purpose. You can't have purpose without focus, and usually without intelligence, there's no purpose, no focus. So these things begin to unravel, like why are children, right? Why are we looking at children through the fifth house? Why is there a connection? That's how we begin to see that there's something inherent in our children and in what's going on through our own consciousness, through our own ability to focus, through our own innate ability to understand who and what we are. See, whenever you have a strong fifth house, a person automatically comes to earth generally knowing what they're supposed to do. Right? So by extension, when you know what you're here to do, then you have the propensity, right, to choose things in a different way.
Yeah.
Children don't come by accident. You think they do. They said, "Oh, I got pregnant by accident." No, you did. No, it's no such a thing, right? Right. When you got to think about the odds. When the sperm meets the ovum, right? The odds are, you're here by 1,000,000 to 1 odds. So we take it for granted because there's 1,000,000 billion people here. So we kind of stop. No, you are here by 1,000,000 to 1 shot. Mean that specific combination specifically made you. That's why when you have siblings by the same person, they come out different. Even though they have some similarities, they're different, right? Because there's a consciousness. There was a matrix that was inherent, right, in that ovum and sperm interaction, which produced the necessary vehicle to harbor that soul so it can learn the necessary lessons through the family, through the lineage, through all of that. We can see all of that through the destiny, through the chart. Siblings are seen through the 3rd and the 11th house. So literally, right, when you're born, that soul incarnates, right? The next line from you has already been predetermined. Pretty much. Because your propensities, right, are already in the chart. It takes a great deal of effort to overcome those propensities. It can be done, and it has been done, but it takes a great deal of spiritual ability to overcome what you call your destiny, to change the course of it. So it's not likely to happen. 90% of the world doesn't even know that it's possible. So, and I say it's possible in the sense of when you get to that level, it's a whole different understanding of life in the first place. So yeah, it can change, but your perception has changed as well. So you're not living a life like a normal, what we call everyday average person. So the context of the conversation is null and void anyway. But back to what we all experience for the most part, right? When you have a child, right? Think about what goes into getting to that child. You had to attract someone, or you were attracted to someone. If you used your intelligence, you chose what?
Shows well. Yeah.
Well, guess what? The fifth house, right, is the gain, right, from the marriage, which is the seventh house. If you count to the fifth house, it's 11 houses away. So that means, and the 11th house is the natural 11th house is what is termed as the house of gains. So literally, the gains that you get are from how you choose your mate.
Yeah.
Right? But if you chose because you have intelligence, which denotes the fifth house, right, then there's a obvious symbiotic interconnection between the two. So then we understand that now, oh, well, when you have children, right, these children are born from your consciousness. They're literally a receipt of your inner workings. You ever see someone's children that just disruly?
Oh yeah.
Well, bet your bottom dollar. My grandma used to always say, baby, the apple don't fall too far from the tree now. Like, oh, I get it, right?
Yeah.
There's always exceptions to the rule. Both of them, and this always can be seen to the chart as well. But for the most part, right, you'll still see, right, that there is some affinity between the parent, of course, and the child, both parents. So now we understand that the consciousness of a being, right, is always at work, whether it's developed or undeveloped. If it's undeveloped, you make poor choices. Poor choices denote poor mates. Poor mates denote poor mating habits, and poor mating habits denote children that usually come through with a karmic debt that has already been pre-prescribed from the parents that already carried the debt in the first place.
Yeah, that's deep.
Right, so the fifth house, right, when we talk about children, well, the fifth house talks about what we call past life credit.
Yeah.
Now, these are like kind of like coin terms, if you will, right? What it means is, first of all, and let's talk about a little astrology for a sidebar, quick second. So the fifth house is akin to the fifth sign, right? I said akin to, not the same. They're similar. They have a relation to one another. But the fifth sign is Leo. And the natural ruler, the planet that governs, rules, or controls Leo, is the sun.
Yeah.
So the sun, right, in astrology can be read as what is called the Atma, or the soul. Right? Now, Atma is really a better term. We also call it the Ba in Quebec, right? It's the Atma, right, in Santana Dharma terms, or Hindu terms, right, Indian terms. It's called the Atma, right? And in fact, it still has a connection to Atum, which is in Kemet. That's a whole nother story. But the Atma, right, is the being that is inherently within and behind all other beings. Right? So the soul is what we're talking about. The thing that exists beyond physical, beyond space and time, beyond, right, that carries you from life to life, right? It's the thread of consciousness in which our lives are beaded upon. That's what your soul is. Even when people say, "What is it?" It's the thread of consciousness upon which, right, the beads of your lives are strung upon. So each life becomes a bead, but that consciousness is the string that strings them all together. That means that's the thing. That's the awareness behind the reticular activating system, right? That you can go behind that and then witness what comes up through the reticular activating system and goes down as well when you begin to meditate properly. Right? So that's what your soul is, right? It performs as your conscience, also the fifth house. Right? I can see your conscience. Do you have a conscience? Do you care about what you're doing? Do you use your conscience in a way that might be detrimental towards others? That can be seen through the fifth house. right? So literally the soul or the Atma or the consciousness that links us from one existence to the next, right, is seen through the sun in a chart, right? And the sun being the natural ruler of Leo, which is akin to the fifth sign, which connects it right to the fifth house. Then we know why when we say the fifth house is the house of Purva Punya or past life credit, because we can see if there's a planet there, how your past lives were pretty much kind of lived for the general most part all the way up until this point.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and that provides you gifts. So I guess let me explain to you what I mean in more depth, and then we'll tie it right back to children. So someone that does something of greatness, right, requires focus. Would you agree?
Absolutely. That's the main recipe.
So if you're a great musician, you require great focus, right?
Yeah.
If you're a great teacher, you require great focus because you have to study, right, across vast areas and genres of information, right?
Yeah.
If you're a great athlete, right, requires great focus, right? If you're a great whatever it is that you do, and I'm saying great as in the sense of elevating you above the common man in the gifts or the area of expertise that you focus upon. Because if the gifts that you're given to and the area of expertise that you focus upon yields your gifts, and your gifts, if they're elevated to a high level, right, requires great focus, therefore giving you the ability to carry that through to the next life, if that makes sense to you. And usually people of those caliber and of those degrees are very meritorious or very conscientious in their actions, habits, and behaviors. Does that bring the fifth house a little bit more to understanding of why we look at it from a past life perspective as far as your karma and what you kind of bring with you?
Yeah, absolutely.
If you've done that enough in a past life, let's say if you're a great mathematician, right?
Mm-hmm.
Usually seen through the 11th house, Mercury, certain combinations, and also the fifth house as well.
Mm-hmm.
Because remember, the essence of the fifth, well, let's talk about it. The essence of the fifth house is to create, right?
Yeah.
But remember, if you focused all these different past lifetimes on, let's say, math or science or construction, architecture, whatever it is, right? That consciousness has been imprinted, right? That bead has made a very impactful weight on the string of consciousness. So guess what happens? The next life, you what? Boom, right? Have those gifts, which we call Purva Punya. Jupiter in the fifth house, right? You're very close to the supreme being in many regards, provided Jupiter is fairly placed fairly well.
Yeah.
Right? So you focused on God or the supreme being or religion to a maximal level in the past life. Right? So, and there's other things that can go along. There's other things you can denote from that. But all of these to be said is what is being said is that in essence, right, all those gifts come through and then they push through and they have the drive or need to create something on this physical plane. Well, in order to do that, right, there's several ways we can do that. Physically speaking, it's children. But the children are usually, because they're Purva Punya, which is the fifth house, are born with the gifts of the parents many times. And then sometimes it might skip a generation, but guess what? It's still from the same line.
Yeah.
Now, does that make sense a little bit more? Why that light, that consciousness comes through and says, well, this being will come through you because you fixated your consciousness, your light in such a way that this being now has to filter through you in order to achieve similar goals in its own destiny.
Yeah, it makes sense. It's like, you got a certain thing that you need to do in the incarnation, and you need the right, you need the right vehicle to go through, the right, right set of experiences to actually be able to manifest that.
Absolutely. And so the fifth house is how we see if you're born with those sets of experiences that are gifted to you. So let's put it to you like this. Usually, right? 75-80% of the time, Mercury's in the fifth house. The person is born with a child that is very intelligent.
Mm-hmm.
Straight up. I've seen it over and over. Like the child is pretty smart. Now, of course, the father also has some propensity, right? But if I see through the mother, she has Mercury in the fifth, I know she herself is going to be impactful to that child through Mercury in the fifth because she herself brings those gifts. I see through the father's chart as well, though. Let's say he has Saturn. Let's say he has Saturn in the fifth, right? It's still going to be, right? The mother is going to have that impact, and the father is going to have an impact based on how Saturn is placed as well. But you read them kind of a composite, and then you read the person's chart to see what the composite looks like. Right? Like my mother has Sun in the fifth house. I have Jupiter in the fifth house. So, right, and when you read the chart, well, guess what? Through my mother, right, I'm her only child. I have children on my father's side. I have brothers and sisters on my father's side. But on my mother's side, well, in her chart, Sun is in the fifth house. Anytime you see Sun in the fifth house, usually the chart person has one child. I'm like, wow. And you see it over and over and over. When you natively have Sun in the fifth house many times, right, it can cause, right, you to have one child. Why?
It's interesting.
Talk about why. So the Sun, right, is, remember we talked about, it's the Atma, right?
Yeah, it's the focus.
It's focus, right? It's concentration. It's things that are, right? That's what the sun is. It's just concentrated gas, right? To a point where it didn't ignite, but it set itself into what we call fusion, right? Or it's a fusion chamber, right? So it combusted enough to, I won't say ignite, but if you will, to become alive, right? And then it's self-born, right? So the sun, that's why we use the sun as the symbol for the soul, because it's self-born. Right? Nothing came and turned it on. It turned on from within.
Yeah.
So when you understand that from an astronomical perspective, right, the astrological perspective means that it's that part of us that when we turn it on, right, we become self-aware. We become light, right? We project light, right? The sun is the greatest teacher, just like actually the sun is the light in and of itself. It represents the ability to shine. It represents the ability to impart light to others, right? So when you understand that sun is hot in and of itself in the fifth house, even though it's light, it's not gonna stop the children because it's light. It's not gonna stop them all the way, but it's hot enough or concentrated enough or focused enough to where it only allows that one being through. Right? It's just when you begin to understand how it works, it's phenomenal. Right? Each planet in the fifth house is a very different twist on how children manifest themselves in a person's chart. And you want to usually see if a person has something in the fifth house that gives you an understanding that they do have the innate and not everyone has it. Everyone has something that they've come to do because everyone has a fifth lord. The fifth lord can be extremely well placed, even though there's no planet in the fifth house. I don't want people to start looking at their chart and start saying, wait a minute, I don't have anything in the fifth house, brother. No, right? Everyone has, right? Just because you don't have a planet in the fifth house doesn't mean it's not activated and doing things in the chart, and you don't come with gifts and all those things. That's not what I mean. I mean that in order to understand if someone has like an innate propensity, right, for things of a nature based on whatever talent it is, you look to the fifth house, because it's where it's literally the intelligence that we have, and so it kind of shines through. But it's like the sun, the planet, the sun. It's something that shines through with a person. They don't even have to say it. It's just their gift. Well, a child is a gift too. They carry the same propensities, and they have the ability to carry on to facilitate your essence beyond yourself. Right? That one child, you can have one person that can change the world. It takes one. Right? So understanding that need, that urge to manifest something beyond ourselves is the fifth house. Not, and from some people might say, what about the 10th house? I thought that was career. No. 10th house is not career per se, right? 10th house is the height of your existence. It's the pinnacle of what it is that you are here to do. But you're here to do other things within the context of that as well. So the fifth house always shows us if someone has that propensity to do something that is going to exist beyond themselves in this plane, whether it be physically through children, or mentally through works of art, right? Through literary works, right? Many times you'll see that people with the fifth house damaged by a malefic planet, it's only damaged in the physical plane, but in the mental plane, they're high thinkers, they're deep philosophers, they're profound conceptualists, meaning that they can come up with ideas and different. I mean, the fifth house is a very powerful house. So just because someone might be shut down in the physical plane from having children, they many times will produce something on the mental plane that will outlast themselves from a very long time. And I don't have any, I should have pulled some charts to kind of support this, but the kind of individuals I'm speaking about is Shakespeare, right? Mozart, right? Go check their charts and see if something's going on tight with the fifth house. I can guarantee you I put my money on it, you're going to see it. Right? I put my money on it, right? So, and Shakespeare, some people say is not even a real person. They say he's Sir Francis Bacon. That's a whole nother story, right? But Sir Francis Bacon story, Sir Francis Bacon chart I have seen, and that fifth house is lit up, right? So you know what I mean? Like there's certain things when you just begin to study it on a general level, you just look at very general things and you see these things very quickly. Right. So when you look at a person's child and say, oh, that child is bright. Why would you say bright? What planet would we indicate this bright? The sun, right? Yeah. Which is the natural ruler of the fifth sign, which again connects it to the fifth house, because the fifth house is that connection. It makes you bright, intelligent, right? All around, right? And usually that brightness and intelligence denotes compassion. They go usually hand in hand. Right. Now, what if there's a malefic? That person still may very well be, let's say Mars is the propensity that the person brings through the fifth house, and they have a very strong Mars in that placement. Mars can very much be military science. Right. That person was a general or a high level military leader in some past existence, very recently, usually. And so that person can now bring those gifts with them right? In the means of national defense, of self defense, of whatever it is that militaristic or martially you're trying to apply it to. Right? So, and they still may be very much compassionate. They just may not be a nice person. Right? They're there to protect, right? They're not there to, cuddle and console. They're there to protect. So, what I mean? But guess what? On the physical plane, though, that kind of it reduces, right, the chance or probability for children to come through in an easy way. Right.
I think we might have a long time ago might have even looked at this chart. I'm sure you have it. Mother Teresa.
Right. What's her chart? What's her fifth house going on with it? What's going on with it?
She got Saturn and Moon in there. Moon is the eighth lord. She's Sag ascendant.
Right. So no children. Right. And it's debilitated.
Yep.
Right. So knowing that it's debilitated, that person doesn't have the propensity, right, to produce physical life on this plane. But where's the fifth lord? I bet you it shows exactly what I'm about to tell you.
It's in the ninth.
Rest my case. Right, because the ninth house is the fifth from the fifth. The ninth house is, right, the house of what you would say is related to as the supreme being, right? So that just elucidated exactly what, right? Thank you, brother. Thank you. Right. I mean, I don't have to necessarily look at a chart to know this is always going to come out dead ringer every time.
Yeah.
Right. That's the faith that I have in a system that works. Right. Not blind faith. Right.
Nope.
But that just shows it. This person's not gonna have children in this physical plane, but the person's connection to the supreme being is that in which the person is going to produce, and they're a Sag ascendant, they're going to produce, right, that need to disseminate, right, the connection to the Most High, right, by way of sacrifice, by way of denying their own ability to produce something in this realm. That what they produced was that which was, because her name now has an established, right. When you say that compassion, you kind of, I'm gonna say, not from those from the older generation, you would think of Mother Teresa. I mean, she kind of, her name goes with that, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So she's still alive. Her consciousness is, whenever you speak someone's name, their consciousness rings them, that renders them there, or renders them accessible. That's why you call upon the name of your ancestors. Right? So, right, that's why the Ren in the Kemetic tradition is a part of your spirit.
Yeah.
Right, and you have different names to fit different parts of your spirit, but nonetheless. So, understanding what we've just talked about, right, and using Mother Teresa as kind of a segue to really talk about that. Now, let's talk about Jupiter in the fifth house. Let's talk about children and the planets that kind of would impact that fifth house and what it just generally will look like real quick, right? So we talked about the sun, right? The moon in the fifth house, generally, that person is going to be very creative in the sense of artistry, in the sense of music usually. Moon and music have a very strong connection in astrology. Venus too, right? But the moon is the feeling and the mood of something, and they like to constantly be in this mood. So they're thinking, and they have a very powerful memory. Well, I think we can call upon somebody to prove that point. And guess what type of? In fact, astrology is so beautiful. I can just pull some out random and just show you, right? So, do you remember there was a chart we did with a brother with the moon in the fifth house? Oh, half brother, but he's still a brother. Good old, dear old Barack Obama.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Right? Remember Moon's in the fifth? His brother has a very powerful memory. Right? Not only that, but the type of children it's going to produce is what? Female children.
Yeah.
And he has girls.
Yep. 2 girls.
Right? Just like the son would produce one boy. Or one child that is very independent, of course. Right? Could be a female too. Are you seeing this? Like this is, but think about the mind of this individual, and it's exalted, right?
Yep.
So this brother has a very powerful mind, right? His mental capacity is very much tied in with his intelligence. He has a very strong intelligence through the ability to harness and harbor things in his consciousness, in his subconsciousness. He can retain things. That's the power of the moon in the fifth. Right? Because he's not like musical type guy, right? He's not someone that we consider musically oriented.
Yeah.
But he has a very powerful mind in the sense that the retentive power of what he has and what he did with that retentive power shows the intelligence. He applied it very well.
Yeah.
In an exalted way. You see what I mean? That's what we mean, right? And we'll do one more. We're not going to do them all. I thought about it. We're not going to do them all because we'll do that some other time. We'll kind of do maybe a planetary type a show on each house maybe someday in the future, right? We'll kind of run through that. But
we got a billion shows to do.
Got lots of shows to do, folks. So stay tuned. Let's keep you tuned in, right? So, right, little carrot trick for you. But nonetheless, right, let's talk about, let's pick another planet. Let's do a malefic, a real harsh one. Let's do Ketu. Right.
Whew. Yeah. I've seen it. Yeah. Ketu's hard.
Right. Yeah, Ketu. So usually, now remember, right, for a male and female, this is going to be different, folks. And we're going to talk about female kind of stuff in another show coming up very soon, right? More than likely the next show, we'll see. Right, but female horoscopy is different from male horoscopy. We read it differently.
Yeah,
right? It's not read the exact same way. Right, in Western sense, maybe so. I'm not sure. I don't think so, but I'm not a Western adept. I studied it for about a year and saw it didn't work, so I moved on. Not for me anyway. But anyway,
yeah.
So when we look at a chart, right? Remember I talked about a couple of words in the beginning. We said the fifth house is the womb, right? If I didn't mention that, there's a couple of words associated with it. It's the womb and also an umbrella, right? Which is the fifth house. And that directly ties to children, right? Other things as well, because anytime you're learning something astrologically, it can be applied on multiple levels and multiple layers, right? The same thing. So for a woman with fifth house Ketu in the fifth house, right, it's a very challenging situation. Many times, right, wherever Ketu is placed, it creates something as what is called, it's permeable, aurically speaking. It's aurically permeable, meaning that it renders that particular part of that person's being with holes that can be kind of that can allow things to come through, right? And so the womb is a place that needs to be tight, because if the fifth house for a woman specifically is her womb,
yeah,
right? The seventh house is, yes, her womb too, yes. Most people say, well, what about it? The other seventh house is sexual organs and internal sexual organs. Yes, it is. Yes. However, where it sits is the fifth house. It sits in the abdominal cavity. And the fifth house is the abdomen, in the sense of Kala Purusha, right? Great that someone asked that question and you posed it. awesome that you did that, because then we can use that to tie it right back to understanding. When we look at a chart and see the fifth house for a woman, it's literally her womb. The abdominal kind of setup, so that, you know, wherever she holds in there is going to be okay. Because remember, the woman's belly swells.
Yeah.
It doesn't just stay in that little small, it gets huge. And so that fifth house is that pregnant, that whenever you see a woman pregnant, that's the fifth house.
Mm-hmm.
Right. If I want to see how a woman's pregnancy is going to be, fifth house. So with Ketu there, right, from one, it may be very challenging to conceive.
Yeah.
Why? Well, the past life, right, has some things that have kind of put you in a space where you've already been there, done that kind of deal. So it detaches you from the real need to have children. But the strange thing is that at the same time, the person has such a propensity, a memory of having children, they usually have a very kind of a love-hate relationship with their children when they manifest.
Yeah.
It's very hard for someone, especially a woman with Ketu in the fifth, to conceive many times. And when she does, usually there is an ordeal.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And this is just because that person comes through this life to experience that I want to take you from here and put you into a social atmosphere, to a place where you learn social skills, right? Where you learn to come out of, right, being in the internal sense of things to the external. The 11th house is a very externalized house. Friends, social networking, learning people skills, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's 11th house, right? Learning to have long-term goals, fulfill those goals, right? Right? You can't do that with children. Most people don't. I mean, it's very hard to do, rather, in the grand sense of the grand scheme of things. When you're focused on children, usually you're a homemaker, right?
Yeah.
But this time, I want you out of that. I want you into the realm of the wheel and deal, right? Into the hustle and bustle, if you will, right? Socializing, mingling, right? Connecting, building. That's all 11th house. So this person is being called out, right? But they have usually a strong connection because the fifth house is a house that connects you to the past life. So the lingering of that creates that separation, and it opens that person up. So when the seed comes, it literally usually doesn't stay very long. Right, and so they have to do usually measures and things that go beyond that circumvent that, and they do have a child, but the first child still has to fulfill the mandate of the fifth house, right?
Yeah.
And so that first child filling the fifth house mandate usually is a child that is challenged. I'm serious. I've watched it, right, firsthand. So when the child comes out challenged, they usually come out gifted. They come out autistic, savants, ADHD, some type of disorder, sometimes even physically so, handicapped many times. Because that fifth house has the propensity to carry you to understand, right, that this life on that level is not commensurate with physical comfort or physical pliability. It's there to be a challenge so that you detach. When you're done, you will detach. And you will then look to the 11th house. You will look to social networks, clubs, growing organizations, right? Putting yourself into the mix of life itself, right?
Yeah.
Because then you'll let go. That's how life teaches you its lessons, because it says, look, when you're done with this, you will still love your child, but you've had your fill this life, right? Rahu is the opposite, and we won't get into Rahu in the fifth, right? But just know, right, that need or desire or want to have children to that next level, or to produce something beyond yourself of greatness, or to have something exist of yourself beyond your physical life, right, becomes an insatiable desire. But there's also the flip switch on that too, right? Because Ketu and Rahu do flips. They invert reality. They do, right? They invert reality. They change reality, right? They cause things to shift, right? As you can well see in this day and age, right? So, right, understanding that, that fifth house is literally the go-to and the drive-in. Like, that's, you just drive into that and start unpacking it very quickly. You see the person and their children, their intelligence, their propensity to produce things on a higher level, right? Because they're all interconnected. Right? The children usually have those same gifts as well. Right? Child comes out very much just like the parent, and the child many times in ancient times, in fact, would carry on the lineage of the parent, in carrying on the traditions and the work and the skill set and the craft and so forth. That's usually with the natural ancient order of things. And that's kind of like what the fifth house kind of denotes. I mean, the fifth house is much more than this, y'all, right? But when it comes to, let's say, what we talked about, the umbrella, remember, as you age and you get to a certain level, if you've invested consciousness into your children wisely enough, if you invested into your children wisely enough and use that consciousness and those gifts, then when you do become older, they become an umbrella. They become your shelter, right? They can protect you. So, right, when you neglect it, well, then therein usually lies the opposite effect. So, nonetheless, right, these things are kind of inside of the fifth house, right? The fifth house is much more than that. But we're talking about children and understanding how do children connect through the chart, through the fifth house. Now, the planet that we look to is Jupiter.
Yeah.
Right. If there's a connection, strong connection, or, well, let's say aspect from Jupiter to the fifth house, that person's children are phenomenal. They usually have very phenomenal children, right? When I say phenomenal, they're phenoms. They're people that excel, right? When Jupiter aspects the fifth house, because Jupiter is the Karaka or significator or indicator, right, of children in a chart.
Yeah.
Jupiter is the Karaka for the fifth house. I guess we'll give the people one more, right? We'll talk about Jupiter in the fifth, right? So Jupiter in the fifth, there's a statement that says when a planet when a Karaka is placed in its own house, it becomes a bad thing, right? Kind of real quick, right? So Mars, right, in the third, kind of so, right? Right. Venus in the seventh, kind of so, right? Too much. Sun in the ninth, because the sun is a Karaka of the ninth. Venus is a Karaka of the seventh. Mars is Karaka of the third. Right. So it's too much of that thing in that house. What does that really mean? You think, like, they have all these old statements and you have to figure it out. Like, what? And, thankfully I've had some pretty good, instructors and teachers and gurus, but sometimes it's still not made ready plain until you study deep enough, and then it makes sense. So whenever you have a planet, let's say, we got to talk about Jupiter. I don't want to take us out of the scope of children, but Jupiter in the fifth house, Jupiter produces, right, they say it's not good, right? It's not healthy to have the Karaka, the planet that signifies that house, in that house. Well, Jupiter signifies the 5th house. It literally indicates children. So you would think that Jupiter in the 5th would be naturally positive. But there's an old mathematical statement that says, right, sometimes relatively speaking, right, two positives don't always equal the next. It does mathematically speaking, yes, but just like two negatives equal a positive, the same thing. Too much of something can be a negative, right? So Jupiter produces high-mindedness.
Mm-hmm.
It has the propensity to literally elevate that person into spiritual sciences, bar none. Right? So they come with that gift. They come with the gift of having the ability to foresee the future, which is the 5th house as well. So they get all these gifts, but they have so much investment in higher knowledge, there's something that suffers.
Mm-hmm.
The children.
Yeah.
And so you can't serve two masters, right? It's very difficult to have a very high-minded, right, philosophical, spiritually oriented type career, and at the same time facilitate children on a hands-on level on a constant basis, right? Because both require inordinate amounts of time.
Mm-hmm.
So when you have Jupiter in the 5th, not aspecting the 5th, it does produce a separation between the two, between the parent and the child. But the children come out very intelligent, right? So they almost come out self-sufficient to some degree. So they themselves carry on some of the propensities of Jupiter in the 5th. Does it make sense? Because the father innately, or the mother innately, has the propensity to be a high thinker. Already the child comes in through that level, and because the person's usually in that field or that activity of life, the child has to have something that would at least help it produce or grow fast enough to keep up with the lack of the parental influence in the first place.
Yeah,
it's a give and take.
It makes sense. I know quite a few people with that, and I can see that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Very good children, but they're not. The bond is not like glue, right? It's like they're there. I'm here. They're taken care of. They're supported. They have what they need. They're getting education, right?
Mm-hmm.
And usually children are very educated. You just see it, but the relationship between the parent and child is not commensurate with what you would consider as a loving parent-child, because the parent is, again, absolved into higher order things. So that's many times when you begin to understand, oh, now I see why too much of one thing is not good.
Yeah.
Because it creates this different relationship between the intent of that thing being overkill, having overkill in that area. So just Venus in the 7th house does the same thing. Right? People say, oh, you would want Venus in the 7th house. Not really. Not really. I've seen it over and over. Right? And we won't get into it, but just remember, Venus is looking back up on the ascendant from the 7th. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So nonetheless, right, that's just kind of a quick way we understand, how to look at the relationship between, really what children are and what they're viewed, what they are, and how they're viewed through the context of astrology. Why they come through that particular area and vector of the 5th house, and Jupiter as well, because Jupiter, of course, is the indicator of high intelligence, of knowledge, but also of growth, expansion, and that's what again that those children represent as well. When you in ancient times, when you had a lot of children, you had a lot of wealth, right? Because Jupiter is also wealth, and Jupiter also means that the children can all Jupiter being in a very substantial place in the chart means that in ancient times you had enough people to work what you had going on. If you had land, right, you had people to work. If you have a business, you have somebody to operate it, right? It was considered wealth in ancient times, right? Now children are more of an asset. It seems, I mean, a liability now just seems an asset, but you know what I mean. Nonetheless, that's just the days and times we live in. Yeah. But for the most part, right? That's why you would understand that all these kind of inner meanings, inner connections, right, between why Jupiter represents wealth, Jupiter represents children, Jupiter represents knowledge, right? It represents expansion of consciousness, right? And the fifth house does just that. It does the exact same thing, right? Produces children, expands your consciousness, right?
I came across something real interesting the other day. I was watching a Nova show on called Planets. It came out like last year, I think. Mm-hmm. And they was talking about the creation of our solar system, right? Mm-hmm. So just to kind of brief it up a little bit, the way how you talked about the sun, and then you talked about Jupiter, right? Mm-hmm. The first two planets, or you had the sun that came through first. Jupiter was the next one, mm-hmm. and Jupiter is the second second planet that gives the most gravitational pull, second to the sun.
That's right.
And Jupiter threw a asteroid into the earth that enabled the earth's waters to become what they are today, from being acidic oceans to being something that is a bringer of life.
Man, look, man, if I really get into it, brother, about the whole way, if we really did, people say, oh, that's kind of reaching. When I start talking about the science behind what we practice in astronomy and how we use it astrologically, you cannot deny that Jupiter, it has certain roles in regards to what it does in the solar system and how it reads astrologically. It works perfectly. So Jupiter being the largest planet and its magnetic, the magnetic field around Jupiter is 10 times its size. Mm-hmm. So that means you would be able to see it from the Earth at night, almost like the moon. It'd be that large. That's how big its magnetic field is. So, I mean, we can get into it, right? But nonetheless, right, you're absolutely right. All those planetary things have a direct propensity and connection to the astronomy is the astrology. That's what you're studying. You're just studying a right brain expression of it on the astrological side and a left brain expression of it on the astronomical side. Same thing.
Indeed, we got to get an astronomer on here one day. I'm looking for him. I'm trying to find one.
We do. We definitely do. So that really it shows, right, that as above, so below. What we're studying literally is how to read, right? How to unpack how the Supreme Being manifests itself in every single life on this planet, no matter how small, or how seemingly insignificant, right? That string of consciousness, that piece that the Supreme Being gives us of itself to literally go through life, to be able to have these experiences and to repeat it, provided that we need to repeat it, or to move on, provided we can move on. Understanding how that ties into the children tie into all of those things. The astrology and the astronomy literally speak to the fact that you are a being that is going to exist outside of this space and time, and you're going to reincarnate. That's the only way astrology could be valid, if reincarnation is real. And if children are born, and we know they're born through parents that have certain propensities, and then so forth and so forth and so forth, all the way down, and then they birth children that have certain propensities, right? That means that astrology in and of itself, right, is a science that can study those karmic propensities all the way through down to the nth degree. I can see your children's children, right? And I can see your forefathers through your chart. That's why it's so potent to understand how when we look at a chart, the most important thing you do, if you know what you're doing, is to look to the 5th house. You automatically will know almost about 40 to 50% of how the person is going to manifest their destiny in this given life. Because you'll know generally the patterns of consciousness. All the other ones, yes, they do the same thing. But the 5th house shows literally how you are going to come into this world and use your intelligence. Children are a byproduct of intelligence. If you lack intelligence, you will choose improperly and usually mate with someone that will give a karmic debt that is more than you probably would want to bear. That's why we use this science. It's not personal, right? It's not saying that someone Mars in the 5th house you shouldn't be married to, right? It's not saying that. It's not saying with someone Saturn in the 5th house or Saturn conjunct the 5th lord, right? I shouldn't marry that person. Not by any means. It's saying that when you use your intelligence wisely, you're going to look deep before you leap. You're going to make sure that the person is karmically matched to you and spiritually matched to you, so that when you produce something of worth, whether it be a child, whether it be something of a literary work of art, whatever it is, a masterpiece of any kind, right? You're going to link yourself with someone that is going to help you to produce something of a value that's much greater than yourself and those that are around you. That's how we use this science. And so that's how our ancestors were able to produce societies that literally lasted for 4,000 years. You don't do that by haphazardly mating.
Yeah.
You call it dynasties, right? When we start really understanding the implications of this science, right? The 5th house is the 5th sign, right? And akin to the 5th house is understanding how destinies are made, how dynasties are created through those destinies, because they're interconnected. That's how we use it to navigate and move forward. If you're trying to birth a warrior, it'd be best to birth them at a certain time when that Mars is in a certain position.
Yeah.
Right. It'd be best this is how spiritual science is used, right? It's not just to get out of situations or to avoid situations. It's to manifest situations.
Yeah.
And children are not they're not outside that context, right? So when you're mating, you want to, if you can, use the time properly to say, hey, you know, in 9 months from now, where will the planets be?
Mm-hmm.
If a woman says, look, I want you to impregnate me right now because I know this is going to produce this type of being. Think about it from this perspective. 9 months ago, if someone had gotten pregnant, they would have a child with an exalted Mars right now, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right? Right? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Exalted Mars with a conjunct Saturn in its own sign.
Yep.
Right? So if we wanted to produce that, let's say our own African Schwarzkopf, right, General Schwarzkopf, or the next great Colin Powell, right? Just use it as example, right? Poor example, but right, or the next great Hugh Newton, right, or Hannibal, or whatever, right? That person's gonna have that Mars and Cap, or somewhere Mars is gonna have to be like tip top tight.
Yeah.
right? That's how we begin to, if we want to produce a great spiritual leader, well, we need Jupiter tight, right? Well, Jupiter makes a pattern every 12 years.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you see what I mean? Like, we got to start. That's when you become, right? When you practice astrology, not just talk about it. Practicing astrology is different, folks, than teaching it, talking about it. Much different. Because then you're actually in real time trying to apply certain principles to gain an outcome, not just materialistically speaking, but spiritually speaking, right? Emotionally speaking, mentally speaking. All these things are within the context of being able to understand how these cycles work. So, bar none, right? If you're trying to produce a child, if you want to say you want to get Gekasara yoga, where the moon is is in either conjunct or in 147 or 10 from 47 or 10 from Jupiter. Right? Well, then you would consult an astrologer to say, hey, in about a year from now, right? When will the moon be conjunct Jupiter? It's that simple.
Yeah.
And you watch the child come out, and you say, "See," and you be like, "It's almost like it's like a formula, like magic, like it works every time." Right? You take it to the bank. Mars conjunct Moon, we got a Chandra Mongol Yoga.
Mm-hmm.
You want a female warrior, right? Because there are female warriors. There's warriors that have the propensity to be able to handle the feminine side of what we deal with as far as protection. So they have females that protect females, in other words. That's within the nature of creation. But nonetheless, right, they can never outdo what the masculine side does in the sense that the masculine integrity at its best can always outdo any woman at its masculine side. And a woman can always outdo any man in its feminine integrity. So that's the balance of the universe, but they do cross over slightly. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So if we want that sister to come in, and let's say we need a sister in our nation or country or village or whatever, and we need that sister to be born to maybe be the one that kind of like shepherds the others. We want a sister with the moon, right, conjunct Mars, with maybe an as strong aspect from Jupiter to give her that well-rounded sensibility. You can create these beings, right? It's within the context of man to create. That is what we mean by when we say create in the fifth house sense. Does that make sense to you, my brother? That bring it home to when we say when we create, you can create a being. You can, well, let's say not create, co-create, because the supreme being will always have the ultimate outcome.
Yeah.
Ultimate say of the outcome, but nonetheless, you still have an input on the timing of it. And timing is usually half the battle. So
Indeed.
when you're out there creating, right, co-create, look at the timing. Look to see when Mars might be debilitated, right? Try to say, well, you know what? Maybe we shouldn't make love. Let's wait a month and a half. And then Mars will move out of that position in the next 9 months. And actually, Mars will then be in Leo, which is an excellent place to have Mars. So then let's make love, baby. Mars is going to be strong. We need that type of entity in our family, in our lineage, in our village, or whatever it is. That's how we create.
Indeed.
And with that, we'll leave it as such. We will touch on this subject and other matters, folks, so it won't be left here. But I just wanted to give you just a general kind of backdrop of why and how we look at a chart and why we see children either through 1, the fifth house, 2, the second, the fifth lord, or 3, Jupiter. Right? I hope that kind of expands it and unpacks it for some folks. Like I said, as we move on to different things like female, when we talk about the female aspect of astrology, a lot more of these things will come out as far as how these things work. But for the most part, I think we've gotten a good beat on how to look at this and how to understand why these connections are there.
Absolutely. So, like always, this episode was brought to you by Push It Forward Media Group and Calipusha Astrology, and our Patreons. Remember, go support us on Patreon. There's a bunch of different packages, and there's some good opportunities on there too. So definitely go check us out on Patreon. We'll, go to our Instagram. You can get to everything from our link and our profile on Instagram at Cosmic Convo on Instagram. It's the same handle. It's Cosmic Convos Podcast on Facebook. So we have them there. And also we've been starting putting the podcast on Facebook as well. So, for all our Facebook people, if that's, you feel, it's easier for you to check out the podcast on Facebook, we're on there as well. So, make sure you go.
Stop there.
Yeah.
Man, don't tell me I did this. Oh my God. I did record.
I got back up. I got you backed up.
Oh, good. All right, brother. Good. All right, good.
I got you backed up.
Cool.
Yeah. Yeah, but for all our people on Facebook, go check us out there. If that's more easy, much more easier for you to tune in and share with your people, man. Let everybody know what we got going on here, so we can again take this astrological conversation to a whole new level and whatnot. So again, I think this is another classic show. We're gonna be back here next week with another great episode for you. And Brother Rob, if you don't got nothing else to say, man, we can go ahead and close it out.
One thing I do have to say is when the podcast kind of makes a general announcement, astrologically speaking, keep your eyes and ears to the news and to your surroundings and things that are going on. There was a show I mentioned that the way this virus is going to work is that during the summer months, the virus is going to reduce itself to its essence and then come back full force, right, in the fall. And I've been hearing it kind of gradually. Before I even said I knew this was coming. I knew when it very first hit, I said, "Oh, this is just the beginning. This is nothing." When the fall hits, that's when we're gonna truly be tested. But nonetheless, astrologically speaking, I mentioned that in the show, in that when these things shift and change, this is why astrologically we can record and look up, say, yep, Rahu's going to be moving into this position. And at the same time, not only that, but the other planets are going to move into their positions to then create a further second, I want to say outbreak, but second wave of this, right, coming up. So just keep your eyes and ears open to the news, to the media, to make sure, like, when you hear that and you say, hey, I think the podcast mentioned that's something that could manifest out of this whole astrological thing, the way it's going, that it could reintroduce itself, or things can shift this way or go that way. If you always, just like when we talk about Iran or different things about the eclipses, just kind of use these things to kind of provide yourself with what we call conviction, right? And conviction then builds the ability to understand and really use this science in a way that gives that level of confidence that you can now predict effectively. That's when you begin to see the patterns and say, yep, I'm confident if I say this is what's gonna manifest, and I vetted it through all these different things, and I see it in real life events, and it's in the news. Then you begin to say, yep, I can start to predict comfortably. So just keep watch, right? And pay attention and listen to what we say, so that when it actually comes out right later on, you're already kind of ahead of the curve and you can verify the power of astrology.
Absolutely. You know, we're gonna have a little promo video coming up too with some of those statements in there, so stay tuned to that. All right. Yeah, so with that being said, thank you all for tuning in every week. Again, another shout out to our patrons, and shout out to everybody who's listening to the podcast and showing us support. All right, and we'll be back here next week, same place, same day, and we're out. Peace.
Peace.
You are now tuned in to the Cosmic Convos podcast, your number one source for accurate, relevant, and thought-provoking astrological conversations in the podcast nation. The place where stars and minds align.
Peace. You're now tuned into the Cosmic Convos podcast. I'm your humbled host, Herut, and we got the man of the hour, the good brother Ra. How you doing?
Oh man, excellent, King, excellent, thriving, getting stronger, getting better. Despite whatever is going on, it seems actually it's been a blessing for many people that this kind of whole situation has come about. So, taking lemons and making lemonade, my friend.
Absolutely, man. Same thing here, man. Been able to get a lot of stuff done. It's actually it came at a great time for me, to be able to, finish this film up and all that good stuff, so just definitely rolling with the current right now.
Indeed. That's the beautiful thing about this knowledge, man. You turn a crazy obstacle course into something that's an adventure. So it's a beautiful thing when you have this science, no doubt.
Absolutely. So before we get too far, I want to remind you all that this podcast is brought to you by Push It Forward Media Group and Caliprusia Astrology, and our patrons out there on Patreon. We definitely appreciate you. I want to give you all a shout out. Kinameti, thank you for your continued support, and the brother Ijala, Unkma Ahai, and we got a new patron, Iyama Sheps. Thank you all for your support, and hit us up, and we're definitely going to have some interesting things coming up for you all real soon, so stay tuned for that. All right. Now, as far as Push It Forward Media Group, you can find us on Instagram at Push It Forward. That's PUSHITFWD. And you can find us on the web with the same spelling, same type of handle, pushitforward.com. On there, you can find this podcast, and you can also find some interviews and different things like that. And we got short films on the way. Come in on ninethlord.com for Ninth Lord Films. So go check that out. And Brother Ra, how can the people get in touch with you?
Oh, man. Facebook, IG, Shechem Ra. That's the tag on there. So either one of those definitely can get at me. And then also you can hit me up on calipurushastrology@gmail.com. So either one of those three traditionally going to get right up. It's going to tap me on the shoulder pretty quickly.
Indeed. So here we are. We're at episode 7 a season 2. Seems like we're flying through this thing, you know. But yeah, episode 6, man, again, as usual, got a very good response. What's the feedback you've been getting on that episode?
Really interesting feedback. People realize the power of this science, the power of being able to cooperate with time, right? A lot of good comments, a lot of good responses with regards to really understanding that this science is one that, it literally is awe-inspiring. So I definitely have been pleased by the responses. And this one definitely should follow suit.
Absolutely. And to that point, we got some questions from our patrons out on Patreon. And I just want to remind you all, this is how you get to us as far as if you got questions, specific things, become a patron. And we'll definitely lace you and whatnot. We kind of switch the model up a little bit, but yeah, if you become a patron, we will answer pretty much any question that you ask us. And also, there's also a package that you can actually be on the show live with us. So definitely go check that out. So one of our good patrons wanted to know if the 5th house indicates adoption and stepchildren. And also they wanted to know, well, we'll go ahead and answer that one first. Go.
Sure. So the 5th house itself is always going to be used to look into, first of all, if the promise of children is there for the individual to have a legitimate child of their own. That is the first thing you want to look at. And many times the promise will not be there for people they're not due children in this life. And people say that's kind of cold or harsh, or how can you work around that? Well, sometimes it's just not designed. Life is just designed that you yourself don't have a bloodline that you physically will produce, but you will have possibly someone that you will care for that will carry on some part of you into the future. So in order to kind of see that, you want to see if the 5th house / 5th lord has a relationship with either primarily the 12th house, secondarily the 6th house, and also usually Rahu or Ketu, primarily Ketu, and sometimes Saturn as well. So if the first combination you can always notice is if the 5th house has a connection to the 12th. And a lot of times you'll notice that because the 12th house is the house of, first of all, hospitals, ashrams, right, temples, right, things like that. But in this world, right, where we don't lean towards a spiritual kind of purview, we can talk about orphanages, right, social institutions that care for the underprivileged, right. That's the 12th house, where abandonment, things that were left to the wayside, things that deal with loss, right, are really encumbered. But the thing about the 12th house is that it's not all necessarily the negative aspects. It talks about charity, right? When you adopt, right, it is an act of charity. It is an act of loss for you in some sense, in that, you may not be able to fill that void physically with someone, but you'll fill it with someone that can at least be the recipient of that same love. And so that is typically very doesn't resonate with the nature necessarily of the 5th house. So that's why we look to 8 houses away from the 5th, which is the 12th. So the 6th house also has some roles, but that's more almost family adoption, if you will. So cousins, maybe your niece or your nephew or your great cousin, you adopt him for whatever reason. And the 6th house deals with disenfranchisement, imbalances. Like the 12th house deals with jail, the 6th house deals with courts, right? It makes sense that you're awarded someone through the court, right? Has to go through the 6th house.
Yeah.
Right. So that's why the 6th and the 8th house have to have some affinity with the 5th house or the 5th lord, and sometimes Jupiter, to really kind of say, you know what, yeah, you're going to adopt. Or it's a possibility that your child may not be yours blood related. Or they might be yours related through you, but they may not be yours biologically. Right? 5th house connection to the 6th and 6th house and 12th house. Hope that answers the question, right?
Indeed. The second one was, what can Ketu in the 8th and 12th indicate as far as past life and this life?
Excuse me. Yeah, so, you've heard me many times I've made mention to look to Ketu to find what your past life is, right? Or was, or generally. And let's say this, folks, everything in the chart is your past, right? It is. That's why it's been stamped and kind of etched into you to carry that from that moment of birth to manifest and master those things in your life. But to say the planet that really does harness or hold us or kind of create that silver string, that silver cord to the past life is Ketu. And wherever it is, you can pretty much guarantee that in that house, meaning that area of life, you were very much heavily weighted in experiences in the past life, wherever that may be. So if it's in the 1st house, right, you were heavily weighted on you, right, in the past. And so you know all about you. So now this life you've come to learn about others, and specifically others. The one other that would define you the most is your mate. Right, so that's Ketu in the 1st. Well, Ketu in the 12th is a little different because there's no people that are kind of represented by the 12th. So it really represents in the past life you were really focused on one of a few things. One, you were focused on the need to constantly escape your problems. 2, you were constantly incarcerated or sick, right? Or constantly traveling, right? But it also can mean you were constantly focused on spirituality to a high degree. And a lot of times they'll say Ketu in the 12th house indicates moksha. What is even moksha? Because moksha means liberation, but to be liberated from what?
Yeah.
Right? To be liberated, right? By whom? From what? Right? So those are kind of words that have been misrepresented. Liberation just means, right, that you get the opportunity to not forget your past life when you come back to this in the next life. That's what it really, really, really means. Right? It means that you don't forget. The worst thing to do when you're trying to get something accomplished is to forget what you're trying to do in the first place. And so many of us, we get these bleeps and kind of hints. We get hints. People just don't listen. They're called omens, right? And they're hints to tell you either you're on the right path or you're on the wrong path, right? But Ketu in the 12th, provided is very strong, that person automatically knows. In fact, they're usually not very involved in the world. Virgos are very detached because they've already gone through the cycles of existence enough to know that, you know what, I can let it all go. But this comes in a negative price, in a negative sense in some ways, that because maybe you're not in that spiritual vein, you might be confused in this world. You may not feel settled, right? And then that opens you up to the host of illnesses that Rahu does in the 12th to say now you're going to learn to master, right, the understanding of your place in this world. You're going to learn to understand how to manage illness. That's what Rahu can do many times in the 6th and Ketu in the 12th. Now, Ketu's in the 8th. Several things can be indicated by that as well. And these are all defined by the placements, the aspects, and so forth, and other particular charts that we look at to really understand what is the past life in general and what it looks like. But Ketu in the 8th house a lot of times can indicate that in the past life, right, you had access to other people's money. Could have been that you probably, right, had access to great resources. Well, how do you figure that? Because this life, Rahu goes to the 2nd house, which wants you to amass your own wealth, not others. It also can mean that you very much were so interested into occult knowledge, or you were very much focused or harnessing your energies, experiences around uncovering or harboring secrets of others. It also can mean very much so that your energies were highly focused in sex. So very much so Ketu can indicate, right, these things, right, in whatever respective house they're in, whether it's the 12th or the 8th. If it's in the 6th house, right, these people are called they usually can die many times of it's always hard for me to say it. Doctors that are diseases that are self-induced. Self-treatment, because they don't like doctors. Ketu in the 12th, so Ketu in the 6th doesn't deal with doctors very much. And they actually usually stay fairly healthy. Right, so each one of these positions, and y'all come take the classes. Take the classes. If y'all want to learn to do this, provided it's in your destiny, right, you can do it. And trust me, right, I get rid of all the fluff. I get rid of all the confusing, right, statements that these different, like, ancient texts state, because they have to be clarified and they have to be run through a filter that really removes the confusion of a lot of the Hindu stigmatisms around their practices, like moksha, things like that. But bar none, come to the classes. I assure you, you will not regret it.
Indeed. So yeah, that was definitely an excellent breakdown. I hope that answers your question sufficiently or whatnot. I'm pretty sure it did, and go ahead, keep them coming, right? So today, we're gonna get into a very interesting topic, and it actually was, I guess, a good segue was, out on social media, a lot of people were talking about, and I'm not sure if you're familiar with this, Brother Rob, but the situation between the singer Adele and her paying like $100 and something million of alimony to her husband.
I heard about that.
Right. So, a lot of people have been, debating the topic of, should men be receiving alimony, or should, what's the role, are gender roles a real thing? Is it a social construct, or, all of those things, is kind of what people have been kind of questioning about this whole situation, right? And I think that's a good segue for what we're about to talk about today, right? What you think?
Excellent segue. Excellent. We live in some very topsy-turvy times, and as a young man coming up, I always, I was born in the 70s, and so it was just plain as it could be. I just hate to say it, like, it is, things were what they were. Relationships were what they were. It just, being born at a very special time in this world, seeing so many changes come within such a short period of time is very sometimes unnerving. In the sense that it really calls on a lot of kidney energy just to understand things. Kidney energy in Chinese medicine deals with the unknown.
Yeah.
Right? And that's a lot of what this is. It seems low-grade kidney energy. Just a lot of out of nowhere, low-grade, confusing behavior, despite how much money you have, how much wealth you've amassed. Doesn't matter anymore. That doesn't qualify, or that doesn't prescribe morality. And morality is important in understanding marriage. The institution of marriage is a moral one. It is. It's a spiritual one.
Yeah.
It's not commonplace. It's not for common law. It's not for commonplace. It's not to split the bills. That's a lot of people married for. We're splitting the bills, and it's just the way things are. That's just a sign that things are very much shifting, right, into a new paradigm.
People want companions just for the companionship.
Yeah, like
a partner in crime.
What happened to nation building, or what happened to community building? Your block used to be special. Like, I remember when I was a kid, man, everybody on the block could whoop me. You know what I mean? Like, the people across the street could discipline me. The lady across, it was a different day. And it was unity. It really was. And so now we have so much disunity. Don't touch my child. Don't say anything to my child, despite what your child might be doing, right? Everything's broken down to the nth degree in regards to community.
Yeah.
And so that's where it starts. That's where we talk about men and women, right? And we're very different. We are. Our ancestors understood this, though, right? Because now, in these times, everyone's the same, right? Well, I mean, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I'm not the same. Right? We're very different. We're very much compatible and supplemental to each other, but we're different. Men and women are different. They just are. It's designed that way. And here's the crazy, confusing thing about it. Do we question whether there's male and female birds? They don't question their integrity. The birds do just fine. Right?
Yeah.
The elephants have no problem. Right? The lions seem to be doing quite okay.
There's not to cut you off, but there's a interesting story I read years ago about the elephants, right? A lot of the adult male elephants were being like poached and stuff like that. And it left a lot of fatherless elephants. And the male elephants that, were missing their father, just wow, they're the ones who are attacking people and you understand what I'm
showing
saying?
something right there. Yeah. Because that father energy settles the home.
Yeah.
It calms the home. When your father's around, there's a different air in the house, right? But, like I said, everything else seems to be doing all right but us, right? They don't question whether the male lion is never questioned or looked at funny by the pride, right? The bride does what it does, and he does what he does, and it's worked for quite a long time. Right? So this whole confusion about how the integrity of something can be, no other creature on the planet Earth does this but man.
The illusion of choice.
It is the illusion of choice, my friend. So, shout out to Rahu Ketu, right, brother? If you ever listen to these podcasts, it's a good Western astrologer friend of mine. He and I go round and round, but he's an exception to the rule when I say a Western astrologer, because, of course, he dabbles in the sidereal, but he just knows math very well, and he knows the geometry of the planets very well, which, once you know that, you can kind of see certain things from any system. But nonetheless, because we were talking about, that whole debate of choice, right? Whether or not there's something inherent, if we have choice or whatnot. But not to digress, when we understand ancient systems and ancient societies, ancient systems of living is what I'm saying, there's no confusion. And when you have a society that demeans, right, demotes, abuses, ridicules, shows no appreciation for the female side of creation, for the female side of themselves, for the woman aspect of the divine, then you have a vacuum. And nature abhors a vacuum. So something's always going to fill it.
Yeah.
In some way.
Yeah.
And what's being filled with is the imbalance of the masculine and divine, feminine energy. So when you have an imbalance, something is seeking that balance, to bring some balance back as far as the feminine side of the divine is concerned. So what that looks like in a traditional society is that women have a very specific power and authority in society, and is not undermined, or neither is it reduced in any way, shape, form, or fashion. Women in traditional African societies, West African societies, they run the market.
Yeah.
Right? Their power is in trade. Think about if the trade franchises of America, if the stock market, right, was run by women, you wouldn't necessarily have this need to emasculate themselves, to put themselves into positions where they may not necessarily be designed to handle. Now, yes, there's always exceptions to the rule. Don't get me wrong. There's not a blanket statement you're going to catch me make. I'm no silly, I'm no fool, right? In fact, in Star Wars, and I'm a Star Wars fan, I love Star Wars, right?
Oh, yeah.
In Star Wars, they say, right, only a Sith thinks in absolutes, right? So there is no such thing as absolute. Hot is always relative to cold,
Yeah.
Right? Up is always relative to down, right? So man is always relative to what? Woman. This is just the nature of the universe. The nature of the universe, even down to the corest, barest of its particles, is male and female, electron, proton. And they say, well, what about the neutron? The neutron is neutral.
Yeah.
It doesn't do anything, right? So you have both, right? And they both play a very specific role in the charging of an atom, and from that charging of an atom all the way up to the macrocosmic aspect of what we call male and female. It's the same thing repeated on itself over and over. That's why even plants are male and female.
Yeah.
So, knowing that male and female is the norm basis of the universe, we don't have to question, right, whether or not a chart is going to reveal the same basis, right?
Yeah.
And so we're not going to talk about the male side. We're going to talk about that side that has been ignored and been overly subdued, the female side.
Yeah.
So in traditional societies, right, you have rites of passage. And rites of passage are designed to stage out man's development in a proper time frame based on his natural, biological, emotional, and spiritual, right, development. Remember, we talked about this in the last show, that there is a natural order, or not the last show, but the previous to the last show, there is a natural psychological development to man. Well, guess what? When you hit your first Saturn return, you have a rites of passage. That's how it's done. That's why we did it that way.
Yeah.
So when you have your first, and it's kind of inculcated into society, in this society, because man's urges, as me and my brother both know, we have 11 primal urges, but one of those urges is the need to grow.
Yeah.
The need to move beyond your current status. And that urge is facilitated in many ways, but one of the ways in the inner cities is facilitated is gangs.
Yeah.
It's the same urge, just being fulfilled by a lower left brain.
Yeah.
Right. So understanding that, in the suburbs, they call it boys and girls, the Girl Scouts, Boy Scouts.
Yeah.
Right. In the Latina community, they call it a quinceañera.
Yeah.
Right. In the Jewish community, they call it a bar mitzvah.
Yeah.
All the same urge, trying to seek to delineate and align that integrity in that role that you're supposed to perform as a young adult in society, where the woman is instructed that this is the thing that you do, and the integrity is upheld, and she's given honor, and she has pride in being a woman. That's what the astrology is intended to read, not this society's dimensions. But we can adjust, because we do understand that the astrology will also facilitate those societies that are not leaning towards the proper unfoldment of man's spiritual nature in time. So when we look at a chart, right, the first thing we want to see, because we are primarily in the West, in a Western mindset, no ancient Kemetic, African traditional stuff is not Western. It is truly Eastern.
Mm-hmm.
But because we live in the West, because the traditional processes of rites of passage of spiritual development for man is not instituted, we have to look at the chart just slightly different to get the same message. And so we don't use the traditional kind of prescription to see the same thing we would in a chart for an American woman or a Brazilian woman or whatever you want to call a Western woman versus someone from the East, because their purview and mindset is going to be different, even though they're being westernized as well, folks. I don't want to make it paint the picture that the East is still some spiritualized kind of meditative society. No, they just have so much of it left over. It still kind of lingers there, and they still have the access to tap into it. But very much so, they are being westernized. In India, in Africa, in most societies that have a link to something ancient, it is fading quickly.
Oh, yeah.
Right? But knowing that it has been there, knowing that it is the root of the Eastern cultures, knowing that astrology is from that root, when we look at it, it's going to tell us, well, you don't look to that to look for to understand a woman's chart. You look to the Western mindset, and Mars, right, is the first planet as an astrologer I look at to understand a woman and how she is to be revealed to herself through astrology. So remember, in the natural order of things, Aries is considered, right, the first sign, and Libra is the seventh. Libra being ruled by Venus, the natural feminine, and Aries being ruled by Mars, the natural masculine. So looking from a woman's point of view, from across from herself, Mars is the seventh away.
Yeah.
So Mars being the seventh away from Libra, being the seventh for the woman. Then we look for Mars, and typically, especially this society, to find out the nature of which, what is the missing piece of male energy that she needs to complete herself to make her whole, as far as that masculine part that she needs to harness in herself. It's still there in her, but what you'll find is that because that women have a higher estrogen output because they're supposed to. They have an estrogen integrity that has to be kept. If not, we begin to grow hair on our faces in different places because of excess testosterone where it shouldn't be.
Yeah.
Right. So, and I know there's the question: does it happen to men? Absolutely. Men can grow breasts, right, and different things, right? But nonetheless, right, women have a estrogen integrity level they have to keep, and testosterone too, because we all have both of them in us, but women have more estrogen, and rightfully so, right? So understanding that Mars is that testosterone, right, and wherever Mars is placed, you look for that to find what the woman will seek to complete herself, what women seek to find the needed, necessary, masculine, testosterone-based product in their life. What is going to produce that in my life? Let me find that.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so women will attract the Mars in her chart. Right? She's literally saying, hey, sending signals that this is something I need. So, like, people say, well, what does that mean? So, for example, like a woman with Mars in Virgo, many times will find that they like a man that is well kept, very much metrosexual, if you will. Clean, particular, right? Articulate, the whole, whatever you could imagine, right? That refined masculinity to be.
Yeah.
And because society prescribes many times something outside of that, and women will lean sometimes, not all, because men do too. We all lean to what we think we want, right? But when you sit down with a competent astrologer and he says, no, this is what you really want, they're like, yeah, you're right. Don't worry about what society has to say. What do you really want? Oh, yeah, I really do want that kind of guy.
Yeah, that was
Mars.
That was going to be my question. Because, you know, do you think that they're always conscious of that thing that the chart is indicating? Is it, you know, would you look at it more from the perspective of what they want or what they're going to get?
Usually society tells them what they want.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm talking about the placement.
The placement will tell them what they need. And what they want in essence, right? But usually both. Because usually when you get the thing that completes you, it's like I kind of get everything I need. I get what I need. It's a strange thing, right? Because the chart is so specific, destiny is so specific. There is someone there waiting specifically to fulfill that, provided that destiny affords that.
Yeah.
Right. That person's there. You just have to, space and time has to unfold.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But there's a program. See, when you become divine, you can be with anybody.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can change. You have all of those things at will. right? But when you're not there yet, then we try to fill those voids in, or try to mask or kind of mirror ourselves with the other side of us, really. And that's how the divine kind of teaches us the lessons, is that, it's a carrot trick. You think you're getting this, but it's really this. Especially if you're not competent in astrology, because you're getting something called the representative. Everyone meets the representative at first. Everybody.
Yeah.
Right. You don't meet the world person until about 3.5, 4 years in. That's when you meet them. And then in 7 years, you're like, oh, hi. Oh, no, that's who you are. Oh, okay. Got it. Right. Because the person most people don't even know themselves.
Yeah.
Let alone you know them. Right. So Mars is the primary planet. Mars in Gemini. Right. Woman will like a man that will talk. Has a lot of man that will have fun. Oh, a man that gotta have Mars in Gemini. Women love a man that will take them and take them different places, experience different things, travel. Right, because she needs that martial energy to do that for her, because she doesn't necessarily have all of it there that she wants to have. So she has to have someone that matches that in a way that brings that level of completion. And then she like that. And then they'll say, that's the one. Or you'll hear them, girl, he's the one. Then you pop the chart. Oh, well, yeah, it makes sense why you would say he's the one. And even if he's the one, there's still something comes with. See, most people don't get it. Like, even with the one, stuff comes with the one, too.
Yeah.
Because they have a chart. They have a destiny. So, Mars is the planet. Mars, right? In the 4th house, for a woman, is much different than Mars in the 4th house for a man. Mars in the 4th house for a woman, number one, she's emulating her mother in the way she runs her home as a general or as a commander.
Yeah.
See, for the Mars, for the father, for the man, his mama's like that. Because it's 4th house. Right? So his level of satisfaction is going to be different, even though generally they can be read the same. The woman is going to emulate the mother, so she's going to be more adamant in the home than he will. With Mars in the 4th. See, Mars in the 10th for a man, no joke. He's no joke. Because he's at that level where he himself has to be seen as this. Whereas Mars in the 4th says, no, I know myself as this, right? But I'm going to live it out in the inner planes versus and it still will be externalized, because Mars in the 4th still looks at the 10th. So it will be externalized, but it'll be more education focused with Mars in the 4th for a man. Right? More protecting the mother, right? Protecting the home, right? But not necessarily externalized to come out and conquer the world.
Would you say he would want to delegate that like have a vision, but let it be carried out by the woman? Mars in the 4th.
Depends on her chart too.
Yeah. I mean, or that would be his, or would that be his desire rather?
Mars in the 4th? No.
Okay.
No. Because we need to look for Venus for him. Right? See, Mars is him. See, Mars in the man's chart is the man.
Yeah.
Himself. Right? So he's in the home, he's very protective. Fiercely so. Right? Fierce educator. Make sure that the child gets education in the home.
Yeah.
We'll fight for it. Being in the poor. So this is Mars in the 4th. They had the PTA meetings.
Yeah.
Fighting. Look, Like, what's so serious? This is my child's life. Like, oh wait, you're like Mars in the 4th, very protective of home.
Yeah.
Right? Mars in the 10th, you deal with that. You go to the PTA meetings. I'm out here taking heads. Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So, for a man though.
Yeah.
Right. For a woman. Right. And this is where we call what's called Mangala Dosh. Right. Mars in the 4th. Mars in the 7th. Mars in the 8th. Mars in the 12th. Right. Called Mangal Dosh. Right. And it's an affliction for Mars. So, a lot of times you'll find that Mars in these placements, the woman is very adamant. I'm not, you can leave. Bye. What? Well, what happened to love? I love you, but then I don't need you.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And then to reinforce that with the societal craziness of Keisha Cole and, I'm not a big music guy, but, you get the drift, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Whoever else you sing it, right? Whatever. It's so crazy now. Like every 5 minutes is a new singer or something. But
yeah,
back in my day, it was Nita Baker's and the Beyoncé's, I guess, or whatever. These reinforce those confusing Western paradigm thoughts that I don't need a man, girl. I don't need you. And men do. I don't need a woman. It's crazy.
Yeah,
you do need each other. You're born to need each other. You're born designed to be with the opposite sex. Unless you have another purpose, which the chart will reveal. But Mars always shows for a woman the type of man she typically will attract. Mars in Pisces, right? So a lot of times these women get men that are kind of everywhere. Wanderers, happy-go-lucky type guys, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe in drugs, maybe been incarcerated, maybe can't get their life right, maybe, right? Because they are there to vicariously save. Pisces likes to save things. So when a woman has that, she's always fixing a man.
Yeah. What about Aries?
No, she will attract. She likes the warrior.
Yeah.
She wants that man's man. Right? She wants a man to walk in and take the room. Right? The warrior, the leader, the boss. Right? That's what she attracts.
Mm-hmm.
But then she herself is athletic. Right? She herself finds that she has a drive and ambition that can be easily quenched.
Mm-hmm.
So she would have to have a running mate to do that. Things go hand in hand. Right? But let's talk about that moon, right? Now, one last tidbit about Mars, right? Retrograde, folks. Anytime you see Mars retrograde in a chart, about 40 to 50% of the time, unless it's conjunct Mars, it's conjunct Venus, aspects Venus in a Venusian sign, or has some interrelation with Venus, a lot of times it can create rigidity in the feminine aspect of things, because Mars now has been internalized. And Mars is the sexual energy of a woman as well.
Mm-hmm.
So that Mars being now internalized, regardless of the sign, if it's retrograde, many times women can be frigid. Frigidity. Right? Indifferent. Sex next week. Make love to me next year. Talk to me. Talk to me for what? Because Mars is now internalized. And remember, menstrual blood is red. It's Mars, Martial. Right. I mean, Mars is so important that I used it to predict my stepdaughter's first menstrual cycle. To the day.
Yeah.
I got a phone call out. I'm out, right? Handling business. I get a phone call. oh my God. I'm like, what's going on? You did it. You predicted the exact date she started. I was like, I told you. It's like, how did you do that? Because the proximity of Mars and the moon in the fourth. That's when you know when a girl will start her menses. When those things are in certain proximities. And she's a certain age.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it shocked me.
That's deep.
Because, I mean, Mars prediction is pretty good. But I was like, wow. Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
So that's how important Mars is for a woman. It even times the start of the menstruals in conjunction with the moon. So, right, Mars being that planet that we know you can look to in a chart that will not only, one, show the woman's level of masculine integrity in her own being, meaning that can she control her own temper? Right? Can she focus her energies? Many times Mars in Cancer, when it's debilitated, their energies are everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
For a woman especially.
Yeah.
Can't focus. Got so many things going. Right? And they get nothing done. Because remember, it's a cardinal sign with a Marshall effect. You want to move, but you're moving everywhere.
Yeah.
So, and it's water, which then now Cancer grows anything in its midst, right? And so it's too much. So the next planet we look to is Moon. Is the Moon. And so the Moon is the planet that is what we can look to find how she is in the sense of what she brings from the divine, right? What she reflects of her own nature. See, the moon is crucial for all of us. It's a planet. See, all the planets are crucial for all of us, but they do different things for different sides of us. The male side, it does something a little different than the female side, even though they have some similarities. There's also differences. The moon for a woman is her planet, the planet for her, because it represents her feminine energy. It represents her reproductive system. It represents her ability to nourish and nurture. See, this is a natural feminine thing. So the moon being that shows, bar none, how that woman is, and not only that, how her mother is and how her mother's mother is. Usually the moon for a woman shows 3 generations back in her chart. So knowing that, right, it's so crucial for that moon to have the proper setting, and that also helps to create that feminine type of flow. Right. See, there's always exceptions to the rule. You can have martial dispositions in your spirit, but provided you're doing it in a way that is conducive to the heat integrity of your body, not to burn you out.
Yeah.
Men can sustain heat longer than the woman can. We can endure physical pain and the sense of stress in a different way than women can. Women endure stress and pain in a different way too, but naturally so. It's to be balanced for the functions of each one of those beings. So the moon, when you see the moon and you see it strong in a chart, that woman's sense of character and who she is very hard to shake. She knows who she is as a woman. You see it. She walks it. She talks it. It's the essence of who she is. And then there are times when that integrity is compromised. And she becomes cold, indifferent, masculinized. Usually will have female organ problems too.
Mm-hmm.
The moon is what shows this. Breast problems. Hormonal issues, all the moon. Right? So we look for that moon to find out if she going, is there a flow? Is the essence there? Is there a reciprocity between the inner reflection and what's going on in the outer, meaning that she takes in things properly? That's the moon. See, the sun is for the man. You want to see the man's integrity? If he's a man, look to the sun. Look to Mars. For him, to see who he is. But also, in a man's chart, you look to Venus to find out the thing that he's missing in his estrogen integrity role, or what he needs to fulfill that estrogen feminine side of himself is Venus. Right. So for the moon for a woman, the planet to look for, because that will then show you exactly who she is. Right. Now, if it's conjunct Mars, aspected by Saturn, right, good strong possibility that the childhood was one that was devoid of affection, which is what mostly that moon needs. It was starved in some way, and so that starvation creates a diminishment of hormonal output, which then changes the whole overall facial structure, bone structure, organ integrity. It's a domino effect. And so that moon is crucial. And there are things that we can do spiritually to strengthen the moon, to really call in that feminine energy, to uplift and to uphold that part of not only the male, but the female, I mean, as far as the woman, but the male as well. You know, we need that sometimes too. Sometimes when you see the male damage in the male's, the moon damage in the male chart, he didn't get that love. So now he seeks a woman that literally abuses him. So you have to really understand, like, that moon is so important in a chart. It's the beginning of life. And for a woman, she is life. So the moon has to be studied thoroughly, and it has to be analyzed in depth so that we can use the proper remedies in case it is challenged, so that that integrity can be restored, or at least returned to some degree. Now, the next thing we do in a chart is then we do look to Venus. But Venus for a woman is not marriage necessarily. It is, in the general sense of the word, yes. But for a woman, it's how she loves. See, Mars is how the man loves, is how he protects. But the woman is, Venus is how she loves. It's how she loves, how she cares for her own femininity is Venus. You know, see, the mother doesn't. Have you ever know, like the mom? She don't care for her own looks at all.
Mm-hmm.
She can walk around with rollers, right? Have a house coat on. As long as the babies is getting taken care of, I don't care. See, Venus, that's not it. Venus is a woman's beauty, right?
Yeah.
And so if she thinks of herself as beautiful, as attractive, as wanted, as alluring, as that's all Venus. You want to see that? Look to Venus in a woman's chart, because it's going to say this is how she herself beautifies herself. So see, those three planets, Mars, Moon, and Venus, are the telltales of a woman in her inner world. Right. Now, inside of that, right, we look at the fourth from the moon. We look at fourth from the ascendant, and we also look at the fourth from Venus to understand a woman's inner heart as well, the core of who she is. Because these are all specifics to understand if that satiation can be there in a relationship. Many times, if a malefic planet is in that position of four from either one of those positions, then a lot of times it's very hard to please that person.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Now, I know a lot of you out there listen to the podcast, you do study astrology, and you didn't hear me mention Jupiter. And there's a reason why. Jupiter, first of all, we live in the, as I keep saying, we live in the West, right? And so the West is overburdened and overridden by a bombardment of sexual energies.
Yeah.
And so Mars being that, right? It's easier to read, right? In regards to understanding the outcome of a person's chart / destiny / kind of what it is that they're going to get out of a relationship. Because Jupiter is spirituality, right? In this world, it's the church, right? But because the church is such a failed institution, and I'm sorry, folks, it is. It's such a failed institution. That's why the divorce rate is what it is. Because it doesn't properly arm the couple to endure life's challenges and the challenges that come with being with someone else.
Yeah.
So Jupiter still doesn't apply. Sorry. When I say Jupiter, I mean counsel, wise counsel. Right? When I say Jupiter, I'm talking about elderhood, a council of elders. When I talk about Jupiter, I'm talking about a real live spiritual guide that can instruct and give you things to do to mitigate the issues. I'm talking about an oracle that you consult in the community before you even get married. I'm talking about a great big mama that knows everybody and that knew y'all don't need to be together. You know what I mean? Like that kind of Jupiter, the real one.
Yeah.
Right. That's rare in this society. And so since it's not a guiding principle, right? That's not the go-to to look for to find the woman's husband in her chart. But it does provide a very profound role in understanding what a woman could use or lean towards if she has a spiritual demeanor or character.
Yeah.
And so if she's spiritualized, you're going to see Jupiter very prominent. But Jupiter, what it does is it sublimates a woman's sexual energy. Not very many women want to be sublimated sexually. Right? Because Jupiter diverts that energy into other areas.
Yeah.
Go meditate. Go study your reading for the month. Right? Comment on, what it is that you need to work on for this year. What's that? Oh, a nice, healthy, hearty salad with vegan salad dressing and water. Right? All help deliver flow, which deliver is governed by Jupiter. And Jupiter is the organ for a woman as far as her health is concerned. But how many women are having their wombs removed, right? Because of an improper life that we live here in the West. Fibroid tumors, cysts, right? This is indicative of the condition of the liver, because cyst is nothing but a tumor, a growth. And so when the Jupiter energy in a woman and in society has been compromised, these things will plague the society en masse.
Yeah.
So we don't look to Jupiter as a primary determinative to understand the woman and where it is that she's headed in relationships. We use it as a secondary, modifying, adjusting, refining, or kind of directive inside of the context of what the other planets say. Right? Because you're not going to find very many Jupiter integrity based men in society here anyway.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it goes hand in hand. Now, how I use it, I look at the relationship between Mars and Jupiter in a chart. If I find that Jupiter and Mars are in a very strong trinal or opposition or in a specific relationship where they have a strong, healthy integrity, I know then she will be attracted to a spiritual mate, especially if Jupiter has a strong influence on the moon. Then I can use Jupiter because I can say you want a spiritual mate. Then it works. But you talk about that with Keisha and them. No. Keisha and them not looking for that. Right? Where the money at? Right? You got a package. Right? You got a package, you got some money. Right? That's all they care about a lot of times. Right? Not all. I'm not going to say all. Because I'm talking about the common, right, status quo type individual. Right? They're not looking for the Jupiter type man. Right? No knowledge. You kicking knowledge? I don't know that knowledge. You eat right. Anyway, take me to McDonald's. I mean, seriously though, they're out there. Right? Probably far more than the opposite.
Yeah.
Right? So that's why we use Mars first. That's why we use, right? Now we use the sun too to find the integrity of a man for a woman, and that's a different story because it's a way we use it to find that type of man. But there's layers to this. But for the most part, right, the Mars, that placement, the moon, and Jupiter as the fill-in for how she takes care of herself. Right? Because moon, remember, nurtures others. Venus nurtures yourself.
Yeah.
Right. Now, a few other things to kind of note, right? One thing that we do use that really works well is called the Trimshamsha. And the Trimshamsha, which is a harmonic of it's called the D30, right? There are different charts that we use to kind of extract different levels of meaning inside of a person's being / spirit / subconscious, whatever you want to call it, right? And so the Trimshamsha takes each degree and makes it into a sign, right? So each degree becomes a sign. So the first degree is Aries, second degree is Taurus, third degree, right? In each sign. So that means that what that one degree is, the next degree will be something different if a planet is placed there, and then the next degree something different will be placed. So every degree has a different specific meaning / placement.
Yeah.
Well, the Trimshamsha is used primarily to see kind of the upheavals and challenges that are inherent in your life and what you do to bring those things to yourself. Right? So if Saturn is primarily affected in Trimshamsha's ascendant or first house, right, that person undoes themselves because of a lack, right, of integrity, a lack of patience, a lack of planning, a lack of endurance, right, a lack of fortitude. That's going to be their self-undoing. Or they could be too rigid, too cold, too methodical, too oriented around plans, too oriented around restrictions, and too oriented around self-denial. That can also be the self-undoing if Saturn is prominent in the Trimshamsha. But the Trimshamsha is also used to gauge the moral character of a woman. And so you look now and include Jupiter in there to find the disposition of her morality. Right? And I'm not going to get into what that means in the specific sense, but in the general sense, let's just say the Trimshamsha will show me if you can uphold your end of the bargain in the female integrity side of things. If Jupiter is damaged, she will not listen to you. Because you are the thing, the one that is more or less the go-to for all intents and purposes. Honey, I need this fixed. Honey, does this look good on me? Honey, does it sound right? Honey, does it taste good? Everything is run by you. And so if that Jupiter is damaged in the Trimshamsha, if the moon is damaged, then many times this is a woman that will be challenged in the areas of keeping an integral role in relationships.
Yeah.
Mars not so much so in the Trimshamsha, but even so, if Mars is in the ascendant in the Trimshamsha, this person will have an angry disposition and sex will be a primary issue. Venus can be secondarily, but not so much so.
Sex in regards to, in what vantage point?
Sex in the sense of excess.
Okay.
In the sense of perverse. In the sense of unnatural. In the sense of overabundance. In the sense of, you get it.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Because Mars is men, and they're going to like men to the sense of undoing themselves. Goes hand in hand.
Yeah.
Right? So, we always, of course, look to the natural houses for relationships. The 7th house, the 7th lord, the 7th from the moon, right? The 7th from Venus. We always see these placements, of course, to see the natural progression of a relationship and if that related person is there to experience those things in the first place. Because those are the telltales if the marriage can last and how long and so forth. Right? But the type of person you're going to attract, what you're going to attract, is also read through these other planets because it's going to be a reflection of yourself in the first place, male and female both. But today's show is primarily focused on the feminine side so that women really can go and begin to understand themselves in an astrological sense and begin to carve and create that masculine, feminine integrity in their lives, internally and externally.
Yeah.
And with that, we'll leave this at today's show. We'll get into some other stuff later on, but for the most part, I wanted to kind of shed some light on the fact that charts are not read the same for males and females. Even in the ascendant sense of the word, when we talk about ascendants, the ascendants are read differently for Say, for example, Shitra. Shitra is not the same for male and female. Shitra males don't marry well. Shitra females usually do.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know what I mean? Even that has some. So everything in astrology, in this astrology, in the Eastern astrology, you think it has some gender integrity there already. The West, everybody's the same. So Mars is Mars is Mars is Mars.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you can see it though. I mean, like, you know, I know we were having this conversation, I think maybe last week or something like that, and you know, certain energies that people would align with, you know, maybe being enterprising or, you know, business oriented and different things. Sometimes when you see prominent placements in a woman's chart in those particular, you know, signs or what those, you know, plans that bring that, you don't necessarily see it manifest quite that way, you know, as you would see it in a men's chart, or, you know what I mean? Right. It just looks different. Leo looks different on a woman than a man.
It's different.
Yeah.
It's designed. It's different. It's different. We're different, right? Right. The J's look good on you, but they look good on me too. You know what I mean? Like, you look good in a suit, but right. Now, gender integrity, folks. Right? I mean, it's not common these days, but I'll probably get beat up. Me Too's probably be waiting outside.
Well, you know, I mean,
but.
It's I mean, at the end of the day, we all know it. I mean, you know, it's not. I mean, there is a such thing as chauvinism, right? It is a thing, but I mean that's not chauvinism, right? Diminishing chauvinism is you're diminishing, you know, a woman's role in society and capabilities, you know. So,
I'm uplifting it. I'm there to support it. I'm there to honor it. I'm there to say, you know what? Yeah, you should get off 7 days because you're on your cycle.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be something, that there's something inherent in society that says, you know what? This is your moon time. So you take that day off, right? Or days off, and you rest.
Yeah.
How many healthy wombs so that we can make healthy babies would we have if this was inculcated into the workforce, into society, into the schools, into the rhythm of life?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Yeah, you'd have a healthier society.
Yeah.
I'm for that, right? A woman wants to have a baby, she should be paid her same year's salary for that period of time, up to 3 years, to be able to up to 3 years to be able to support a healthy child and get child a healthy beginning, not just some maternal leave, right? Where you get 8 weeks and then now you're back and your womb hasn't even pulled all the way back into its natural level because the baby pulls it back because of the breastfeeding.
Yeah.
I mean, I know they try. Oh, we have breastfeeding stations and all that. Yeah. She shouldn't even be at work.
Yeah. And that, you know, that's part of that. I think that's what drives it. And it's at its root. That's what's driving it, right? Because society doesn't value things that females bring. So the women may translate that as, okay, we need to be more like the men.
Right.
In order to get that respect.
Right. And the crazy part about it is that you're still seen as it's an illusion to me, right? And they say, what's a glass ceiling for women? And it is. I agree. It is.
Yeah.
In this country, because you've had women prime ministers all over the world.
Yeah.
That's nothing new. Right?
Germany, you know.
India had them in the 80s. Right?
Yeah.
So there's nothing new. So we are beyond that. The world, I'm saying. Maybe not in America, but the world is well beyond that.
Yeah.
So in understanding how things work, a woman can do the same things, and as far as the functional jobs of a man in the general sense, but when these other things kick in, the society should be there to support the integrity of the femininity so that she makes better decisions in a man's world, in a man's competitive area.
Yeah.
Because then she can outshine him. Then she knows I'm well rested. I know my whole menstrual cycle was when I renewed my stuff. Right? I come out on the better end of things. Right? Instead of tired, frustrated, feeling underappreciated, feeling overused, right? Yeah, I'm all for gender integrity. You know what I mean? Because it's gonna make me better. Right?
Yeah.
So I leave it at that. You know what I mean? If people have their comments, or I'm sure they will, please, drop us a line, let us know. We're all ears. We're not here to push anything. We're here just to reveal things that should be quite obvious.
Indeed. So, with that being said, this episode was brought to you by Push It Forward Media Group, Calipurusha Astrology, and our great patrons over at Patreon. Don't forget to go, sign up and, show us some love. And, we'll show some love back indeed. And again, remember to follow us at Cosmic Convo on Instagram. And we're at Cosmic Convos Podcast on Facebook as well. All right. So, we'll go ahead and put a pin in that. And we thank you all for listening. And we'll be back next week. Peace.
Peace.